All right, people, what's going on? This is your boy Ligo, one half of Enduo, and basically, this is the Q&A Endcast. Um, First of all, I want to thank everybody for joining in for the Enduo and those who have talked to our videos, commented, like, shared, subscribe. Basically, this is basically a purge week. So before we get into that, I just wanted to do a Q&A question and answer with subscribers and people who follow me on Google Plus, on YouTube, and get their, how should I say, get their opinions, talk to people, see what's going on. Now, when I started this channel, we started this channel, me and Katie, just to meet fellow gamers, and see the love of gaming, see what people's talking about, get a little touch in, and just talk about, oh, this game is good. Oh, I didn't play that game. Oh, that was the best part of this game. And we started off without not much people. We have, of course, about 90 people sub now, which is good. I think everybody who's doing that. I'm gonna do also a shout out before I get into the questions and answer. But it was pretty cool to get on here and share my thoughts and meet some cool YouTubers as well in this gaming community. And there are plenty of good ones. There are big channels that I watch once in a while. There's small channels I watch more than usual. There are a bunch of people I like their comments because they type down stuff that make me think, oh wow, I didn't think of it that way. And it's cool to see that people out there are not like, it's cool to me some people who are cool, realistic. I mean, one of the things I've learned that there's no such thing as we're gonna be, how should I say, like 100% agree with everything I say. I'm not agree with 100% of the thing that everybody else say, because there's no absolute 100. But it is cool to at least talk and get to know people. And like I said, it's some of the people who have sub and commented. Of course, I like it. You guys are pretty cool, and I wish that a lot of like I said, a shout out for those guys. But I wish a lot more people were kind of like. I wish a lot more people were kind of like like you guys, because it's just some things just don't click to me to see that everybody's getting into this drama. Now, to give you a little jump into, like I said, Purge Week. The reason I call it Purge Week because, as I said before, and you could go check out the intro video, and it's pretty so far. I just seen that no matter where you go, the bad side of humanity always going to be in places. Now, the internet, as I had a conversation with Poppy 2K yesterday with Random Talks, the funny thing is the internet is a very good tool. You could do a lot of things with the internet. You learn stuff, you share cool ideas with many other people. You get a chance to you get a chance to just get out there and see many different ideas. That's what the internet's all about, which is cool. That's a good thing. Now, the problem with the internet though is that, and I've seen this, is that you have at your fingertips mass knowledge to gain, to read, to see, to view, to watch, but nobody's putting out wisdom. You don't go back to the past and see, oh, that was something different. Let me put my mind together. Oh, I see what that person did, and see what just go forward. A lot of people because of the internet now, a lot of people has become ignorant. A lot of people have become more stupid, more dumbfounded, and it's also became a place where a lot of misinformation is going left and right now that is so poisonous. And that's what's in this YouTube gaming community right now. There's so many people that's poisonous that I have no problem you have your opinions, but again, one of the videos, like I said, I'm going to do a list of videos next week. I know normally I used to do one video, 2 videos a week at the most, which will be the end cast and the videos to get people started, because I don't want to bombard them with most of my ideas or most of my questions so I could get a lot of answers on. But it is annoying to hold all this stuff in. And that's why I'm doing this purge week. I'm gonna do this just to get all this stuff out and try to keep my channel how should I say, pure. I'm gonna still do WTFs. I'm still gonna do NCAS to ask some questions about gamers. I mean, this is not an absolute. Once again, they're gonna do stuff like that. And next thing the internet does that gets a lot of people's nerves is because of the ignorance of, like I just said right there. The internet also gives them a very good, louder mic to shout for the top of the towers. And the problem is, though, they don't shout out good ideas, good comments, good things. No, they shout out ignorance and stupidity once again. So it's just, oh man, it's just crazy to hear what people say sometimes. It's annoying, really, to a point. I don't understand it. But and last but not least, I've learned this very quickly, and I am happy that I have an outside influence in my gamers, like people who got PlayStation, PC, Xbox, Nintendo. I've said it before, friends, hardcore gamers, all these guys. We talk about games. We talk about Smash. We talk about Halo. Like my boy Black Bear last night, me and him was chilling. We talked about Halo, and we talked about Xbox. No arguments, fun, chit-chatting, just nothing. But you come on the internet now, everybody and the mama comes out with the bats, knives, and forks just to tell you you're definitely wrong. And it's crazy. So with that said, I'm gonna have I'm gonna have a video about phrases that I don't like. I have basically a couple people have heard my epic rant that's going to be coming about Metroid, and their fans. Everybody who's heard it so far, they're like, "Oh man, that is crazy," but I love it, and it's good. So when that comes out, I'll do that. Also, this week, I'm sharing a hashtag, which is basically "Speak with your wallet." That also is going to be in the epic rant. The rant itself, that's Speak with your wallet. I don't know why people can't just leave well alone to itself. If you buy, why would you buy a bad experience? I don't understand that. I would never understand that. I don't buy bad food. I don't buy bad fruits. I don't buy a bad car. Why would I do that? But gamers do that. They ignorant to buy stupid stuff. Again, you know what the past is, but you go and buy the same thing. What happened to the past? That's why I say about the wisdom part. You had a bad experience. Something in your mind should say, okay, let me wait and not buy this thing. But again, some people go out day one to buy the same game that had problems the last time. And all you had to do is wait 1, 2, 3, a month. You can't wait a month? That's simple. A month, people. Just wait a month. It won't kill you. The games right there is not gonna take up your. It's gonna fill that take up that void of you not playing something. Because most of these guys are YouTubers, including the big channels. They doing that just to show how. I don't know. It's just that they try to show how big the ego is, or they needed to be filled in, or something else. I don't know. It's just crazy. But with that said, like I said, I'll break this down and then get into, like I said, the question app is open. I already don't see some people putting up some questions. Of course, I'm taking questions from all over, so hopefully I can get everything in. So go ahead and send your questions in. I'll get to that in a little while. I want to do basically couple shout outs to some cool people, my subscribers and people I'm sub to who are cool people. But I want to state this right here, like when I started Endure channel, again, we're supposed to reach out gamers. I don't consider my subs as fans. That kind of thing is sorry about that. That kind of thing about the things about fans is all right. Sorry about that once again. Yeah. When I started this whole Endure thing, I did this Endure thing to again meet cool gamers and see what ideas they have and just reach out and have fun. I don't consider my subscribers as fans because I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this as for fun. I have enough ways to make enough money than anything. And I don't care for what system a person have. If you're having fun with your system, that is cool. That is what you're supposed to be about. That's what gaming is supposed to be about. It's an option. You have the money to buy a form of entertainment to enjoy. You to enjoy. If you could share your joyness with everybody else, that's cool. That's an excellent thing. But some people just share negativity, and again, that's human nature. You got jerks, you got a-holes, you got people who are just gonna be negative to the end. And I don't know what their lives are. I don't know what the outside lives are, but I don't know. It is crazy to a point. Now we started this like I said, we started 6 months ago, and we started putting out videos, and it started off good. And as a Nintendo fan, I met cool people. I mean, cool communities, and going back and forth. But then one game and E3 has changed everything and turned this thing into a poisonous Malcolmist from the Nintendo side. It's been the same on all consoles anyway, too. And that one, the thing that killed me about that is that you have gamers out there who are, the features. The one game that changed everything was Splatoon. It's one of the divisive games I've seen in a while when it comes to Nintendo fans. Because last year, everybody was cheering and happy. And, oh, Bayonetta's coming. Oh, Smash came out. Oh, Mario Kart's DLC. Oh, Hyrule Warriors. Oh, everybody was cheering and just like having fun and talk about the game experience. Now, some gamers, again, I respect everybody. I never disrespect no one. If you came out with now with the whole voice chat and have this and they have that and they want this and they want that, Splatoon has changed a lot of things. Now, again, I have seen the voice chat thing that killed me. I've stated it before on my Endcast that Nintendo tried to use voice chat. They try to in a closed environment, and Americans just couldn't keep their mouth shut from being, a-holes. And that's basically, I'm surmising it down to the essence, because they tried it with family and everything, and they were calling names, and it was just crazy. So, of course, Nintendo being a family-centric company was like, okay, we're not going to do this. Let's wait this section out. So, it is what it is. But the thing that killed me, if you think voice chat was important, don't buy the game. Make a stance with your money. That's what you're supposed to do. Speak with your wallet. That's what you're supposed to do. If something is bad, don't buy it. If that's the whole point of your gaming. But I've seen a lot of people who talk that stuff. They went and bought a game. Crazy enough, I went to their channel, and like I said on this, but I just like to look at people and see what's going on. And I went to some of these people's channels, and they're using Skype and everything else, and voice chat, which is a computer and everything, not taking on the bandwidth for the Wii U, and they still got bodied. They still got problems. They couldn't stop the people them. So whatever anybody says, Splatoon voice chat ain't gonna help you that much. Now, if you're gonna just and the basic thing, same thing with Smash Bros. If it's gonna be all about shit talking, then what the hell do you need to? It's crazy. Now, point taken, there are a couple games out. There are features that needs to be in the Wii U, and I respect those who want those things. Like I said, but you could go about it in a nice, controlled way. The problem is now, from since E3 now, we've seen a lot more gamers now bitching, moaning, crying, just getting crazy with their YouTube channels. They're not speaking common sensely. They're not speaking logically. They're not speaking matter of fact. They're putting out bad information. They've become a rumor mill now more than a freaking channel about fun. And that's what I mean, right now, listen, a bunch of videos you're going to be hearing to the next week that you guys could go and check out when this Purge week is happening, to go check out, because I'm done with rumor sites. I'm done with rumor sites because, and that's what I'm calling them. These little small channels that say, oh, they're about news and everything. They don't go straight to the source. Their facts are misinterpreted. They don't. Some of these people do not speak Japanese or whatever. I'm talking about from a Nintendo standpoint. So they got misinterpretation, and of course they follow the trend line of these Reddits and Reddit and the Tumblrs and all that stuff. Why is it that we are so damn impatient? Why don't we just can't wait for Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo or whatever company for PC say, hey, here's the game, here's the facts, boom, and done? No, we have to search out to get more views to put out these false, I don't know, these false stuff every second, and it's just getting to a point. And now you got people now saying, well, they want it's then you have the two-sided people out of their mouths, which is funny as well, of talking, oh, this is great, this is bad, then on the other side, this is bad, this is good. And the reason I'm saying that is like that people who said when a game came out, they defended the game, they loved the game, then they played the game, it was the greatest game ever. Then 2 months later, oh, this game sucks. Then the next month later, they sold the game. Unless you have financial problems, I'll say that. I don't understand that mindset. I'm lost. That mindset is lost towards me because I don't get it. You're the same person who would like to say, well, oh, but if I run Sony and Microsoft and Nintendo, I know it. No, you're indecisive. You'll get fired. You'll get kicked out of the damn. You get kicked out so quick out of the boardroom because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That incisiveness is not needed in the business world. And then you have people who think, oh, I know exactly to do certain things. Now, I respect those people who try and understand and try to understand certain things. So I don't knock them down. But again, a $1 billion corporation is nothing easy to run. Everybody knows this, and some people have said it. The shareholders have power. If the CEO is making mistakes, they could kick him out. They've done it many times. So I don't understand why people say certain things that way. It just, if you don't know something, that's the next phrase I have to point out. Why is this phrase I'm about to say, I don't know, so hard for gamers to listen to or say out of their mouth? It's like you saying a curse unto people. I don't know. That's all you gotta say. One of the persons I can say, Slimify is a cool guy. He's a cool young dude who wants to be a gamer. He asked me a couple of questions because, of course, if people who are who have been around me for a while now know that I've worked with Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, EA, Ubisoft. I worked on those games and in those companies. I have my friend Kenji who works inside of R&D for Nintendo, so in Japan, and I've known him since 2001. A cool dude who has hooked me up. I have a couple people in Ubisoft. I have a couple of people in Sony because I have a contract with Sony right now. That's just to give you a relation. Now, some of my facts I could point out. My financial facts, I always say, go to the IR pages of all these companies. If you think you could challenge me on that, go to the IR pages to find out all the stuff. The Nintendo Wii U still makes the most profit out of 2 other consoles. So at that point, you're never gonna put me down because I could back that fact up. But when it comes to the business room and the pitch meetings and stuff like that, that part I have to be honest with you guys. That is anecdotal evidence. That's something that I can't. Is what I experienced, but I have no camera, no microphone walking into a business meeting so you can listen to what these board meetings done and what these guys water down the things. It's just crazy. So it's just one of the things that I'm trying to put out there, that my facts is this. Now, some, like I said, some of the other facts are against the anecdotal evidence. Is up to you to trust me to what it is. I am not doing this channel as again, to make money. I'm not doing it as a persona, as some YouTubers out there have the persona on and off the on and off YouTube. That's not who I am. What I is, of course, I'm not going to say anything about myself, because I've seen people getting swatted. I've seen people getting in lots of trouble and taking the information, all kind of stuff. So yes, I'm sorry that I have to be anonymous. Only people who I do trust, and there are some people who I do trust that I met subwise, they know who I am and they're cool with me. But I'm sorry I have to be announced, because I just don't want to take the angry hatred of the internet, put it towards my family, to my coworkers, so that it's not fair to them. But what I'm speaking is, matter of fact, is just pure facts and fun. And if I spout out something wrong and you come with your facts, please, I will gladly see the facts, look at it, and I will take it as is and say, okay, I was wrong. I am human. I could be proven wrong too. But again, people just get their dandruff in a blur when they, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, but all that stuff. Now, again, I've said that same thing too, because I know the 100% facts of what they're saying too, and I pointed that point out. But again, I understand to a blur. So before I get into questions and answers, I'm gonna also do this right here. I want to shout out some subs who've been subbed to my channel and have been cool people, and put some how should I say it? Put some good comments on there that make me think and make me read and make me look at things. So I want the first, I want, and these are subs who don't do videos and stuff. So in that regard, so one person I have to if I could find it right here. Come on, I'm trying to get the internet to go fast. So I have to give okay, I know he's a name set up or whatever, but Dark E Ghost, or DR4K3GHOST. He's been a sub. He's commented many times on as most of my videos. I mean, shout outs to you. Thank you. So like I said, one of the comments you had, like, say you don't agree with something I said at the end of a video, and we talked about it. Like I said, I'm not gonna be 100%, and I'm not gonna be, you don't have to agree with me all the time. That is cool, but the conversation has been pretty good, and he's that's a cool commenter. I like the way he puts his stuff together. The next person I have to give a shout out to is the Pokey Kiddo one. He puts out also. He's given some comments onto my channel that I have no problem with, and again, it's one of those things where you talk and you conversate. There's no anger, there's no hatred. If there's a misinterpretation, we talked about we chatted on the keyboard, and it came out without no problem. Of course, I have to go Maliki JC, next cool dude. Man, I mean, I like his style, I like his flavor. Like I said, he follows me on Google Plus, and I follow him too, because I love his way of thinking, which is pretty cool. Then you have Rene Hernandez, a next person who just I mean, Rene Hernandez, John Mace, the man. I might pronounce this wrong. Lumshio, Lupucillo. Okay, I might pronounce it wrong, but like the comments that he puts up too. He puts up good comments as well, that people, and he puts out comments that's like full. He don't try to. He makes sure that you understand where he's coming from. A lot of people sometimes do certain things and they misinterpret it, and that's understandable. But I like how he puts his full in it as well. His full thought into it. Mark Tiny BL4, a next cool dude who's been on a lot of the videos, who like what I'm talking about. That's awesome. Our next person I talked to, he's basically from across the nation, from where I grew up on. SK Massive, really cool dude. Like his comments. He's a chill dude. He don't like a lot of the bitching, but again, he understands. He just want to get information from people, which is cool. I think I know there's one more special one. Stone Man is one cool dude. I'm missing one more that like comment many times in my videos, and I like I cannot pronounce it though. Is because it's like in Arabic, so hope he understand what I'm talking about. He was like, no doubt, I'm one of the best channels on YouTube. I don't think I'm one of the best channels, but I like to put up stuff that people understand. Um, and of course, I can't forget Anderson Archella. Oh, of course, this guy has put some questions up and has some good comments. Cool dude. Again, I have to give thumbs up to Anderson Archella and the Fox Shot. Those two are some cool people who have done some some cool comments and ask some great questions and try to find out about just find out about what's going on in gaming. And I have to also give Mega Axe Grave, he's the next one as well, a shout out as well. On to let's go on to subscribers now. There's two big channels before anything. There's two big channels I gotta shout out, even though one listens to me, one don't. But these are channels I like them for a reason. I hope you guys just give you a little taste that you can go check these guys out. One is Some Call Me Johnny. He's a game. I don't like Let's Plays videos. I really don't. I don't watch him that much, except for a couple of few people. GVGI when he has his when he did the whole Street Range thing. I like that. But Some Call Me Johnny is a cool thing. He likes Sonic. He likes Metroid. He likes. I like, and he put production into his reviews, which is pretty cool. That's a channel I do like and I do respect. A next channel that I like a lot and proves my point that he's an equal opportunity offender, which is the people I kind of like. If you're gonna shit on Nintendo, shit on everybody, and he does that. I don't care what he said. His stuff is entertaining to me, and that is basically Zero Production Yahtzee. I mean, he has he hates consoles. I mean, his bias is there, but he still puts up some funny and entertaining videos, and I like him for that. Our next, it's just funny to see his videos, and you know what, he puts up videos with production as well too. That's funny and hilarious. Now let me talk about people who sub to me, who's been on the Ncast, who are cool people that I liked and we enjoy talking to. I have to give a shout out to the Good Shepherd. I met me and him chat offline many times before. Cool dude from the islands from me, and just I like his vibe. Just chill back and don't let a lot of drama cloud his thoughts. A next person I gotta give a shout out to, he's a young dude, but I like I said, at first when Twilight Bites like showed him, I was like, okay, I listened to him and stuff, but after a while he's growing on me and he's showing that he is a thinking man. At his age at 20, I mean, I hope you have a bright future, my dude. I really do, and if you try to go in the gaming world, like I said, from my perspective, keep your head on your shoulder and keep your morals straight, because there gonna be some fat checks that's gonna come to you that's gonna sell out. But I like the way he thinks, and that's why I like him, as love to on the Ncast, and I like to watch his videos. And that's King Grimpachi. Like I said, he's a cool dude. A shout out to him because, like I said, he's a thinking young man, and I hope he has a bright future to do it. Because, like I said, remember, I come from a small country, very poor, and to do what I'm doing right now, you have to think on your feet, think on your tippy toes to get there. And I hope you could do great things with your stuff. I like your channel because you look at things objectively, and that's a video that's going to be for next week. This whole well, you know what? Forget it. If you see anybody that says unbiased, your bullshit meter should be up on your mind. Your spider senses should be there. I got a video about that. There's no such thing as unbiased. Okay, people? They ain't. Because if you live past 10 years old, you have memories, you have things that happen to you that's in the recess of your mind that affects your decision to this day. An unbiased opinion is an oxymoron. That's what killed me. It's an oxymoron. Everybody has bias. Every single person. You could look at things objectively, but you can't say unbiased. When you say that, don't fall for it. When gamers say that, don't fall for it. Because they have biases. There's no such thing as that. So, like I said, I'm cool with him in that regards. one person who has a strong mental fortitude of talking. But like I say, he's a cool dude, got the smooth moves. I gotta give a shout out to Dr. Feelgood. I like his channel. Right now, he's on that Splatoon kick, and he's like the #1 Splatoon that I've known on the west side of the the pond. Because I'm telling you right now, I could put him against some couple guys from Japan, including my friend Evil Okuma, and he'll body you, doctor. But like I said, me and him, we basically came together by having a keyboard conversation, and we went back and forth, and then we didn't disagree. We agreed on something, and we figured out stuff. And he also has something about the not Splatoon, the Smash Brothers, that he's not buying the DLC and stuff because Mario Kart spoiled a lot of people, and he feels the value is not there. But again, we talked about it, and we're not arguing about it. We agree to disagree, but we ain't throwing shade at each other. I wish a lot of gamers could do that, but that's not gonna happen. People just have to keep on arguing beyond crazy points. The next person I'm cool with, of course, is Double M, Michael from across the pond. Yeah, like I said, he's our next cool dude who just, I like him. He's been on the Ncast many times, and I like the way he thinks. Again, yeah, he has a flair around him, but he's a cool dude, and I like his channel. I love his satire videos on his channel. Is awesome. GVGINU, man, I love his ideas in this game. Right now, he's on this roll of ideas that should be on the Wii U and onto games and everything. And like I said, our next person that sometimes we don't see eye to eye on certain things, but we still don't argue about stuff. It's still cool. We have respect for each other, and I already told him already. I'm sorry that sometimes when I look at his idea videos, that I gotta come practical because I'm in the industry, and I don't mean to shut it down, but it's still good ideas. So I like him. A female I gotta give out a shout out to. I have no problem with her, and I hope she never has no problem with me because we are cool. I love her content. I love her happy hauls and everything. It's Coupon Strive, the diva. I like her with her artistic when she does her amiibo changes and stuff. It's very, very cool. I like the way that she designed them and shows her artistic side. A veteran, of course, so I have mad respect for her in that regard, and I like her channel. I was gonna watch that because I never had no disrespect for her. The same person, the next female that I have mad respect for, who just love playing games, is Miss K. 29 Gray Ann, I think that's what it is, but everybody knows as Miss K. Miss K, you're the cool one of the cool females out there. Just play your games, as she always got her hashtag, keep it gaming, and that's what we all need to be doing. Keep it gaming. That's what it is. Keep it gaming, keep it moving, and she's a part. She also is happy with the hashtag speak with your wallet. So hey, that's one thing that we need to pass on all over the place. You have also who's the next person? I have Mr. T. I have mad respect for him because he puts video. He's a production of visual production person anyway. Love his videos onto his stuff. Again, I don't agree with him everywhere, but I don't throw shade towards people like that because I love the production. I love the entertainment value that he brings to the community. Our next person on to that also I'll give my respects to is because I've been in his Juices Loose tournament with Mario Kart and stuff like that. It's Terminator Juice. I like his podcast. It's straightforward what it is. And basically, I answered his question when he was like, you don't have to agree with me. I'm like, no, if a person is rational, even if I disagree with the person, I will share your content. As long as you're rational and a great thinker, even if I disagree with you, I will still share your content so people could listen to what you're saying. And like I said, but if you are not irrational and you're bitching and crying and wham once again, then I'm just going to go there and not look at it because I don't care. Because I'm not going to share ignorance. I'm not going to share stupidity on the internet. The internet is flooded with that. I want to share a light in the darkness of hope, of intelligent, rational conversations. I know that's hard to do because I even told Grim Kipachu on the Ncast, like, good luck with what he's trying to do, but I'll see what I could do about that as well too. Again, you have Poppy 2K. He just started doing his thing right now with getting on the channels and start doing his own podcasts and stuff. Mr. Red Fox, Team Everything George. Oh, I can't forget Timeout corner. He looked like he's jumping back into it. One of the first couple of people also I talked to. Timeout corner, cool dude. Like his content. Like I said, his last video had me laughing. It was just too funny. And then I have to also give to Maurice Charles, our next small channel, because me and him started off like in argument mode in a way. But again, and we don't agree. Once again, we don't agree all the time, but we can still see the differences and be together and look at stuff like and not be crying and bitching. You know, you have that's you know, put out like that. The other YouTubers, if I ain't call you out, I mean, you guys are cool, and I've looked at your channels, and you know, no disrespect. Like I said, Team Everything George, he's the next cool dude who plays who has his consoles and does his stuff as well. So you know, Sly McFly again, like I said, a young dude, but he's trying to get up there with his channel. But he does this fun. Most of these people do this for fun, not to make money, and like most of these YouTubers trying to, you know, throw crazy stuff out there. So, you know, it's weird. It's weird. But anyway, let's get into some questions and answers. I had a bunch of questions and answers. So if I get your name messed up, I am sorry. It's just that with all these people's hashtag, not hashtag, with all these tags and stuff, gamer tags and everything, it's hard to read some of them. So I'd rather just spell them out. It'll be easier. So with that said, I'm gonna get into, like I said, get into some questions here. Let me get down here if I don't mind. Nope. Give me 1 second. Let me try it, because I have three. Oh, I can't forget Jay Fleming. Oh man, he's the next dude I'm cool with. Shout outs to Jay Fleming. James, you know, Cafe, because he has a couple of an Alien Corner. These guys have a couple of communities that are pretty cool. And oh, one more person. He's a PC guy, and me and him, I have mad respects for this guy. His community is clean, no problems. Is the Elite Gaming HQ or HD. Oh man, you know what? Let me not bash the guys. Let me not bash the guys tag. Elite Gaming HQ, yes, and he has something called Elite Gaming Booster Channel Community. Cool dude. Like his flow. He already said, you know what, you know, I'm a Nintendo fan, but he likes me because I don't throw shade against every console. Again, I have no problem against a PlayStation 4, no problem against the Xbox One, no problem against PC, no problem against a Vita. All these things are devices to play games. That's all I care about. You play your games. Whatever you bought and you enjoying it, you should be happy. And I'm happy for you that you're playing your games and enjoying it. That's what my channel is about. I want you to be happy in your purchases, that you did your research, you bought something and you enjoyed it. Don't try to contest it with somebody else and let them tell you, oh, you should not enjoy it. If you really do not enjoy it, that's your decision. Don't let YouTube and other gamers talk you out of, oh, this game sucks or whatever. No, you make your decision on your own. Nobody's paying your bills. Nobody's in the house hold a gun to your head to make you force you to play anything. No matter, every single console has great games. Handheld, mobile, everything has great games. Every single console has pieces of crap. Every library has a drought. Every console is not perfect. Every console has its own uniqueness. With all that information, you should come together in your mind, rationalize it, and buy what you think you like. Don't listen to me and tell you what to buy. Don't listen to any big YouTubers to what they buy. You buy what you like. It's your money. You work hard for your money. Don't throw it down the drain. That's what I'm saying. Hashtag speak with your wallet. Don't buy bad experiences. That's just, if you do, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm gonna mix these up once again. So Shadow Hero 43. Also, I gotta give a shout out to Red Knight and Active Gamer, you know, as well as his community. Pretty cool community. Sometimes he has some people in there that shade, you know, that show some shade, and I don't like them. But again, it's certain communities that's gonna happen that way. So Shadow Hero 43 asked a question saying, start playing Tomb Raider the reboot, and so far it's a good game, which it is. It is a really good game. I played it for PC, and it's a really fun game. Was the past Tomb Raiders like this one? To a degree. the past Tomb Raiders that I played when I was on PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1, it played kind of like this, but of course, because of the limitation of memory and power of that generation, this one realized it more, and I'm happy that this is one of the great reboots of gaming. This is up there with one of them. I mean, there are many more that have come back from the dead, and it was a great and rebooted very nicely. This is one of them. I like this Tomb Raider. Like I said, it's a good game. The bad part about it is the initial outset, it was a financial flop. That's why they did the definitive division to make their money back. So Square could get their money back. This one's coming out. I'm gonna pick it up for PC later on, just like I had the other one. Pretty good game. It played like it in the way of the gunplay a little bit, but the survival part and everything, I was just looking around, finding clues, shoot, try to flip over a dinosaur or something else, and it was, and to a degree, but now that you have the elements, you have the, like I said, because of the time we are in right now, things have changed, but it's a good game, Shadow, and I'm, like I said, mad respects that you go out there and you play these games. Like I said, I'm happy that people play all different types of games. And I like Shadow Heroes 42 picture right now because he has Federation Force Metroid, which, again, my rant about that. I hope people enjoy it because, like I said, people loved it who's heard it. So we'll see. All it needs is the audio mixing together. I don't know. I mean, the audio, the visuals. I don't know if I should go all out, just keep it simple. I don't know yet. I'll see how that works out. But I'm gonna sprinkle some of your answers between questions between other questions, so you don't sound so repetitive. Shadow Hero. The next one will be from Slimy Fly Daily, of course. The next, like I said, one of the guys I was saying, is there a lack of diligence also to blame for due diligence to blame for all this NX talk? Yes, it is. It's not a lack of due diligence. It's like gamers, for some reason on YouTube, gamers just need this vibe to say, I'm first. As you remember back in the day when the internet, everything, everybody's like, I'm first, I'm second, I'm third, which I never understand that. But they want to be the first person to just jump on and say, I know this information, even though it's misreported. That's why if you go look at local news, Fox, MSNBC, CBS, how many times when a mass shooting or something goes crazy, that the initial reports are different because they just want to be first. They don't do their research. They don't do their research. They don't do the journalistic reviews. They don't go straight to the source. Sometimes, if it's from Japanese, like I said before, the translation is horrible. And then in Japanese, sometimes there's many words for one word in English because it's how it's talked. Just like in Spanish, you have a feminine, you have a masculine and feminine. It has a decoronation of being literally or not literally, depending on the phrase that you need to be used in Japan. So, yeah, and the due diligence talk with NX. A lot of these guys don't know what they're talking about. Everybody, this was set up for the shareholders. People heard it. That's cool, but then they took it to a next level, and people just getting ignorant with this whole NX talk. And like I said, for me, I could tell right now, other than this answers and question section I'm taking right here and a video that I'm gonna talk about is, I'm done with NX. I don't care. I really don't care. I don't know what it is. No people, all these people who say, oh, I know what it is, they don't know what they're talking about. So again, Kenji, my friend, is in R&D for Nintendo, and he don't know about the NX. So if he don't know about it and he knows that there's no dev kit for it, why would I speculate? That's why when you ask your question, Slime and Fly Daily, I said, I'm sorry I can't answer it fully because I don't know. Again, that phrase that gamers just on YouTube just can't let go. I do not know. That's all it is. So, that's to your question. Oh, you have a next question. Okay. When will gamers learn to have patience for information? Well, basically, that rolls up into your other question, and new products. Again, it's just that YouTubers just want an ego to be filled. A lot of these YouTubers want the egos to be filled, massaged, and they need to be felt needed in this community. They want to say, oh man, I got all these people coming to my channel to hang off every single word that I speak on my mic. Your ego needs to be checked, and if that's the only way to get happiness, dude, Wow, because I've seen some YouTubers say about, oh, I need to do this and do this so I can chill with my friends. You don't have real life friends? I mean, I like how you Slide and Fly Daily, you have Megaton when you do your podcast. That's cool that you have a real life friend, but it's weird to hear some people say this like they don't have real life friends. And some of these are grown ass people. Wow, your life, I don't know what to tell you. Man, go Match.com, Facebook, something. Find another hobby because gaming hobby is a good thing, but go outside, talk to your neighbor. Whoa. But that's the point. I think it is. They can't wait for the patience. I can wait. Again, I know Batman Arkham Knight was going to be messed up. I did not buy day one, and I'm happy I did, and I was going to do it. And that was the plan from the get go. But I have not watched a lot of Let's Play about it because I don't want people to spoil the game for me. I watch the first couple of seconds of the game, see what it is, and then I'll leave it alone. I'll play it around maybe December or whatever because I can wait. There's no game out there to a point that I need to get right now. All right. If the game is important to me enough, and I know that if the game had a good pass and also a good dev team, then I'll buy day one because you know what? I did my research. If Kenshi Konami come out with a good game, I know I could buy that day one and be happy with it. Other than looking for reviews and doing my research, of course, I'm still gonna do that because again, Miyamoto has not put up great games all the time. That's for sure. Wii Music, I didn't play, didn't like it. I didn't play it, and I know, like I said, a lot of people, families done it, whatever. But again, he's not knocked a home run every single time at bat. But his percentage though is very high. But that's the way I look at things. I could wait. I wish a lot of gamers could wait, but they're impatient. Microsoft did, Microsoft did, and Pew Research did this research to find out that Americans now, the average American now, their attention span has dropped below the attention span of a goldfish. I mean, you can go Google and check out the research that they did on that. We now has dropped. We are now down to 7 seconds. We can't keep our focus for 7 seconds. That is sad. A goldfish has 8, and it has less things to worry about in its life compared to us. And we can't keep up with a goldfish. I've seen kids like jiving for, if you put a Pop-Tart in the microwave for 10 seconds and they can't wait for the Pop-Tart to come out. And they take the Pop-Tart right out and put it in their mouth. I'm like, it's hot. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, it was hot. It was just in a microwave. Wow. But again, the impatience of gamers, that is kind of funny like that. I wish there could be, do the research. Relax. You're not going to miss out anything. You have the console. All you do is got to buy the game. It will come along. If you have money, you don't have money. So, basically, I kind of answered this question last time when I had the random talks, but Anderson Archella, like I said, our gamers and most gaming companies treating video games more and more like fast food. Well, some companies are doing that. You're right. They just want to get the trash out so you could buy it and recuperate it quick. Like in the random talks that I had last yesterday with Poppy Duque. The average game for AAA parties, the average cycle that before they get the max amount of money before it drops off is 3 months. Unless you have a single hit, a solid hit game that is reviewed well and everything else. But at an average, 3 months. Evolve fall off with like 3 weeks. So I'm saying, and then you have something like Batman. Batman's gonna keep on going for a while because it's a big game. But average is always that. So they try to rush it, get all the advertisement, make you buy all the stuff, put all this DLC at the top load at the top of the DLC and everything, so you could buy it in that time frame so they could make the money. Because remember, they're making a small amount of money because they got to do shipping, creating the disc, pay store fees, stock fees, licensing fees to the whoever company, which console they have it on, online infrastructure for certain things, servers. So they want to sell big amounts of volume. So because their profits is their share of the profits from the sales are like maybe 20-15% at the most. Again, that's why I like Nintendo, and because they have mostly, if you buy their games digitally, like I do, where I speak my wallet, they get 100% of the profits from me when I buy Splatoon digitally, when I buy Mario Kart digitally, Smash Brothers digitally, and I'm gonna buy the games physical as well too, because I want to reward good behavior. I don't reward bad behavior. So that is, that I hope that's that question. Back to Shadow Hero 43. What do you feel about Sega admitting that they betrayed their fans? What would fans? Okay, it's a two-part question. And what would you make? Or what would make me believe in them again? Uh well, I don't know. I mean, that one is, from my point of view. I'll answer it. If Sega admitted that they betrayed their fans, it's kind of hard sometimes to say, but they do. I mean, every company, Nintendo did the same thing. So every company does it, because you're beholden to, you're a publicly traded company, so you're beholden to your shareholders. It's by law. You have to do this. So Sega has been going through have been going through a lot of problems, and you know what? Sonic Boom. It should have never got released the way it was. But the problem was they rushed it just to get it out with the cartoons, so it could be simul release. And Big Red Button, some of the developers saw that, and they bounced. They were like, okay, we ain't gonna get this done by that time. And some of them left because they got pressured in doing a lot of stuff. And again, publishers pushed it. They had to. Some people walked away and think they could get their money. Some didn't, and the game came out. It was not reviewed well. It was, I think they said it was the worst selling Sonic game ever. I mean, if it is, it is. I just, the 3DS did fare a lot more better. That's why they're going back to do Fire and Ice right now. But Sega had its own mistakes in many things. They tried to. Let's put it this way: what Sega did, that was what ultimately failed to them, was, other than the management and everything else, because the gamers now talk about this whole specs. That's what they did in the 90s that hurt them. They try to keep up with the specs, to outspec something. Again, it don't make no difference how powerful your system is. If you can't play games, it can't play games. It's a piece of plastic, it's a rock, it's a stone, it don't do nothing. Again, if you can't play the games, why care about specs? That's one of the things about the NX that people talking about, the power and all this stuff. Hey, even if the power is less, can he play games? Yeah, that's all I need to know. That's all the way I look at things. I don't care about the specs, unless the specs could do some crazy stuff to make the game innovative. And I have not seen that in a way. I mean, cooler graphics again, yeah, but again, I'll say it again. Batman Arkham Knight, it looks great, but can it be played on the PC? No. It's a buggy piece of mess. Same thing with Assassin's Creed Unity. When it's running right, it looks good, but again, that thing had problems out of the yayo. So, what would make me believe in Sega again? Good games. That's basically it. Good games that come out. I mean, that's all it is. It's just simple. Good games that come out. I mean, Fire and Ice, if it gets good reviews, maybe later on I'll pick it up, because I love Sonic. I love Sonic games. My sister bought a lot of Sonic games. And I love a lot of the what do you call it? I love the Rush games, like Green Kapachi brought up on the Ncast. I love the Rush games. I love the Sonic Advance games. Those were pretty good. I love Generation. Generation was one that stand out. Colors was good. Generation, for me, from my perspective, stand out as a really good game. I like that one. They have some games in the work that I'm cool with. Like I said, Sega's partner with Project Crowdzone. I like them doing that. I kind of messed up that they held out for licensing fees for Project Crowdzone 2. But again, you know what? It gave us a nice break from 13 to 14. So now I appreciate it again when the game comes out in November. That's cool. So it basically good games, and come up with good ideas to come out with better games out there to people, that's not buggy, that's not have messed up frame rates, that has not crazy stuff going on, just good gameplay. That's all I'm looking for. Let's go to our next one. All right. Black 16 asks me, what do you think about the NX being a lower price? Well, okay, that's that rumor that's going around. I think is what it is. I've stated this before. I'm gonna state it again. All the people who are making all these noise with Nintendo fans, whatever, we are only 20% of Nintendo's profits. 60% of Nintendo's profits is family. So they're not gonna put up a console. I mean, if I'm looking at what Nintendo has said it many times before, and look at again, the most money coming from families. They're not gonna put up a console that's super expensive, like a PlayStation 4 and an Xbox One at $400-500. I don't think they'll go that high. I think they'll take Gunpei Yokai's vision of taking the best tech right now and making the best experience. That's what his philosophy was, and I think that's what it is. Again, specs and power without optimization don't mean nothing. Again, if you don't optimize for the system, you're not going to get a great game, no matter what power it is. So it's going to be it could be a lower price. It could be 150 again. But again, I'm going off of the assumption if the NX, if it's a console. Again, I don't know if it's a console, but going off, if it's a console, okay, or if the next console coming out is going to be a lower price, about $200, $250 again, maybe somewhere around like that. Yeah, that is what that right there falls in line with Nintendo's, keeping up what they do right now. So I'm cool with that. I don't feel that it's bad. I don't think I need to spend a lot of thousands of dollars to get this one thing to make me feel happy again. I don't need to validate my purchases with nobody. I bought it. I enjoy it. I have fun. Simple, easy. Keep it moving. So that one is so I hope that answers your question right there. Let me see right here. Then we have Alistine. All right. Alistine asks. Make sure the screen is a little blurry to a point. Do you think the Wii U is dead? Okay, sorry, I was reading the wrong line. That's why I'm mistaken. Do you think the Wii U is dead? In your mind, maybe. In my mind, no. I don't think the Wii U is dead. I got a couple good games I see on the horizon, and 2016 that's gonna come. And I'm not talking about just the Zelda. No. I'm talking about, like I said, I have a Japanese Wii U, so I have the X Chronicles X. Oh, sorry. I'm waiting for the US version, of course, to play the game, and that's a game I'm looking forward to. Yoshi's Woolly World. I mean, like I said, we got games coming out this year that I'm looking forward to. Next year, of course, the Shin Megami X looks like it's pretty good. There are other games that's coming out next year that I can't wait to buy. Shantae to have Genie. Let's say, I mean, Katie wants to play, of course, Mighty Number 9 and all that stuff. I mean, there are games that's gonna come out next year that, to me, I'm looking forward to. Now, again, is your preference. If you think it's dead, then I can't argue out of that. If you think it's dead, I've bought over 30 games for my Wii U, and I've enjoyed every one of those games and played every one of them to the fullest. Have I beaten them all? No, because my schedule is crazy. But I love these games. These are some cool games, and basically to the point, this has become one of the best consoles for me of all time, because I've gotten such great experiences with this console. Unlike the second one, of course, would be Nintendo 64, because of my friends back when I was in high school. When we played that console every single day. Oh man, that was freaking crazy. When Smash Brothers came out, we played over 10,000 hours of Smash Brothers of that. Oh man, those were the fun times. So once again, if you think it's dead, you think it's dead. I can't change your mind. It's up to you, because I don't know what your library is. I don't know your taste in games is. But for me, I don't think the console's dead. The console still has a lot more, oomph in it. That's a preference call right there. So I can't really feel bad about that. So Let me see right here. Next question. Villarine asked, recently you talked about how you think gamers are flies. And can you explain that a little bit more better? Okay, no problem. I could do that. Villain, I could do that. No problem. You see, a lot of people say gamers are sheep because they flock to stupidity. They're following these guys who are bigger YouTubers. I say they're flies because the best way to, when you talk a lot of shit, you get a lot of flies. And what flies do is they eat it, whatever, and it goes someplace and regurgitate it. And that's what they do. That's the simplest way to tell what most gamers are now these days. That's what they do. They regurgitate the crap up and do so many, and just spread rumors, rumors, lies, just miss crap in there that is just so stupid. They just have to, that's why there's more subs than subs than people want to talk about YouTube, because they need to feel beholden to somebody. That's why I say I don't have no fans. I don't consider my subs as fans. You guys are not fans. You are gamers. You have your own mind. You have your own thoughts. Share them with me just as I'm sharing them with you. If you're one who just don't want to get on the YouTube to avoid the drama and bitching as most people normally get in negativity, that's cool. But if you see a video that I have and you have you say, oh man, that's a cool video, I liked it, blah blah blah, or I like it but I don't like this part right here, and this is why, I'm cool with that. I look at you guys as gamers, fellow gamers, not fans, not nothing, because again, you're not giving me no money or nothing to anything. What the hell? Wow. So right there, I've seen a lot of people doing this because I had my windows stuck to the thing. I'm seeing this, and I hope this is not people messing with people. Right now, I'm seeing. Give me a second, people, because I have to check this out. I have to check this out, and I really hope this is not like clickbait or nothing. And if it is, that is a blow to Gonpei Yamamuchi's master plan. Oh, come on. Yamamuchi's master plan. And I hope now we're going to see how things are going to go out. That would be crazy. Come on, internet. Don't slow down on me now. Because we already know that they've done many times to do stuff like that. Age of 55, born. Financial Times. Oh, wow. Wow. That is sad to hear. That is seriously sad to hear. Damn it. That is very sad to hear right now. I'm looking at the news and seeing, I'm looking at Financial Times, just to make sure I'm going all over my source. They're saying basically Iwata has passed away from the tumor in his bile duct that he had surgery last year when he couldn't make E3. Oh man, that is sad. That is super sad. Oh man, wow. That is really a blow to Yamamuchi's master plan. I hope. Dang. Before I get back into questions and answers, I got to check something else out, guys. Give me a second. I really do. I have to go to, let me see. information. Gotta go to not that, because who will take over his spot? Yamuchi made sure that he put Iwata in that spot because one of the things he saw that the reason he put Iwata, Shigeru Miyamoto, and Takeda at the top to balance off the shareholders was because he wanted to make sure that his what do you call it? He wanted to make sure that the product that Nintendo puts out has their seal of approval. Just like you will put a chef, even though you own the restaurant, you want a chef at the top to know, hey, this is good food going out. And that's where he put to balance out the shelves so they don't get money hungry and greedy. And that's what he did. Oh, excuse me. Region, come on, people. That is, oh man, that is seriously messed up. I have to give, yeah. Like I said, I gotta go. I have to link into somebody for a second, guys. I'm really sorry to slow down that thing. Cause this is a devastating blow. Oh wow. Notification of death and personal change of representative director president. Yep. Regrets to deep regrets announced to that President Iwata has passed away on July 11, 2015 due to a bile duct growth. Damn it. That's so. And basically, as you people, let me see if I can share you. This is what. So Iwata has passed away. My condolences to him and his family. Wow, this is really thing. Let me see if we can do a share screen. Share screen right now. Let me see. Okay, here you go. People should be seeing this. Now, this is one of the things if you've seen this right now, I hope people are, because I don't know how the share screen works without somebody else on the line, whatever. But this is the thing that I'm talking about, that you go to the company's IR investment pages and you see all these things right here, events, financials, all this stuff right here, you find out all the stuff. You have to PDF it, of course. You have to go down, click on it, and then you're gonna have to, like, well, this one is just a question and answers. I'm trying to go to one right here. Like, that's an event. Like, you see all these say about earnings and financial and everything. Those are PDFs right there that it's a lot of PDFs, but in there are treasure troves of products, sales, everything for Nintendo. Same thing for Microsoft, same thing for Sony. And that's why I could say about the money and financials apart. Now, I've seen a lot of people just blast it up. Iwata passed away. This is how I do my research. I went to the investor relationship page, as you see here, and I went, and on the top of the page right now, you see notification of death from Nintendo, and you can see it reads right here, of course, notification of their personal change of a representative director president. Nintendo Corporation Unlimited deeply regrets to announce that President Satoru Iwata passed away on July 11, 2015 due to a bile duct growth. That's the thing he had again. I'm repeating again, but that's the thing he had to work about. He had a surgery worked on last year. Man, and it's, that is so. Right now, if you want to figure out who's gonna, like I said, Representative Gen Takeda, Representative Director and Senior Managing Director, I don't know if he's gonna take over. That is sad. That is really sad for me as a Nintendo fan. to see somebody who has helped. He's the guy who helped, one of the people who helped many games out there, and also helped Sakurai to push his idea to do Smash Brothers off the books, so Sakurai could get Smash Brothers working. Ugh. Excuse me for a second. I'm getting a little dry in the throat. But as you can see, this is where I get my information from when it comes to financial stuff or membership, whatever. I go straight to the freaking source. I'm not taking rumor mills. I'm not taking sites. I'm not taking crap. This is what I've done all the time, and this is what you should do. Go to Xbox IR page and find out your information. Go to Sony IR page and find out information. That's what I could say once again. I am 100% accurate saying that I know Nintendo, you don't have the sales, but it makes the most profit out of both consoles combined. It surpasses them. And once Nintendo keeps on making profits, that's all I care about. So with that said, like I'm showing the stuff right here, that the death certificate from Nintendo's point of view, like I said, my heart and my condolences go out to Iwata's family. He will be missed. He has done many great things in gaming. That's one of the Triforce pillars that's fallen away from the top because, again, Yamauchi had him there for a reason, to make sure the shareholders don't get crazy. And I had a part that was crazy too, because, God, people who use the fake Nintendo fans and the Nintendo fans who jump the way and go crazy, they're giving more power to the shareholders. So with this now, I don't know who they're gonna put in that spot, but this is we'll see what happens to Nintendo. I hope that they could keep family first, innovation first, and fun first. I don't care about specs. I don't care about graphics. I care about having a fun experience with my game. And Iwata, like I said, man, it's sad to hear that. I could guarantee you, maybe Kenji will call me, but my phone is I don't bring my phone inside of my into this room so you don't bother, so you don't ring off crazy. The other phone you were hearing was a family member, but dang, that is tough to hear. Like I said, man, all I could do is hope for the best. I've said it many times before. All good things come to an end. Gaming is going to come to the end. We will see. I hope that the shareholders don't get power hungry and do stupid stuff. I really hope not. All the stuff that Iwata held back on, I hope they, plus you gamers who bitch and moan so much, don't give the shareholders too much money now to make them really don't make Nintendo care about us. I really hope that's not the case. So, man, that is sad news to hear. That the CEO of this company for the last, let me see, 2001, since 2001, I think. Yeah, let me see. He was 2002. He was the president of 2002. Duh, the answer's right there. Damn. Yeah. As a result, the two representatives of the record company. Two representatives that remain at the company, which is Genyu Takeda, of course. He's the manager of I'm just reading the bottom part right here. If you can see my mouse going. Yeah, Genyu Takeda looks like he might take over the spot, and that would be a cool thing too, because he is the head of R&D, and of course Shigeru Miyamoto, which is head of EAD, and those guys, I say Shigeru Miyamoto is up there as well too. Wow, man, that is, man, count your fortunes, people. Nobody knows what tomorrow held. Nobody knows what tomorrow's held. Dang. That is crazy. Wow. All right. Well, with that going on, let me get back into questions and answers. Jeez, that is a little, that's, like I said, to me, it's a blow. It's a blow. That's a blow right there. So, okay, let's get back into questions and answers. And also, I could guarantee right now my phone is ringing off the hook because I have contracts with Nintendo and stuff, so to see how things will be written around, and I gotta call Kenji to see what's going on also as well, because again, who's gonna, if Takeda's take as the head of our if Takeda, the head of R&D, is going to move up to the next spot. Who's going to take over R&D? Because again, Shigeru Miyamoto never run R&D. He's software. So this is something that it will be cool to, to be seen. Because that is rough. That is really rough. All right, let's get back into the questions. Sorry about that. I just basically will update all my stuff, so I don't, give me 1 second again. Let me update so I get everybody's keep up everybody's you call it. I'm seeing a lot of people now point out stuff on Google Plus right now, and you go across to they have you call it Probably 2Ks. He's gonna do this thing right now talking about Iwata. So if you need to go over there to hear him say anything like that, like I said, I'll do my respects to Iwata in the next cast. I think 2 weeks from now, because I'm not gonna change. I can't change what I was gonna do anyway. So, but anyway, let's get back into questions again. Sorry about that. Question and answers. Okay, Anderson Archella asks, whatever happened to let's agree to disagree? Again, I don't know. That's something that gamers can't. Again, I've seen so many people look at stuff, and if like I said, if you can prove me facts, and if you prove me facts that I cannot dispute, then I'll be all right. Even if we argue about certain things, I could say, okay, you know what? Yeah, we argue about certain things, but you know what? This is this way. This is this way. And like I said, Maurice Charles is a good example of that when it comes to me and him. He said, well, I wish third parties could do this. I wish Nintendo could do this. I say, yeah, but the business is not there. The groups are not there. The money's not there. And he's like, okay, yeah, but then it can't work without the money. The money can't work without doing certain things. So, I wish people can agree to disagree. But again, a lot of people they can't do that. Anderson, if you could find a group of gamers that could do that, those are the people you should hang around with the most. If you can't, even if you disagree with them, because again, I've disagreed with a couple of my subs and some of the stuff, but we don't come to blows to arguments. But some people just like to get ignorant, straight up ignorant about things, and it's just crazy. So, you have a next question right here. So let me ask this question. Were people positive in the past, growing up from the 4th generation to now? It seems that way. Although looking in, it might have not been. How to answer that question? That one, I have to be, again, it's one of those personal things. In the because of where I grew up at, we had a PlayStation. I had no PlayStation. My mistake. We were poor. Then I moved to a U.S. I could tell you that I moved to St. Thomas, which is U.S. Virgin Islands. Still poor. But my next door neighbor had a system opposite to me, and the neighbor downstairs had a system opposite to me. So like when I had an NES, let me put this. Let me make sure. I had an NES, and then he had an NES. We were both on the same level. Let me make that straight. He was the same level. Then my friend got a Super Nintendo. I got a Genesis. We went back and forth. We played games. Never argued. You had this game. I had this game. It was fun. We played it. My other friend, he got himself a PlayStation. We went over there and played PlayStation games like Alpha and Ballerina Toshienden, Crash Bandicoot. Had no problems with that. Then you had my friend who had the Super Nintendo. He got himself a Sega Saturn. I got myself a 64. My other friend got a 64. We played games. Now, of course, until 64 was the first console I had the 4 plugs. So that was the console we played the most when I was in my teenage years, because we played NBA Jam Hang Time, Snowboard Kids 1 and 2, Mario Kart, NWO versus NWC, No Mercy, WrestleMania 2000, and of course, when Smash Brothers came out, it was over. It was done. We were Smash Brothers in it until we graduated from high school. and we killed that game nonstop. But we played other games as well. We still played Street Fighter again for the, when he had a PlayStation, and then my friend got a Sega Dreamcast, and we played Power Stone, and that was fun as well. We played Power Stone and Marvel vs. Capcom. We played games. We never argued about that stuff. That is my experience, and I've talked to many gamers now, and that was their experience. So to your experience might be different. It could have been people. It still had a console of Sega Kid and Sega Kid, because you listen to IGN and podcasts and game trailers and stuff. You heard when Greg said that kind of stuff, or Greg Miller, or all those other guys. All those other guys. That's what they said. So it depends on your neighborhood. And you still had a Game Boy versus Game Gear and everything. So you had battles, but I don't think it was that ferocious. I think the internet amplified it to 100-folds. That's what I think happened. It multiplied 100-folds, made it such a big how should I say? Just made it so big, so hot, hit that people right now, like I said, now it's you got an empty drum, an open mic, and you can spew more trash. And again, because of the internet, you find more people that think like you. You are proven that you are right. And sometimes there are people out there who are wrong, strongly wrong, dead wrong, but because they have a bunch of yes men behind them, they have the power to shout you down, even though they're ignorant, stupid, and idiotic. So again, it depends on how stuff like that works out. Next question is by Dr. Feelgood. And I know by now he might be on his Gamers at Large. I don't, whatever with those guys. But have you purchased any bad games? Or have you purchased any bad game experiences lately? No. Next question. I mean, no. That's why I said many times, I don't buy bad game. I don't buy bad experience. The last game I bought that I thought was and I had a bad taste in my mouth was Shadow the Hedgehog 2001. I might get the year wrong, whatever, but Shadow the Hedgehog. That game was not the way I thought it was supposed to be, and I returned it. I got my money back, but I just could. That's the only game I returned. Every other game I have purchased, I have enjoyed, including the games that, like I said, when I was talking to my boy Black Bear last night, I was telling him, we were talking about how the shooters and everything. He loved Call of Duty, he loves shooters and stuff. The funny thing is, all you guys who love shooters and stuff, you stick to the stagnant part of shooters. Doesn't mean Call of Duty is bad. Doesn't mean Halo is bad. Gears of War and all that stuff. Don't mean those games are bad. The problem I'm trying to say is the ones that was innovative, that showed difference, didn't sell that well. It didn't take off. Sunset Overdrive. Something different on a shooter console. Shooter sold 1 million. Vanquish, Platinum Games, awesome game. Played it, love that game. Shooter sold 1 million. Red Steel 2, a game I worked on to have full disclosure. No game could do what Red Steel 2 did with a nunchuck remote. Awesome, innovative game. Nobody went out there and like I said, nobody went out and buy that game, put it to where it's supposed to be. These innovative games that in the same genre shooter, nobody wants that. They just want to headshot, camp, reload, be realistic. Don't want to do color. Oh no, it's got color in it. No. Again, I'm not throwing shade at those other other games. They're good in their own right. They're the biggest franchise. So who am I to say anything about it? They got billions of fans out there who will buy their game every single day. So it is that. But it's sad that people go in with the stagnation and say this is pretty good, but nothing inventive has changed, has said anything. Those games that list off right there are games I think gamers should play. Even if you don't like it, at least test them out and see, wow, this is cool. Because it's the Red Steel. No, the mechanics of that game, nobody can duplicate. That thing is awesome. That is so awesome. Damn, you even have like Zombie U. Should be a game that sold pretty well. It made money, but Ubisoft didn't pump in a lot of promotion to it, and of course the way that Ubisoft did it was kind of messed up. If they put the polish to it like they're supposed to, they should. But with the like I said, with the gamepad, That was an awesome game as well too. These are these they the popularity concept is basically overshadowing a lot of games that should be played. I'm not saying it is a must buy, but should be looked at. And that's something with the stagnation that people, a lot of people don't see. And the funny thing is, a lot of fake Nintendo fans and fans themselves, they ask for those same thing. Oh, I want more third parties. For that, you bought a Nintendo Wii U for Nintendo's games. I buy PlayStation 4 for PlayStation 4 games and blah blah blah. But again, if you wanna, it's your choice, your money. You do what you want to do. It's sad to see how gamers are right now, but they, as long as it show respect to certain things, that's all it is. I mean, I don't know. It's just crazy. So, I mean, but to answer your question, Dr. Feelgood, yep, that is. I have never bought. I ain't bought no bad games lately. For anybody out there, again, if you I mean, if you're not trying to keep up with the news and you're listening right now, again, the question app is open. You can put some more questions in there. Like I said, I'm taking questions from my Google Hangout, from my video that I put up to get people up there, and also from my Gmail. So. Just see, basically, I'm seeing everybody on Google Plus right now is respecting Iwata, which is a good thing. I'm happy to see everybody is throwing respects for him. It's a sad day, really, and like I said, let's see what the future beholds. I hope after even talking to Bill Trennan yesterday. This is it's just like you was just like, oh man, I got a chance to talk to somebody cool up in Nintendo, Bill Trennan, and then to hear this, like, that was like a high and a low. It's just like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Because we trying to set up we're supposed to go to an event set up by Nintendo. I've been invited to go to go to it, and wow, this is really rough. But anyway, let's keep on. Like I say, I have questions. If you have any questions you want to ask me, the question app is open. Keep it coming. Let me see. I'll choose the next question right here. Well, basically from Dr. Feelgood again. Why do you think those bitching about the lack of voice chat in Splatoon actually purchased the game at launch? The simple reason is it's fun. It is a fun game. Like I said, when it comes to shooters, from my perspective, I got into the Doom, I got into the Wolfensteins and all this stuff. I played those on PC back in the old days, and it was cool at the time in a way. But when I'm like genuflecting, when I'm looking back at it now, it didn't pull my interest. 007 pulled my interest. That's the next game I forgot about that. Those two games are gonna bring right now. Those are also two games that I played on my 64 that we was killing it with, which I loved it too. That's why I say Nintendo 64 now, as the game, as the friendship that I had evolved around it, is my second best console. We use my best because of the gaming library. I'm stunned by it, and also I go play backwards compatibility with my Wii games. But 007, I had bunches of fun with 007, and then with my friends, and then Perfect Dark was basically a 007 clone. But the thing that made Perfect Dark to me better is the guns, the Cyclone gun, the laptop gun, the Farsight gun to shoot through the walls. Those innovative guns, it made that game come together. The map, you could have 4 people going against each other. It was awesome at that time. I love that. I mean, the team matches you had team matches before. A lot of people had those team matches on PC and everything to a point. I like that. I mean, local wise, I should say. Let me put it that way. And I like that. That was pretty cool. Capture the areas. Oh man, that game was fun. That game was super fun. Then I got into the Call of Duties and all that stuff, and I'll give a notable shout out to Modern Warfare. I like Modern Warfare. I like Modern Warfare 3. Black Ops was good. Black Ops 2 I liked. Going like he couldn't go into like Poppy 2K when he had. I was talking to him yesterday. We were talking about the frame rate. I didn't have no frame rate issues with Black Ops 2. So again, I don't know if he had a bad burn or nothing, but my game was running smoothly. Black Ops 2, and I had fun with it. Ghost, nah, no. But though in the Call of Duty franchises, those are the games I like. But then, of course, Metroid Prime took it to another level. And when Metroid Prime 3 came out with the nunchuck, my God, that made me think this is the most awesome thing ever. Resident Evil 4 was the next great game. It was a horror game. I like the remote and nunchuck just elevate you into this cool gamosphere that I loved. It was just so cool to play these things. Of course, I gotta put out again Red Steel 2. When I played that, I felt the love in it. Then again, Vanquish. I'll be honest. I put the settings of Vanquish on low because I am not a dual stick gamer. I know my faults. I can't dual stick. I played Halo. I finished Halo 1 and 2, but again, on low stick because I don't have the coordination to do that. I have coordination to do many other things, but the dual stick thing is not my preferred way of playing a shooter. That's why I like what Splatoon did, which is pretty cool with the whole gyroscope. That is so awesome. Love the gyroscope. And right now, Splatoon is one of the biggest selling shooters in Japan. A genre that doesn't break in that much over there, and it's doing very well right now. That's good. But the reason people like it, like you said, is because they don't want to feel left out. They see other people having fun. I'm seeing other people having fun with Batman Arkham Knight. Doesn't mean that I have to go out there and get it right now. But some people, that's how you see some people, man. They just they just have to be the it kid. They have to be the it person to make all these games and say, I play this game day one and everything. Whatever. That don't amuse me, but it amuse people. And I know actually the people who bought it have again. I've seen the people who shouted the most on the top of the towers about this game need voice chat. I've seen them use voice chat, and they still lose. Sometimes they get destroyed because the Splatoon is not that kind of game. It's not that kind of game that's set up like people think it is. But people want to go that going that route. So I don't know. It's just crazy how people think that. So that answer your question, Dr. Feelgood. Of course, I mean, I don't know if he's still listening right now. He might be doing other videos or whatever. What's up, King? And I know you jumped in first. I'm basically going to the reverse order, King and Pachi, with the questions right now. Yeah, you see it? Yeah, right now my sister just walked in. Yeah, I know. It's sad, ain't it?
I want to cry.
I know. It's tough. It is rough. Oh man. It is. You know what? This NCAS is gonna change it to something else right now because I really do want to give respects to Iwata for what he has done. It's that you have your computer, right?
Yeah.
You could jump in. Hey, Micah, if you're listening, I'm gonna try to invite you in. So I don't see no more questions in the question app itself. I might have some other questions I didn't answer, but I just want to give my respects to Iwata. So I'm gonna send you the link.
I don't feel like it.
Oh, you don't feel like it?
No.
Okay. Well,
I give my respects too.
You give your respects?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is sad.
I just can't.
It is sad. Yeah, like I said, when I had a double, like I said, I had to make sure I had to go to the.
I checked too. I did my research.
Oh, you did to the Nintendo page?
Yeah, I saw it on Instagram. Like, is this a joke?
Yeah, because they always do that. So I went to that's what I did too, and I showed it on the NCAS right now that how to get the information. I went straight to the IR page on Nintendo, and they had it right there. I was like, man.
There's still people who are being told dicks about it.
They're being making jokes.
Well, yeah. I'm looking at different pages, and there's comments where they're most likely talking about the NX and maybe Nintendo can be greater now.
I don't understand. That's humanity. Humanity is the most despicable creature on this planet is humans. Yeah, cause remember. Sorry, I didn't mean. I'm trying to type to get double M in if I can. Yeah, it is sad. All right, double M. If you're still listening, I just send you the invite.
Yeah.
King, anybody else want to join in now? Like I said, I could turn in. I could I could send you guys invite because like I said the question and answer part is done. Like I said, Purge Week is this week. Like I said, you go to the Endure channel. I'm gonna be forcing out a lot of videos. Put your comments on there. Check it out. Um, see what's coming up. See how it's going on with it. I would love to hear your comments on the videos. And just like as my sister just came in, she was talking about it. It's funny. People are now. The man just passed away, and people still talking, throwing shade, and being so negative. Now the NX gonna be more better now that Iwata's dead. What? How? This is the part of humans I don't understand, and I detest humans for that reason. How can you look at that and just throw stuff and say stuff like that? That is the what do you call it? That is the elitist part of gamers I don't like, the narcissistic prick part of people that they would say such a horrible thing after a man just passed away. God, I hate humans. I hate humans so much. Jeez. What up, Micah?
Not much, man. I just saw the news not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean, same thing here too, man. It blowed up on my thing, and then of course I went, like I just showed people. I went to the Nintendo's page itself. I had to go to my true source. I'm not going to IGN or nothing like that. I'm done with news sources like that. I want to go to the source itself. And they had it, like I said, I shared it with people. You know, if anybody watching, I shared it, showing where to get the information, and also show the death the certificate from Nintendo itself on their page, which was kind of sad. And like I said, Katie just walked in. I asked her to jump in, but she said she don't want to do it because she's like kind of.
You know, the sad thing is, ever since he kind of like had the operation, I've been like a bit concerned.
Yeah, me too.
But I didn't think it was. I didn't think that anything really bad was going to happen anytime soon.
I know, man. It stuns me. It stuns me. I was surprised by that. Like I said, when I saw all the stuff pop up on my Google Plus, I was like, okay, you know what? Let me double check because I don't carry my phone with me. I bet you can. Like I said, my friend Kenji, I know he email text me a long time ago, whatever. But I don't bring my phone in my music room because I just don't want it to interrupt the mic since I have a loud mic. But yeah, and I saw that stuff.
I just heard earlier about what Katie was saying as well. That's
yeah. Because the reason I'm saying that because I told you this and I told Katie that too. Is like the Yamamuchi's, and you know that too. You know that Yamamuchi's plan of having those three guys to balance out the shareholders, and it's kind of rough now because with all these fake Nintendo fans throwing all their videos and stupid and giving the shareholders more power now. I hope the shareholders don't take full power over Nintendo and run it into the ground. I hope not. I really hope not. Because these gamers don't know nothing they're talking about, and it's just this. And like I said, to see what Katie just said and how despicable people can be, man, it's
disgusting. It is actually disgusting. Like, the man may not have been perfect, but
nobody is.
But he did his best to make sure that everyone was provided with a great gaming experience. There's no broken games, none of this bull crap, none of this overpriced DLC that you see in the industry and things like that. Games that stray from the norm, all the things that people ask for. And even in death, they're still giving the man headache. Like, fucking morons, man. I ain't got nothing to say to these so-called gamers out here. They're not gamers.
Nah,
they're a bunch of bitches crying and whining. That's all they are, man.
But they're not even gamers. Like you said, they're not gamers. It's not that they're not gamers. They're not even humans because they don't have decency, man. I mean, how the hell you can live your life like that? I can't live my life that disrespectful. I can't do that. I can't disrespect people like that. That is, oh man. And like I said, it was a shock. You said you're right. I had my concerns as well, but it was a shock to see pop up like Iwata passed away. I'm like I say, he was 55 years old. Like,
he was still quite young.
Yeah, man. Nobody knows what tomorrow holds, man. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
That is that is crazy.
Do you think they're gonna appoint any CEO? Or
Well, right now, as you saw, did you saw when I put up the share screen?
mm-mm.
Okay, let me do that for you again and show you. Like I say, hey, once again, people, this is how you get your information. They're gonna put up a CEO, but we don't know. I don't know if he's gonna be a full. Right now, he's acting. You know what I mean? He's acting right now. Let me put it. Let me try to get it back again, so you could see. So you could see it, and you can read it. And you can read it for yourself, of course.
I wonder if they'll make the president of Nintendo Europe the acting CEO.
I don't. Well, I don't
He's
know.
Japanese as well.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see.
He's
Nintendo investment pages. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let me see. Okay, you can see my screen.
mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me a second right here. Dang it. I'm trying to get back to. Okay, so this is where right here is the information right here. The notification of death. But right now it looks like the Gen Takeda is taking over for now.
Takeda, isn't he the guy who deals with like hardware and stuff?
Yeah, he's R&D.
Okay, well that's not a bad choice.
Yeah, for now, but he's just as an acting person because, yeah. Well, I mean that's what it was. So I'll tell you what.
And at least Miyamoto's getting some level of controlling as well.
Well, he's still Miyamoto's still head of EAD. So I mean that has not changed from since 2002. I don't know in this right now they have not changed Miyamoto's position yet.
Okay.
Which I won't be surprised because, like I said, people like Takeda, Miyamoto, Iwata, those guys were like cool, like they know each other, like just like how if me and you were like whatever. So right now, I don't even think they're talking stuff. I bet you right now they're at the family, they're at the funeral, they're at the wake. So right now, let's just let things settle down and see what's going on first. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. So let's just let that be. Yeah, let's just let it be. But right now, it looks like right now, Genyo Takeda is taking over for now as a representative for the director spot. So let's see how that works out. So I mean, and here you go. This is why I get this again. This is the people who are watching it right now. If you've seen the screen, this is where I get my information from when it comes to Nintendo. If I need sales, I need financial, all that stuff, right here. Facts. Because I want to know, because like Katie said when she came in, she like, because we know they had the same thing with Jackie Chan and all these fake debts. So I want to make. I said before when I saw the news, I'm like, you know what? Let me go straight to Nintendo and see what's going on. So this is 100% proof. It's sad to hear it. Like I said,
I'm in total shock, man. I'm still.
You know what? It's funny. You know what's funny? And I'm not funny like funny, haha, like honest, funny.
I find this more shocking than when Yamauchi died because Yamauchi was like 85.
Yeah. That one didn't shock me. Like I said, yeah, and he's 55. What surprised me the most in this one was with Iwata, rest in peace and everything. But it's like these guys made consoles, made games for us as gamers that we feel somehow, even though we never met, like I said, I never met Iwata in real life, but I feel like I know him still. You know what I mean?
Well, he knew how to speak to gamers, like real gamers, not these idiots that we have today.
I know.
I mean, the man. I respected the man a lot for his business morals more than anything. Not even just in terms of gaming, but just his business morals in general. I mean, the man would, make if Nintendo performed badly for that year, unlike most companies, where their CEOs, just because their CEOs want to keep the money they make, instead what they do is they fire other people. They fire workers on the ground, and it's really no fault of their own. They just was working with a bad business plan. Iwata, on the other hand, he actually takes responsibility, and him and management take pay cuts just so people can keep their jobs. Like, you gotta respect things like that. Just from, not even just looking at it from a gaming perspective, just from a, like you said, a humane perspective. Like,
yeah, that's what it is. And then he didn't want to, like,
he cared more about the fact that his workers had families to feed than he cared about his own pocket.
I can't argue with that, because you're right. Because when people was doing the whole argument with the whole amiibos and stuff, and they wanted to ramp up production, when people was like, okay, let's ramp up production, he's like, okay, how much more factories we gotta ramp up? Because I don't want to hire all these people. Then when the demand drops off, let them off again. I don't want to get their hopes up too much to think this is a thing. I want it to be I want this to be a full-fledged production contract. And that's what he did. But other people would be like, oh, let's just do this, get this up, hire people to work 3 months, then fire them, temp job. Okay, but then, he wanted to make sure that people eat food from Nintendo. They get food from Nintendo for a long, long time, other than just, a piece of bread and cheese. just just to get by second by second. Nah, man, get your livelihood up. So it was these are things that he's done that many people, of course, just again, one things I said, many people just don't see that. His it's like I said, it is crazy to see how fast this has changed. Like I said, I like do, like I said, for us who like gaming, I hope this is not a blow against the bubble, like we were talking about, how the bubble's gonna pop. I really hope not. I really hope not. This is not one of them I was talking about, but this can help drop that burst that gaming bubble more quicker now. He was so influential.
It's like Triforce said, Nintendo. If Nintendo were to fall, they would literally destroy the entire ecosystem for the gaming world, and I believe that was what would happen.
Well, yeah, because they don't have a standard to. Here's that standard that everybody's asking for, which is funny. We always start this bullcrap about, oh, Nintendo you need to keep up with the standard. How about, again, my standard has always been this. How about I get a freaking game that works? And that was one of Nintendo's best. That's what Nintendo has and always will be their best standard. That's a standard you should ask your other companies to do. Your EA, your Ubisoft, your PlayStation Studios, your Xbox Studios. A freaking standard of when I buy the game is not a piece of trash. And that's one thing Yamamuchi stand for. That's why he had an iron fist when he was back in the NES days. Again, I understand how when PlayStation got out and third-party developers wanted to get more ideas, and it's cool. But
I understand why Nintendo did what they did at the time. They didn't really have a choice.
Well, but let's talk about what I talked to about Poppy 2K yesterday about. We talked about, it's funny, the NES has made all these companies making gaming as it is to this day. And look at all these companies except for Nintendo has not fallen from that spot. Popularity-wise, yeah, but money-wise, no. Because without the NES, Kenji Inafune would not do Mega Man. And Capcom wouldn't be taken to where it's supposed to be.
Square wouldn't even be alive today.
Because Final Fantasy was that's why he named it Final Fantasy, because it was the last game. It was gonna okay, well, let's put this up and look what it is now. 15 years ago, yeah, Final Fantasy 15. That Final Fantasy is supposed to be the last game from Square.
And you look now that a lot of these Japanese companies, the 3DS is what's keeping them alive.
Yeah, because look at Konami. Okay, Kojima, he wanted to do movies. He got into this thing to do games. That's why he helped Konami do what he's supposed to do. And look at this. Konami and Kojima, and look at all these developers who made their company big as they are, not with their company no more. Kojima's not there. Kojima's not there with Konami. Inafune is not there with Capcom. Shinji Mikami is not with Capcom. Hideki is not with Capcom. Even the one who's doing Devil's Third, he's not with Team Ninja and Namco no more. All these guys who made their games on the NES, and those companies made their name brand, their name. Even without Nintendo, hell, Rare wouldn't. All these people talk for Xbox about the Rare. Rare was a computer game company that made computer games, but it didn't take off until they made Donkey Kong on the Super Nintendo. all these things stand up right now. Look at all look at all the major people. Look at freaking Koji Kondo. He still works for Nintendo. Shigeru still works for Nintendo. Sakurai still works for Nintendo. All these guys, Anuma, all these people still work for Nintendo from those days on, and and they're still there. They're still happy. They're still talking, but the other people are having problems. So yeah, like you said, M is just in my case that's the standard. That's the only standard I ask for anybody right there. I want to get my game and play it. And Yamamuchi made sure when we have when we're going to sell you these cartridges, I want to make sure this game works great. And that was his seal, and that's when you get that seal of approval. And it meant something back then. But gamers now, like you say, gamers now don't appreciate stuff from the past, so they just
It's not even just that. In this day and time, my standard is that, every third party and every first party company should be able to make games on the level of at least close to a level of quality that Nintendo makes games, because they've had them as an example to look up to for how many years now. And granted, they've made some great games, but now it just seems like everything's declining.
That's why I'm talking about the gaming bubble.
When I get a Legend of Zelda game, that standard of Legend of Zelda game is as good as the first one I played, if not better. When I get a Mario game, same thing. Metroid game, same thing. All of these games, same thing. I'm going to get that right now with the new Star Fox. That game is bad.
Yep.
I can't wait to get that game. But yeah, and I don't see why third parties and first parties have not been able. Sony once met that level of standard with some of the games they brought out, and they've just declined over time. There were some third party companies who had games at that level of standard, and they've declined. So to me, that should be the standard. Like the standard should be that whoever makes the best games, that's the level we want to try to achieve ourselves. That should be a standard, in my opinion.
I know, right?
Not fucking features, man.
Yeah, it is.
When you've got some, like, I don't know why people are complaining about features. If you have a smartphone with Android or iOS on it, you can go on Google Plus and just call people. It's that easy.
It is that easy.
Freaking easy. You're going on these people are going on like they're living in a time of difficulty. They just handicap themselves and make themselves dependent on these dumbass features that they could run better on their smartphone or their computer.
Well, like I said, man, it's what's going on. People just
some lazy dumbass and spoke fucks, man.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. It is.
You can freaking go on Google Plus on your phone, and you're complaining about fucking voice chat, please. Voice chat has been in the PC for much longer than consoles can comprehend, and nobody is complaining. In fact, a lot of times people didn't even use the voice chat. They just did text-based typing. For them, it was easier.
Well, that's how things going on with that stuff, man.
Voice chat was mostly a thing for MMOs back then.
Well, like I said, I have no problem with it. Like I said, I don't even answer some questions, of course, in the voice chat, and the question ain't part of this whole thing. So, like I said, my point that I look at it was people who ask for voice chat in Splatoon, I see their videos and it still got bodied, man. It still got wrecked. So this game didn't need. It wasn't needed for this game.
They spend too much time doing all trying to be keyboard warriors and everything like that, and they don't spend no time refining themselves at their games. That's why they're shit.
I hear you, man. Yo, timeout. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, man. Yeah, thanks for joining in, man. Basically, this has turned now into a next. Basically, it's a double cast now because it was question and answers only, and I was gonna lock it up, but then I was like, when I saw the news too, I was like, oh man, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Man. All I'm saying is, and any fanboys talking shit right now, they're getting roasted.
Oh yeah, they're going to be the first on the hit list. But no, when you first started talking about it, I didn't really know what you were talking about. So hold on, let me check this. I was like, what's he talking about? Because I was listening to the podcast, but I was also watching TV. So I'm like, okay. So I paused the TV. What's he talking about? And then I was like, wait a minute, don't tell me what he's talking about. I was like, oh shoot, check it out. And then it's his dad. I was like, oh, not expecting that.
Nobody expected that, man.
Yeah, nobody expected.
Yeah.
But I think Nintendo, as the I think they knew something was up. So I think they knew.
Well, yeah, I mean, but you see, the thing is, when Iwata said he wasn't gonna make it to the last two E3s, everybody's like, "Oh, he's running away from his fans." I'm like, he has a procedure that is no, I'll bet you half. I ain't gonna say because again, humans are detestable creatures in my mind.
Yeah.
But I bet you half of the people who said horrible stuff last year and this year saying about he's running away from the fans, they were like, "Damn, this was serious. Shit, I should have never said that."
Yeah, I mean,
that's something you
should automatically know when somebody's sick. I mean, it's just, come on now, Mitch. I mean, come on,
No,
that don't make no sense. I mean, it don't make sense for people to go crazy like that. I mean,
but you heard it when.
And the thing is, the sad thing is, there's a bunch of people who don't even know what they're talking about.
Well, yeah, but then I mean, come on, guys, you heard it when let's go back to last year when they had to do the surgery. Everybody was saying, "Oh, Iwata don't want to come to E3 because Nintendo ain't got nothing to show off." Blah blah. Remember hearing all that stuff?
Yeah.
And you heard it again this year. And then when the E3 was bad this year, for the digital event was bad, everybody was like, "Oh man!" Of course, remember all the stupid people, fire Iwata, fire Reggie, fire this because they don't know all that stuff. These humans, like I said, they're not gamers. I don't like you said, Mike. I can't.
Not even gamers. Not even gamers. They're not people. They're just stupid. They're stupid.
Yeah.
They're not even humans. They're just stupid.
Nah.
I mean, that's why I think Nintendo knew all along that, not all along, but maybe recently or even more recently, that he was
to be honest,
not going to make it.
from time he had to go hospital and he came out and he lost weight, like I knew that this wasn't going to be something. Yeah. I knew it wasn't.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Before.
I was worried from that point. Put it like that.
Yeah.
When he started losing weight, I was worried. I was like, because there was one direct where his eyes were looking kind of, like one looked like it was higher than the other. I was like, something doesn't look right, but I was okay. Maybe it's just they didn't say nothing, but it's private information.
Because a similar thing. Because basically, when I was working in catering, a similar thing. Like one of the managers that I was working one of the restaurants I used to work in, one of the managers, he had lung cancer and he was in hospital for quite a while. And when he came back, like similar thing, he lost a lot of weight. He wasn't looking too well and things like that. I mean, Iwata wasn't looking too bad considering how much weight he lost, but it still looks quite worrying.
Yeah, I mean, it happened to somebody I knew. Same exact thing. They got skinny, and then I didn't know, like, that's the way. I was like, oh, man, it's all of a sudden, but like, it happens. But people, this is the people who go, like you say, that are. Think they know everything. It's ridiculous. It's dumb. It's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm looking at this stuff, and I guess like some people who I know who are cool. Like I said, they are right. The directs won't be the same because that basically was his thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they were supposed to have a direct coming up soon. I mean, oh man, I don't know if they recorded it before or nothing, but I don't know. It's kind of sad. I have to say, at least some of the people I know, I normally see who are jerks and assholes at least they're paying respects the right way. I'm happy that at least they got a sliver of heart in them.
And you know what? I went to IGN and I didn't
Well,
really see no bad comments.
this is the thing with like the guys on these guys on YouTube. You know, then they haven't got bad intentions. They just don't. They just got a bad attitude about how they go about things. So they're not, you know, they're not. You can obviously tell they're not bad people or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's just their attitude of how they go about certain things. That's all. It attracts the. It's not so much. It's not so much them. It's the attention that they attract.
And it's what they try to keep as well. Like they try to keep their fan base, so they want to keep doing what they've been doing.
Mm-hmm.
They know it succeeds. They know it succeeds. They know it gets them views, so they want to keep that going. So that's what it is. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, as I said, I mean, just to put a little perspective on this for people out there who need to know. You know, like I said, he basically helped after graduating from the university. Iwata basically helped HAL Laboratories to get their name recognition as it is with Sakurai and him and everything else. Like put it up there. I mean, the first game he worked on was Balloon Fight, and then he worked with Earthbound and Kirby. And everybody know. I mean, like I said, Kirby was like, oh man. I mean, I remember playing the first Kirby, and I liked it. Simple, but it was a good game. But because Kirby helped propel HAL Laboratories into a mainstream, which is good.
Well, to me, Kirby's the best platformer Nintendo has.
I'll let Kirby. Excuse me.
Kirby, to me, Kirby's the best platformer they have. Like, I mean, to me, I think like Nintendo, everyone praises Mario for being the #1 platformer. To me, Mario is great, but it's not the best. Like he's just the most. He's the most iconic. I mean, well, 3D games are in a league of their own. But I mean, more like the 2D platformers. To me, Donkey Kong's the better platformer. Yoshi Islands are the better platform. I mean, Yoshi Island games, like they're brilliant. And Kirby to me is one of the best, but they're more niche. That's the only thing. Whereas Mario has more mass appeal.
Yep. Well, like I said, I mean, for me, but you see, Mario has mass appeal, but also one thing that the other games you just said don't have that Mario did have. Once they start working with the jumping physics, is it has a fluidity with Mario when it comes to platforming. You could do a double, triple jump and all that stuff. In the 2D versions, you could still do. That's pretty cool. But like I said, it's to each their own. But Kirby was a great game. Like I said, that's the game that helped propel. Well, excuse
the
me.
first Kirby's Adventure is still one of the best games ever.
Yeah, it is, and I have that. I have it on my 3DS. I downloaded it. And I have it on my 3DS.
I have it on my Wii U.
I got it on my Wii U.
But I got it for 30 pence. The trial thing. Virtual console trial, and I got the game for 30 pence. I mean, come on, a full-fledged game for like 30 pence. Like, who does that?
I know, but it is, it is what it is. That like I say, he stand out doing this.
I don't know how people can complain about Nintendo when they release 7 games for like 30 pence.
I know, right? And these are not like little games. These are like one of the top tier games of all time.
I know. I mean, you even got like Super Metroid as well, and you got like the original Punch Out and Balloon Fight, which I got surprisingly addicted to. Especially when I saw that one at the Nintendo World Championships, we have to go the distance. And I didn't know about this mode. Went onto it and then I got obsessed.
Yeah. But it did do it did show out that
I think I only missed out one game, which was the Yoshi game.
Oh well, I mean, some of the Yoshi games had its own. It
was like a Yoshi Tetris kind of game.
Oh yeah. The cookie.
Yeah. I wasn't really feeling that, to be honest, so I just left it.
Yoshi's Cookie, yep. It was. I mean, like I said, it was one of the. Like I said, Kirby was one of the things that Iwata started on and kind of helped. It helped HAL Studios to be what it is, and of course, Yamamuchi now look at things and said, okay, you know what? back in 2002, in 2000, he was like, okay, let's get this together. Let's see what this guy is about. He knows his games. You've seen when he's done with Sakurai. He's seen when he's done work with Shigeru Miyamoto and Takeda. He said, okay, you know what? This guy is the best guy. Let's put him in charge. And in charge. So when Yamauchi retired in 2002, hey, Iwata is like, he made Iwata the 4th president of Nintendo. And here's the thing. Iwata was not a part of his family lineage, because that's how Nintendo passed on the bat through family members. So that's how much respect. This is how much respect Iwata Yamauchi had for. This is how has respect for Iwata, because he showed him something that to make him say, you know what, you're not my son. But I want you to take over my company. I trust you with a company that's been around for hundreds of years. You know what I mean? I can't. That's mad respect.
Boy, that's 3 of the giant 4 gone.
Yep.
Yokoi, Yamauchi, and Iwata.
I mean, you're right, because for me, let me see. Like I said, for me, I wish I could meet Gunpei Yokoi, being that I'm a Metroid fan to the fullest. I kind of wish I could meet him, but things didn't happen. He passed away in an accident, so yeah, it was kind of sad.
Because to me, the big 4 at Nintendo are always Yamauchi. I mean, obviously everyone has a big role they play there.
Yeah.
But to me, it was Yamauchi, Yokoi, Iwata, and Miyamoto.
Yep, but then you come out, then you take over the fledglings from Kyusuke and Inuma and Sakurai, and I mean those are the second breed of guys, Yeah, so it's just one of those things where you're like, okay, this is good, this is cool that he did this, and sad to see him pass away, of course. But like I said, it's happy to see people not acting jerkish now. There are still people out there, like I said, when Katie walked in the room and she said what she said. Yeah, there's still some jackasses out there who just jerks.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Well, like I said, it's human.
Yeah, but I'll say this though. I went to IGN and I didn't.
For all I care.
I went to IGN
drown like the story of Narcissus.
I know. Go ahead, King.
Sorry.
Sorry, no problem. Like I said, I went to IGN and I didn't really see anybody making any crazy comments, so that was pretty decent to see right there. At least because IGN, let me check some of these sites. I just wanted to see. I was curious. So I went there and I was like, okay. And nobody was really being there was like one comment got deleted, and I'm guessing he probably said something,
Yeah, I think this is the comment that Katie may have been talking about. It says, I do respect him and it's sad, however, maybe this shakeup will help Nintendo in the long run.
Yeah, maybe that might have been it.
No, but that's not what she said. What she said is not. I hope the NX will be a better console now. That's what the comment she saw.
Okay. Well, I didn't get to see it because it was deleted by the time I got there, so maybe
it. Yeah, but she don't hang around. I mean, she don't go to IGN and all the other stuff like you just said. This is from like a Facebook or some Tumblr or something like that. Like.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah,
they must have said something worse then.
Oh, yeah, because they're not gonna delete it.
No, the which cause deleted it. The moderator deleted it, I guess.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. For IGN, even though IGN, Game Trailers, Polygon, all those guys I don't have respect for to a point, they know they're not going to do something. They're not going to do something that ignorant.
Yeah.
No, because they've got an image to keep up at the end of the day.
No, I mean in the comment section. Oh,
okay.
I'm saying in the comment section, I didn't really see nobody.
No, that's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm saying.
The moderators, they're gonna stop that.
Okay, yeah.
In those in spot and stuff like that, yeah. But like Tumblr is free range and on Twitter and all that stuff, hell no. That's free range. They don't give a damn.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care at all. They like I said, to see some of the stuff that people saying that. Oh man, it's just it's just crazy.
But you know what? Even then, I have to say, as long as they don't say, I mean, that's not good either. But I haven't seen nobody get too crazy. I haven't seen nobody say nothing bad at all. But like I mean like disgusting stuff. I haven't seen nothing disgusting yet, so I'm glad about that as well. So as long that's even though that was bad saying the NX thing that wasn't disgusting. I don't want to see nothing disgusting. That was bad, but at least they kept it. I don't want to say good because it wasn't good that they said it, but at least it wasn't disgusting or harsh. I mean that's where it gets ridiculous. And it's already there's no level of being good in that sense, but being disgusting is another level to me. There's levels, and that would just be too far. And I haven't seen none of that yet. I haven't even seen nothing of that small level of like when he said the dude said something about the NX. It was all good when I went to IGN just to check it out. It was pretty much all good, and I was okay. Maybe it's not now, I don't know, but it was when I checked about 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, like I said, I think IGN will what do you call it?
Blocking most of that stuff.
Yeah, because like I said, they have respect. I mean, Pierre would not put up with that shit. That IGN. Pierre Snyder would not put up with that shit. I know that for sure. He could be what he is, but he's not that that kind of person. And I don't know who runs game trailers no more now because everybody's been switching left and right. I know David for GameSpot he could be a prick too, but I don't think he's that devastated either. But like I said, they won't. It's just something that I wish gamers could not be dicks about some gamers, but like I said, you're gonna see it. It's gonna come, and you're gonna see it. And the thing that came about it is, we're gonna reflect now, but then I can guarantee when the next console comes out, there's gonna be more shade thrown again. Like I said, humans don't remember shit, so they're gonna say crap no matter what.
Yeah, you said they got short attention span. We say 6 seconds, something like that now.
It is.
They gonna forget about them all.
It's 7. It's 7. If you want me to be accurate, it's 7. They tested.
I think you're being generous.
Well, no,
when did they do these When they do these tests 20 years ago?
No, they did it this year, sir.
Are you sure?
It's already out of date. It's already out of date.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Pew Research and Microsoft did a test.
Check the chat for a sec. Check the group chat for a sec.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can, of course. Bring the man in. I have mad respect for homie. You got the link, right?
Yeah, I've given him the link.
Okay, yeah. This is mad respects, man. I have no problem with it because this has changed a lot of things. But again, like I said, I hope Yamauchi's plan don't fall apart. I hope.
Because he had a master plan.
That's what I'm saying. I hope it don't fall apart and people don't be, the shareholders start to get really greedy.
If things, if Nintendo knows what they're doing, I think this will make them stronger in the long run.
I hope so.
I think that they were this is my opinion or theory. I think that they had known this, so I think they were preparing for this. So I think they still have everything set up how they were going to do it, even with him expecting him to be gone. This is my thinking that they expected him to be gone. So I
doubt people at Nintendo. I doubt people at Nintendo are like close to Iwata and stuff. I doubt no one knew what was going on.
No, this is not to chime in like this, guys, but no, Nintendo knew from a while back because Iwata was had illness issues, and it should have been a cue to everyone when he could not show up to E3, and they had to use the whole Jim Henson Muppets thing to kind of give him his presence there while he was dealing with his illness. But that's how I see it.
Actually.
Well, I mean, like I said, I talked to my friend who's thanks for you to join in, Triforce. Like I said, my contact in Nintendo, like I said, I ain't walk with my phone. Like I said, I know he's blowing up like crazy because, like I said, he works in R&D Japan. But it's like I've said, it's like I think you're right. They had a noticing of something's gonna be happening. Kind of like what Micah said, the weight loss was like very rapid, and you're like, wow, something's not right. But you still, they have a contingency plan. Like I said, right now Takeda's taking over for now. But we don't know if
You see the way. All right. When I was told 2 months back that he had illness complications, but they were confident that he will be back on. Everything should be taken care of. He's strong enough to fight it, and whatever the issues are. You have to understand how Nintendo, for a private company that thinks at that level, they've already prepared for the worst case scenario. So this is not something that hits Nintendo or comes to Nintendo as a surprise. You have a lot of people online sitting there thinking, "Oh my goodness!" Like, this is what insurance policies are made for. Someone doesn't just die and then you randomly run around in the office with your head chopped off looking for someone to replace. It doesn't work like that. Not at that level of large corporations, especially when you start to show symptoms of illness. Like they take these things into consideration. So I'm sure Nintendo has somebody who's going to step up to the plate in Japan and take over the.
Well, like I said, Takeda's taking over for now. He's acting right now, and I don't know if but Takeda was the head of R&D. So I don't know. So far, from what I've seen for the IR page, they have not shuffled everything perfectly yet, but it still was sudden.
Well, Takeda hasn't failed in terms of the hardware R&D. He's always done very successful in that region. Since obviously the main thing with Nintendo is their hardware for their games. So, the main thing is obviously their games, but they make their hardware specifically for their games. So in a way, it kind of makes sense looking at it from that perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, like I said, we'll see what happens. I mean, we'll see because I don't know if their system is set up to vote somebody in. Being publicly traded, you might have to do that. I don't know. I don't know if that's how they set it up for Nintendo there. Because I said Yamamuchi passed on the torch to Iwata. He didn't vote him in. He passed it on to him.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that works out in that regard because Iwata was not. You can remember Yamauchi had the majority shares, so he could do what he wanted as a shareholder and as the CEO of Nintendo to pass it on. Iwata didn't have all the shares, so that's why every time, like 2 years ago when they had was it 2 years ago or last year? It was 2 years ago when it came up for the vote and people when confidence for the shareholders would drop down to 74% and they wanted to vote him out or whatever, but they voted him back in, which was good. Iwata is different from Yamauchi in that respect, but again, I don't know how this is going to work. Takeda right now is a capable guy. He knows software. He knows R&D, like you said, Micah. But I don't think he can run the company. And
no. I just mean that he was a good candidate for the acting one at the moment.
Okay. I got what you're saying. Okay,
it makes sense going from
I think he can. I think everyone is making this more than what it is not an impossible job. Iwata-san has left a very stable Nintendo for this man to run, and like you said, the man has done is. First of all, he's coming from a position of R&D. Who better to run the company than the people who are sitting behind the research and development aspect? That's the best part. It's just like with Nintendo of America. The reason why Nintendo of America is doing, no offense against Lincoln Howard, but Reggie crushes his resume easy because Reggie's been in marketing for who knows how many years since Jesus been walking the earth. So it was easy for him to steer the company into the direction that would help push Nintendo in a more marketable sphere versus the two mega competitions that they were having with Microsoft and Sony.
He is basically the face of Nintendo for the West.
Exactly.
Yeah, because Howard was clammed up. He didn't reach out to people and seem warm as a person to reach to. Reggie does.
He goes to his own launch parties, his own and
exactly. And
goes to the World Store and meets gamers and things like that.
Just to let you guys know, I'm streaming your stream at the same time. Just to let you guys know. So
that's cool. That's cool.
If I have any questions on my end from my viewers, I'll throw them in here.
That's cool, man. That's cool. I'm cool for that. That's I mean. Right now, we're just talking about the issue. Like I said, what's going on right now? Because as Micah knows me for being that I run my company and I got connections with Nintendo to have you who, of course, Triforce, who's in the mainstream itself too. I mean, we can answer these questions if you have, like you say, if your friend, anybody wants to put up answers, yeah, we got no problem with it. But like I said, we'll see what happens. The only reason, like I said, before you jumped in, Triforce, when we were saying that, it's just that I have seen what my friend Kenji was telling me how certain things was going on with the board meetings and the last couple of shared board meetings that he sometimes takes a part in to see how these certain gamers who get up in arms and just throw a lot of crap up. It's just like the, how should I say? It's just like America. When you don't give the person who have ill will to you ammo. And some of these guys did that. Some of these shareholders, because remember, shareholders don't care about nothing except for money. That's how I did my channel. I've seen shareholders just, if it ain't about money, they don't give a damn about it. They don't care about the gamers. And some of these shareholders, because
No, they don't. Microsoft may be pulling out. I read an article last night about the new guys that's coming in that don't like the Microsoft division for like the Xbox, and they want to get rid of it, the whole hardware section and everything.
Well, they've been saying that for the last 4 years.
But
now this guy's in charge now. Now he has the helm. They're getting rid of that CEO, and he's looking to just oust that entire department altogether. And it's bad because they're like, yeah, it's nice. He's sitting there and saying it's nice. It has a good following and everything, but it's not making the profits that they really believe it needs from an enterprising standpoint. And this pisses me off because someone showed me a picture. It was a meme. It showed Miyamoto and his net worth. I think it was 40 million. And then they showed someone else. The guy from Minecraft, and he was worth billions. And everyone was like, this is wrong. And I think human beings are disgusting because capitalism, and I'm not a fan of capitalism whatsoever, capitalism has really, really, okay, give me 1 second. Capitalism has really made us ill as people. I say this because human beings we are literally a disease. We are a virus. Something is wrong with our
Agent Smith.
Our species. No. And like it sounds like the woman who wrote The Matrix, that lady who wrote The Matrix knew what she was writing when she wrote this shit.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
every time I watch that movie, I'm learning something new. That's a movie you can watch over and over again and always learn something new.
And she's on point because there is something wrong with our species as a whole. And the reason why I say this is because a person makes $40 million a year, and people like that person, and they go, that's not fair. This person should be making billions like this other person. You cannot spend that money in your lifetime, providing that money keeps its value. But you cannot spend the money in your lifetime. You can't. And this entire capitalistic corporatocracy, I guess that's what they call it, these people create companies solely for the purpose, literally solely for the purpose. And this is sad. The only purpose these companies exist is to make profit, even at the death of the company, which makes no sense. It makes no sense. The law.
Anyone should know that in business, the best way to make money in business is to provide the right service. That's what your aim should be. Once you provide the right service to a people who are looking for that service, you will make money regardless.
In African culture states that business is to provide a service for payment to a client that maintains the life of the business. Profit does not maintain the life of not yet. No, well, I'm saying it wrong. I'm trying to get the whole line. What's the crap? When something keeps going, what do you call it? It's not aggregated.
Evergreen.
Something that just keeps growing.
Evergreen.
What you said?
Evergreen.
Like what's the evergreen?
Evergreen, yes. Evergreen profits is not, that does not keep your business alive. In fact, because it's an actual cancer, it's a sickness that will eventually kill your business. That's the whole purpose. The purpose of a business is, okay, if I'm running a bakery store, and like Micah said, and I create the best cheesecake in the world,
Oh my God.
grandma's secret recipe. She just makes a bomb ass cheesecake. Nobody else in the world can make. No one knows what it is. In fact, she put a patented ingredient in there, which if you took the cheesecake and put it under a microscope, you still can't find the ingredient. It's just some crazy shit she made, right? If she continues to keep serving that cheesecake at that value and at that service for the next 100 years, her business will be in business for the next 100 years, as she will profit well for a stable profit. It may not go far up, but it will never go down, and her business will continue to exist, and she will be okay. But in this capitalistic corporatocracy world, someone told me, he said, Triforce, you run a bad business with your team, EMP. So I said, why? Because the object of business is to, every year you must do better than the last year. So I said, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. That like that in its sense is ludicrous. They're like, nope, but that's the way business is done. I said, no, that's the way American business is done. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's not business all over the world. And there's like, yeah, but that's the most fluent. I said, that's bullshit. I said, because at somewhere America is going to have to, or someone put Evergreen. At some place, America is going to have to steal from someone in order to keep that profit margin to keep above the green mark. Mm-hmm. They have to steal from somewhere because resources are not infinite. And if you say, let's plunder America for every single motherfucking thing they have so that we can keep profit. After 500 years, profits, your resources gone. When your resources gone, how do you keep profit now? You got to go elsewhere.
And the saddest thing is, it's not these companies that keep capitalism going; it's people.
Exactly. And that's the sad part because
it's like for instance, it's like take diamonds for instance, you know, and this might come as a shocker to people.
Oh no, don't take diamonds. Don't take diamonds. Let's get more political. Take Gaddafi. Take Gaddafi for example. When Gaddafi said, all right, that's it. We're tired of this shit from the U.S. We're going to create a gold denier.
Yep.
Fuck the U.S. dollar. Oh, no, they got to kill that motherfucker now. He got to die because they just ousted the U.S. dollar. That means the U.S. would not have been. It's not that they said you would need more money to buy the oil. They said that without their currency, you can't buy oil.
Mm-hmm. Which would have weakened the American currency.
Weakened, that would have destroyed the entire empire. So they had to get rid of him. And they did a pretty good job getting some proxy dumbass motherfucker to do it so America doesn't get blamed for it. So that's some good shit. No, these are empire wars, imperial wars. You gotta. This is the world. Unfortunately, is like this.
The reason I say diamonds because I'm like talking from a consumer perspective. Like everyone rages and rants over diamonds and invest stupid amounts of money into them. People don't actually realize they're worthless.
Yeah,
diamonds are worthless.
They're worthless as shit. That's why the first amount of money I get, large amount of money I get, let me get $500,000. I'm going to Africa. I am going into Central Africa. Or up in Egypt, and I am investing in a solar farm. Fuck this bullshit. Motherfuckers can eat up all the fucking resources in the world. Take it. Africa is so smart. They're selling off all their resources, all their finite resources. They sell the gold, the copper, the tin, the diamonds, selling it all for infrastructure to build Africa up, and they are sitting out there building solar farms because when everybody runs out and these guys start throwing nukes at each other, there will only be one continent that will get energy. Best believe. You know what's so funny? This is the funny part.
Oh.
In the Matrix, and I don't know if you guys have watched the Animatrix.
Yeah.
You know the entire world wasn't covered in darkness.
Yeah.
You know there was one place that was not covered in darkness.
I haven't seen the Animatrix yet.
You've never seen? Oh my God! You need to go watch this. When we are done with this podcast, you need to go online, torrent that shit, and watch it. if you watch the Animatrix, yo, it's crazy, B, because in Forbes magazine, China, they was talking to China about their last 10 years in infrastructure that they've been building in Africa and why. And China made one astounding comment. They said, Africa is the final empire in the world. I don't know if you guys know, but Africa is where everyone's plundering the resources from. And there's enough resource in Africa to actually feed the world for the next 200 years, based on its finite, just a finite resource,
and probably based on people's current level of consumerism.
Exactly, because I think Africa is the third most populated continent in the world. No, it's the second, isn't it? It's top three. I know that because I know it's India, China, and Africa. Those are the top three.
That's to be honest, that's second not being based on the diaspora and only being based on census results. Remember, there's a lot of people that don't do census.
This is true, and so if we're talking about continent, you can't talk about continent because China is on Europe. So if you're talking about country, if we're talking about the United Countries of Africa versus China,
as well as the diaspora,
of course, but that's not fair because African people are 80% of the people in the world. So because if that's going to be the case, half of China is African. There's a bunch of black Chinese people up there, and 90% of India is black, despite the 10% of white Indians you see on TV, which makes absolutely no sense. Like, I literally hate watching Indian soap opera because when I look, I'm like, that is not what people in India look like. Like, what the? It pisses me off. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Can I see one black Indian woman? Like, what the fuck? They're all white. This shit annoys the shit out of me.
It's just what it is.
Well, it's like when it's like every time I realize why black people love Dragon Ball Z so much, because the Saiyans are basically black.
I like how you guys take this talk to our next level. Good God.
I don't know if the Saiyans are actually black.
Well, they're based off black people. I know that much.
Well, until they turn Super Saiyan, and they're based on Germans.
Oh, wow, you got into a little more deeper than I thought this is gonna be now.
No, think about it, because if you think about it, that the green eyes and blonde hair.
I think to me personally, I think that feature was just to portray their own image rather than. But like, if you look at we'll have to talk deeper about this after the podcast.
Yeah, thank you. But let me say this first, because Mike and Tom would know who I'm talking about. I mean, I ain't gonna even call the name out because I wouldn't even dignify the person's name. Yeah, two people that normally who talk shit, they still talking shit even after the guy passed away.
Who's this? Who's this?
What?
Who are these guys?
Wait a minute. Let me guess.
Put them on blast.
Let me guess. One start with a B, and one starts with a D. They both rhyme. DB.
One start. You're right. They both rhyme. I mean, seriously. I mean, he say he has respect, but again, why the hell you have to throw? Why you just can't pay respect?
One that starts with a D.
Wait. What did he say?
No, he's one of those. What he said is basically in his video was he don't respect him as a businessman, respect him as a person. But in the same thing. But I'm happy now that Nintendo could go to a better generation.
That's a fucking asshole statement.
I know. And he does it for spite. And that's the part that killed me about this dude. How people, like I said, his whole thing is follow the hate, and that's what he is. He's a
piece of shit. First of all, a person dying has nothing to do with his business. Fuck his business. No offense to Nintendo, but the man's dead. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And like he said, he may be the chairman, and people see him as a game developer, but he's really a gamer. And when you look at it, if you really look at it for what it is, he has provided us with a bunch of great video games over his time running Nintendo. So fuck that guy. That guy hasn't made shit in his life. And
we know that.
Wait, hold on. Is this a dude name who starts with a D? Who said that?
Black 007. You know who it is.
Oh man.
You know who it is. You know who it is.
See,
Yeah.
shit like that. And
Hey,
they think that shit is
you
funny.
know what? I'm gonna have to get him on that too, man. I'm gonna have to. Look,
Triforce just
when you see-
roasted it right now, man.
I know, right? You don't gotta worry. I don't gotta worry about it. But that's
I'm
my
gonna get
point.
him.
No, but that's my point. You just figure out. Yeah, you just figure out who you figure out how people are. Like Triforce said. That's why I said there's diseased people in this country because I don't understand this fortitude of trying to say, hey. Now that the guy passed away, this company gonna be better, or the NX gonna be better. What the fuck got to do with the man passing away?
These people
Exactly.
these people make me feel like how Agent Smith felt about the Matrix when he was talking to Morpheus.
Yes,
Yeah,
they are a
basically
disease.
that's like Triforce
This guy
said.
needs to be purged from the earth. Like shit like that. Like and see the thing is they take this video game shit way too. I love video games. This shit is my life. But I hate these guys that have this mentality or this belief that they know what's best for the video game world. Like, no, you don't. Because if you did, you'd be in a fucking position to do something about it. But the fact that you're not in a position means exactly that. Fuck you. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. That's why you are where you are. Stay your ass right there, play your fucking video game and shut the fuck up, and just fucking die. Tell the truth. I hate fanboys. I hate all of these. They annoy the shit out of me. You would think that, okay, we were all younger when Nintendo and Sega were pushing the whole fanboy stuff. Genesis does what Nintendo doesn't. That was fine. That was back then. We all grew up out of it. But it's disgusting to see late 20s, mid 30s, early 40s guys arguing about system wars. Like, okay, E3 passed. People hit me up. You're on a Triforce. What do you think about Nintendo's bad showing at E3? I'm like, they had a bad showing? Yeah, they really didn't show anything impressive. I didn't know E3 was a Super Bowl for video games. Like, is there a Heisman Trophy given out at like the end?
This is what people don't realize about E3. E3 was never done for hype. It was done for business.
Exactly. You go there.
A lot of people who went to E3 were like corporate investors and businessmen and journalists
and basically show off your wares. That's what it was. To show off your wares.
It's like any other expo, like electronic music expos. They have all these equipment. They're trying to show it off to get recognition and get people to test their stuff out. That's all it is.
Actually, no. It's really for business and investors. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
it's basically an electronics retail show.
Yeah. And the sad part is that the fans that go there, they kind of hurt the trade show because what they actually end up doing, this is what they actually end up doing. They actually end up, how can I explain this? They give the wrong impression. They give the wrong impression to people. They really do. Because if an investor goes there, the community, oh, Sony had the best showing at E3. And that can influence a businessman to say, let me invest in Sony. And that may not be the right thing for them to do. But they were influenced because they heard they had a good showing. What does having a good showing have to do anything with an actual product's ability to sell?
I know, but that's not how people see it.
And this is why Nintendo has E3. Every E3 they have a separate event for investors and one for the general public. And they have a private investors event.
Yeah, they do have that.
No one can see. Only them and the investors.
Yep. But again, it's just. But like you said, Triforce. Like I said, I have my videos about it, seeing it, and I'm not taking it to another level like how these people do it. I saw what I saw. I looked what I looked at. They provided me information as a consumer to buy or not buy. That's the way I always looked at E3 and how I looked at this one.
To me, like the digital event may have not been the most exciting thing on the planet, but then the Treehouse is what won it for me. Their Treehouse sessions were much better than last year's ones. They had a lot more fluidity to it, and they really showed you the experience. And that's what Nintendo was about, showing you the experience. because that's how you get to understand how great Nintendo's games are. And I think a lot of those games were in the digital event or that have been shown in trailers before that I thought, yeah, I might try this out, blah blah. A lot of them looked, once they had them in a treehouse, a lot of them were starting to look like much must buys. You know, when I saw Federation Force, I thought, yeah, this game looks good. And Triforce Heroes. And then when I saw them playing it on the show floor, I'm like, no, I gotta get these games. These games look awesome. Same with Fatal Frames. I was really on the fence about Fatal Frames. I didn't think it would be my kind of game. Saw gameplay of it, and now I'm really considering it.
Well, I tell you this much. Since that guy wants to be a fucking dickhead when he says, oh, I'm glad he died, the company's going to go in a better direction, his death is actually going to boost Nintendo's stock, and it has nothing to do with a new direction being taken. It's just the sympathy of Nintendo. The value is going to go up. Because, you know, we have this, human beings have this sick thing called martyrism. It's when someone dies before you really understand their value. Like, you never really understand it when they're alive. Well, not me. I understand someone's value long before they're dead. Like, that's why I posted on Twitter. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet. I said, Walter, you're not allowed to you're not allowed to die until 30 years from now. That's an order. I literally put that on Twitter. He's not allowed to die. I already talked to God about it. He cleared me on the you know, the order. So, but I understand certain people's value. Like, God forbid, let's hope Miyamoto holds out for another friggin' 20 to 30 years. But if Miyamoto dies, I do not understand. I don't know what's going to happen to the video game industry.
To be honest,
well, like I said, remember, one thing Yamauchi did, which was smart too, like me and Mike was talking about how these other game developers come and how they lose it from their own publishers is when Miyamoto see that you are good enough to handle the realm of his games. He let you take over directors, just like how Inuma took over Zelda and Kano took over Mario Kart, and and Tazuya. You know, that's one thing they did that was smart.
And one thing that does is it helps drive people for more to be better.
Yeah.
It helps drive when they see that. When they see that, okay, that could be me. Let me try.
Basically, that Nintendo. The thing I like about Nintendo is that is that they didn't just hog all the glory for themselves. They actually trained up younger developers to take over projects that they once created and make them even better. Like Miyamoto doesn't really have much input in 3D Mario games anymore.
Yeah,
but the guy who makes it, the guy who makes it, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, you wouldn't know. You really wouldn't know if that was Miyamoto or not. And have you guys seen the Unreal Engine that they did for the new
one?
Wow! Oh,
the Unreal Engine that they did for what?
They used for Mario. They tested the Mario under the Unreal Engine. Did you guys see that? What? Oh my goodness! Hold on. Let me see if I can even get that link. Let me see if I can get that link. It's on Google. Super Mario. Okay, hurry up. Super Mario Bros. In Unreal Engine 3. Okay.
And to be honest, Unreal Engine is nothing new for Nintendo. I mean, they used Unreal Engine. They modified Unreal Engine to make Metroid Prime 1 and 2 on the game.
Yeah, but this is something else. This is 1 second.
Oh, that's good to see. That is really good to see. It look like they already got posters. They already put in posters and stuff up on Splatoon.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
This is on the Unreal 4.
All right, let's see what we got.
I'm telling you right now, if Mario comes out like this, nah, it's a wrap. Mario's gonna kick everyone in the face.
Oh, snaps! That's nice.
That's nice.
Wait, there's a part where it says, "Oh, you don't like the super real details? Let's go to fantasy." And when they take it to the cartoon version, you're gonna be like, "Why isn't this on the new Wii U?"
Oh, I've seen this. I've seen this before. And the problem, and it looks good, but there's a problem with what you just said, though. Try what happened was when Nintendo does some in Japan, they also they do a challenge to Western developers to make some of their games.
Yeah.
And the problem is, though, what they did is these guys who create all these stuff, like the guy who did this in Unreal Engine and everything. The problem with it is they cannot create they can't create the equal gameplay for the same amount of budget that Nintendo does. This is way over Nintendo's budget what they always do with their Mario games.
Yeah, well, I think that's because America, they want more money for the actual allotted work that they want to do, and that's just me, honestly. Because
I understand that, but like I said, when Iwata, not Iwata, well, it was Iwata, it was at that time. It was him, Shigeru Miyamoto, all that stuff. Remember, because Nintendo also has one of their pillars is if we cannot, because every game has to basically make a profit. So they budget. I would think you know this. They tightly budget all their games compared to other companies. So they make profits. Kind of like Kirby's Rainbow Curse ain't sold 1 million, but it made profits. It made up the cost and it made profits. It didn't sell, it didn't sell 1 million. Say to with Bayonetta 2, it already made their money back. Hell, again, Koei Tecmo when they did Hyrule Warriors, it was all they're supposed to do was sell 100,000 in America. It sold 1 million. So they're
smart. They don't take a lot to make these games, but the games are good enough to sell over profit. So
yes.
That's smart.
And that's what it is. But that the way you just said right there, I remember talking to Kenji about it. He said, "Yeah, it's cool, but it blowed over the budget. Most of Nintendo games, like I said, last Mario didn't took them that much to make. But something like this would be like 70 million to make because of the graphics and everything. If they can incorporate it to make it look good, I have no problem with that. But what the problem was is that they was not making the level designs that everybody know Nintendo is for. This is just showing off what they could do with the engine only."
But see, this is what I'm talking about. Then they're lazy. This is foolishness. This is just foolishness. Them sitting here saying, "Oh, well, because of this Unreal 4 engine and graphics, man, shut the fuck up. We don't need this bullshit." These people, they're just. I do not like the video game industry. I just don't. I hate it. It's just a bunch of foolishness. Like these guys, I cannot wait till when these companies all die off and it's just Nintendo and it's back to the people who appreciate video games for video games. And all these tech head fanboys can get the fuck out of here.
Hey, don't diss the tech heads, Triforce. Like, there are some reasonable ones.
I'm not talking about the tech heads. I'm talking about the tech head fanboys. These people aren't tech heads. They're not.
Oh yeah, they don't know technology at all.
They don't know technology. They're fanboys. They read a couple of books. They see a couple of things. They see
a few numbers and whatever, and they think that this system is that powerful, that system is this powerful,
exactly.
But they don't have any clue how it's designed
and how it needs to be, how it runs properly. And they don't care. They just want to sound like they're intelligent and they're smart and they know what they're talking about. And they're not, and it gives a bad look for the actual tech heads. It's just like the gamers. The gamer fanboys, those guys give a bad look for us gamers. So I can't wait when these big companies burn out and they just like, we can't do this crap anymore, and they just leave because then it forces these bums.
This is the thing. As much as the signs potentially pointed to Sony maybe being the one to fall this generation, I think that I'm not saying it sounds bad, but I think I don't want anyone to fall, but if anyone has to fall, I think it should be Microsoft because they have the least to lose.
Well, Microsoft looks like they're gonna be folding. Honestly, it looks like they're going to be folding.
It's not going to affect them that much. They'll just move everything over to PC, which is what they're doing at the moment.
That's what they want to do. They want to move on to PC. It's not that they don't want to stop. It's not that they want to stop gaming. They just don't see the importance of them doing hardware. They just don't. They're like, why are we doing hardware? If you really look at Microsoft has always been a software company. These games that they can be just pushing these games, publishing these games through bigger companies, not bigger companies, but better platforms, and get it done. They don't have to spend all that amount of money, and that's what the new CEO is pretty much looking towards in going.
Yeah, because Microsoft is more of a software company, anyways, more than hardware. So
that's where they make their money in software, like hardware.
Yeah, because
hardware has never been their strength.
Yeah, Xbox One again, like I said, Xbox One that's it's I'm not selling. I'm sorry.
Even if you look
for loss.
Even if you look at how Xbox has been, even if you look at what has sold Xbox, the one thing that has sold Xbox has not been the hardware. It's not even really been the games. It's been the service.
Yeah.
Yeah, Xbox Live. That's really it.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I
Yeah, when
know.
you take away your internet connection from an Xbox, that thing's not. You can't really do much with it.
well, I say
Honestly,
this.
when you take an internet connection away from your Xbox, it's there's not much that can be done. I've tried an Xbox 360 without internet. It's not fun.
Oh Lord, you're so
I
crazy.
really
It's
hope.
not. It is true. It's not fun. Like I can play a Nintendo console offline all day. Like I can't do that with a Microsoft console.
I can't
Well,
wait until when this shit reverts back to its normal way. Because once this industry reverts back to its normal way, two things are gonna happen. All of the real gamers will rejoice because they're
Hmm.
gonna be able to just play video games and like them for what they've been made for the artistic value of people having fun and playing video games. And then the fanboys, because they no longer get their little tech powers or whatnot, they're just gonna be like, man, I don't like video games. They're gonna leave. They'll probably run over to PC and then start the race war, talking about
They're
PCs.
already starting the race.
Yeah.
They've already started the whole PC crap. And the sad thing is, it gives actual PC gamers people who. This is the thing. People think PC gamers play PC games for graphics. They don't. They play it
Yeah.
because there's certain experiences on the PC and
But you can only get
experiences
on
on
the
the PC that you can only get, like things like the modding, things like the type of modding you can do, the communities on PC, the type of games you have. The MMO industry thrives on PC. RTS industry thrives on PC. This is the kind of things that people go to PC for. They don't just go to it for the graphics. They'll kit up their PC good enough so that they can play. When a person does up their PC for gaming, they're not necessarily just doing it for gaming. They're doing it so that they have a good machine that will last a good period of time without them having to worry about upgrading anytime soon. This is not some hardware race, because you can't win a PC master race. Hardware releases way too fast. You get the best graphics card today, tomorrow something
outdated.
else even better will come out.
Yeah.
And these guys give PC gamers such a bad name. These guys give PC gamers such a bad name. It really does. Like I can't stand PC elites. They make me fucking sick, to be honest.
Well,
Because
well,
I'm
like
a
I said.
I'm a PC gamer myself, and I got into PC gaming for the controls. When it comes, I'm a first person shooter fan, and most of the first person shooters I play have been on PC, bar console exclusive. But I even said any shooter I get that's not an exclusive, it has to be on PC. And it's not for the graphics, because I don't mind toning down my graphics settings to make the game run better. It's for the controls. I can't get that mouse and keyboard experience anywhere else other than on the Wii or the Wii U.
Yeah, I can't argue with that, because that's the only reason I can't get out the same way with me too. Because like I said, when Nintendo introduced that nunchuck and Wii remote, and I'm playing Metroid Prime and Conduit and Red Steel, I'm like, I can't go back. I never, no, I can't. They spoil me.
Hmm.
They spoil me on that, and it's like, I mean,
And a lot of games that were PC exclusive, when they bring them to console, that's when they become garbage. Like Crisis 1, when it was on PC, Crisis 1 and Warhead, brilliant games. As soon as it comes to console and Crisis 2, downhill.
But to go what you and Triforce Johnson saying, like what you guys were talking about, is the same thing me too. Because I mean, Triforce, like I said, my channel right now is a small channel, because I do this for fun anyway. But I'm gonna have something called Purge Week this week, and I'm kind of sad that they started the whole Purge Week anyway. But I'm doing the same thing like you said, like you paint specs, you paint all this stuff, and basically contradicting all these stupid people when they're saying stuff. Because again, yeah, Batman, you playing for the graphics. Ooh, Batman Arkham Knights look good on PC, but you can't fucking play the game because it's a fucking piece of trash. Oh, and then
I don't understand that. I never understood that. Like they oh my goodness, look how beautiful this game is, and then when they play the game, they're dying in the opening of the game, and they're like,
or they get stuck in a wall, and they can't move. It's just idiotic. And I've said again, power without optimization don't mean nothing. You have to have optimization to make sure that the thing works for the console. But
If you want graphical fidelity, I don't know why you're not on a PC. Like seriously, why are you buying a console if you want graphic fidelity? You're wasting your money. Like, buy a PC if you want graphic fidelity that badly. The problem is, this is the problem. Microsoft brought in a generation of gamers when they bought the Xbox, and that generation of gamers were the people that were too dumb and too lazy to build their own PC. That's the generation of gamers they brought in. And I'm not saying all people who bought an Xbox console did it for that, but I'm saying they brought in a generation of gamers like that. Now what you have is these people playing specs wars, and really and truly the only reason why these people aren't going to buy a PC to play their games on a minor console instead, because of the same reason they got into things like Microsoft to the original Xbox in the first place, because they're too dumb and too lazy to build their own PC.
Not only that, it's because you already know they like to follow the trends of what's,
Yep.
You know what
Yep.
it is.
Yep. You got it right there. They gotta follow. They have to show who got the biggest dick. That's how they always do. Oh, I got the biggest dick with this computer.
Yeah, you
Oh,
want to
it's
show
the
who's
best.
got the biggest dick to other men on the internet. Yeah, something's wrong there.
But
Something's wrong there.
But I just don't. It's like I said. I said it many times. I don't understand because again, you can look at a sexiest Lamborghini, but if you don't have the engine, you ain't going nowhere. I don't. The spec war thing that you guys talk about specs. All I care about, and like I said, as I say, I already have some of my videos queued up to go for this week to come out. So all I got to do is just basically publish them every day because it's just annoying. Including, like I said, Mike, I saw your post. I have a rant about Metroid, and I broke it down to the simplest essence. And Katie likes it. One of my friends who heard it. He likes it. He's an Xbox. He's like, oh man, that hit nail on the head.
Did you see my most recent satire video to do with Metroid?
Yep, I saw that. But I broke it down to like how I broke it down like sales, what kind of fans are out there, people who never touched the game. I broke it down like down to the NX, down to everything. And also in that same part, I talked about the NX to a degree because I was like, nobody know what the frick the damn thing is. And I don't. And with the rumor coming out with the whole, it's a power less than the PlayStation 4 or whatever. All I asked is this: does he play freaking video games? Yes. Then I don't care.
This is the
I
thing.
don't care.
Again, it comes down to people who don't understand things. You know, at the end of the day, you know, the console. You know, people are looking at this from a raw numbers perspective, and technology doesn't work in the sense of raw numbers. Like, it all comes down to how Nintendo designs it at the end of the day. Power doesn't exist in the realm of technology. In fact, if anything, you want to have less power than something in order to maintain efficiency.
Yep.
That's where power comes into play.
People understand the more power you have, the more you're going to burn out your motherfucking equipment. Like, they don't understand it. They think the power is just free. It's just,
no. Power is only there to provide current. That's the only reason it's there. And like I said, in that sense, you want less power, not more. Like, it's all down to your system. The main focus with any computerized device is how fast can you fetch information, execute it, and then how fast can you fetch information, calculate, decode it, execute it, and then write it to memory. And that is down to your design, not down to how much power you put into it.
Okay. But what I'm trying to say, that's an execution between the clock, the GPU, the CPU, and all that other stuff. What I'm talking about in terms of power, for instance, I look at my laptop, and I'm no tech guy, but some people go out and they buy these overly powerful laptops. You say, what do you use a laptop for? Oh, so I can surf on Facebook. And you're like, interesting. Anything else? Nope. Interesting. You don't do any Sony Vegas?
You know what? The amount of people that get conned in the IT industry is disgusting. It's disgusting how many people get conned in the IT industry.
So you know what I mean now. So then now it's like when I'm on my laptop, right? If I run too many programs, my PC has the power to run the programs, but the laptop gets hot. It really burns up. And I correct me if I'm wrong. I attribute that to not that it doesn't have enough power, because if it didn't have enough power, it wouldn't be able to do it. But the processing, along with the power, it's just maxing out the power, and it makes the laptop very hot. Explain that to me, please. Educate me.
Basically, the more stress you put on your components, the more heat they put out. The more heat they put out, then the more power actually gets wasted through heat dissipation. So you actually want your system. So you actually want your system to be cooler and more efficient, so that you don't lose as much power through heat. Because then, like you were just about to say, the power gets wasted.
Which is what Nintendo likes to strive for: efficient systems.
It's one of the reasons why light bulbs burn so much electricity, because a lot of as they're constantly burning, they constantly waste a lot of that electricity through heat.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. Yeah, because the heat element. Yeah, well, that's what they're trying to do with the whole gas.
Well, that's why they're bringing out these halogen light bulbs and stuff like that. The heat that is the more heat you generate in your system, the more power you waste.
And also goes to what you just said. That's what the red ring of death was, because it created so much heat for the components on the motherboard that it separated, that some of the chips separated from the motherboard, and that's where you got the red ring of death for the Xbox 360.
So then these guys' system architecture has been trash over the last 2 generations.
Yeah.
Trash.
I wouldn't say it's been trash, but it hasn't been anything special.
But it's gone. But Triforce, just like what Michael just said right there, it's like without the design to go in certain ways. Because one of the things that, as you guys just said right there, with the whole that Nintendo wants to keep it, the reason they want to keep the PC power low. I mean the power, not PC power. I'm sorry, the power while it's low, because they have something called experience in Japan. A lot living in Japan. I would think Triforce, you maybe lived, you ever been to Japan, but like in those areas, most of the people, cost of living is crazy. I mean, for just a regular hovel, I would say a little room is expensive, and they know there's like 4 or 5 family in this like 200 by 20 square little hut. And but it got the latest cell phone, they got the latest gear, they got the latest consoles, whatever. But they don't want to use up all the power for the grid or whatever. So Nintendo took all that in their compassion of making their system. Sometimes what they did over there comes over to here, and a lot of people don't see it that way.
Either way, whether they were doing that for people in Japan, it's still efficient around the world.
No, you're right, and that's what I'm saying. Yes.
America being America, who always thinks bigger is better than every motherfucking thing in the world. Like,
they had your big trucks, man.
Bigger is better for the most part, but not in every single thing. Efficiency sometimes matter, because even if
efficiency matters more than power.
Yes.
Especially in this day and age where like people are trying to reduce here in Britain, they're trying to reduce the carbon footprint by massive amounts within the next 10 years, I think. So efficiency is the way forward.
Yeah, but like I said, but it goes to what you just. But that's why it comes from my phrase: power without optimization don't mean nothing, because, like you said, efficiency. You need to optimize the system. You can create the most.
Here's the difference between having power and having efficiency. Power just says you're pumping a load of electricity into something. Efficiency is saying that whatever electricity I am pumping into it, I am going to use it to the best of my ability,
without wasting anything.
Yes. Or wasting very little.
Yeah.
Oh, so then that means every system that has come out that's not Nintendo has been inefficient.
Well, put it like this, and Shadowfox said this before, and it's true. Performance, everyone says, which console is the most powerful. Performance per watt, the Wii U is actually the most powerful.
Yeah, because it received the data and everything way faster than the others.
It's not even just that the performance it gives for the power output it gives out is ridiculous. There's no system on the planet that can provide that level of performance at that efficiency outside.
And you also got to look at
outside of gaming.
Sorry, the design of the system, unlike it's small, so that even shows how efficient it's small. Everything's compacted. Unlike the 1 and the 4, they're big. They have to be big. Well, also because the components that are in them, but they also need that airflow. They need that those fans. They need that. If they didn't have that, it would be,
toasted.
What do you call it? The red line of death for the PS4 and
red ring of death.
PS4 had so many lines of death at launch.
Yeah.
Red line, blue line, white line.
Oh man! But again, like I said, that's the part that kills me. How when people talk these spec stuff again, that's where it comes to it again.
Come on,
we are gamers. We supposed to just
oil at launch. Like, what the heck? What console leaks fucking oil at launch?
Okay, Mike.
No, but this, I don't understand how we live in an era of great technology but shoddy build quality.
Well, you can't. Well, but
Well,
we can't.
I'll give
We
Microsoft
can't
some
say that.
slack.
No,
I'll
we
give
can't say
Microsoft
that.
some slack.
Nah, I
I'll give
was.
Microsoft some slack.
You give Microsoft some slack. I would, but Mike, check this out. From American standpoint, because this over here, you can't. It's all about. When I say stuff like that, he says shoddy build. It's always about the cheapest components to put in when you got to put in. You know that because look at it right now. Like I've said, I've seen people who I heard this in my video. One of my videos, some people talking about, oh, this need to be this standard to do this stuff. Look at it. Look at it. Look at cars right now. It says Triforce U in American search time out. Remember when cars came out? We didn't have no extra spare tire. Then when we had a spare tire, wasn't it a full tire?
Yeah.
It was a full. What happened in 2000 in the 90s and 2000s? They gave us what? A donut now, right?
Yep. And
then right now, buy a new car now. Most cars right now don't give you shit. They give you a fixer flat, which don't mean jack if your tire gets slashed on the side of the wall.
It's crazy. They don't want to give you nothing.
And like you said, Michael, we have more technology now. It's just money. People just don't want. They want to keep the cheapest experience and the most money. That's what's going on.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the whole profit. This is the whole capitalistic profit.
You know, I'll take
they want you to pay for a car, but you don't get the car. You just buy a car.
And
Triforce is already like that. Triforce is already like that. Triforce is already like that because once you sign off your car to whatever your driving organization is in the country, you're just a registered owner. The only thing you really is the logbook.
It gets worse than
that's
that.
That's why they can tow your car away at any time.
I don't know if you guys heard, but I think it was GMC or Ford. No, I think it was GMC. They have it to where now they're trying to make a actually I think they already claimed it that they have software in their vehicle now to where they're pretty much saying that you don't own the vehicle, you just are whatever you call it.
No one ever owned a car.
No. They're trying to make it to where now they say you can't do nothing to it unless you go through them because of the software that's in it. They're trying to make it like that to where you can't sell it or nothing until you go through them because of the software that's in it because they own it.
Soon you're gonna have an oxygen limit. Like when you go outside, there's a limit to how much oxygen you can breathe in, and then you have to pay a tax if you want to breathe in some more. So you get like 2 hours free allowance of oxygen to breathe every day. Anything above that, you pay a tax for it.
Yep. But like I said, but again, if we broke it, we could break down in many things. Again, we have the internet. Papi 2K had a conversation yesterday about Encyclopedia Britannica. That was our internet back when I was growing up. Now that we have internet now, that you can reach all kind of knowledges. And again, a lot of gamers don't go to the damn source. They don't check their stuff. They're more ignorant now than they was back in the past.
That's not even gamers.
That's people. I know that. That's what I'm saying. It's people in all.
But even going back to what Triforce was saying about you and Triforce was saying about the business thing, I'll take it even further. Sometimes it's even worse. Sometimes they'll keep the more expensive thing just because they know they can get more money out of people for it. Sometimes they'll have a cheaper and more efficient thing to invest in that they can sell at a cheaper price, but because the profit margins on that won't be as great, because the profit, and they'll be providing a better service to the people, but because the profit margins won't be that great, they'll say, you know what, we'll keep this really expensive stuff. It's expensive for us to invest into, but we can charge people more money, and every year we can say the price is going up because the production is going up, blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff, and charge people even more money every year, even though we're not really improving the service.
Yeah.
It's countries.
But like I said, it depends on how you do certain stuff. Because like I said before, like for me, like my company, when I started to get recognized and everything, which was one of the questions which I didn't answer really. When I got recognized for my company in 2007, and people came out of the woodworks because I was making a lot of money, really a lot of money, and a lot of people wanted to buy my company up. I'm like, I'm not going to publicly trade my company. If it's gonna die by me. I buy nobody else. I'm not selling my life to you guys so you can mess me up. Because again, remember, like you were saying with the shareholders with the Microsoft Triforce, they tried twice already to kick out Bill Gates, the guy who created the company. And remember, back in '90s. Remember, in the late '90s, they kicked out Apple. They kicked out Steve Jobs, and then they brought him back. Now he's died. Look, the next Apple product just came out. The iWatch is a flop.
Yep.
You know, so crazy, like how these guys can literally want to come in, talk about they want to help your company grow, get in, then kick you out of your own shit. I don't understand how
that you created from the ground up.
Like, if I'm a CEO for a corporation, and I'm a CEO for EMP.
Mm-hmm.
EMP finally makes it. I start generating $5 million. I get a nice little office building. I'm planting C4 in the boardroom, and it's just gonna be there, and I have the button. And the day someone goes, well, Mr. Johnson, we're sorry, but although you founded this organization, we've decided that we're gonna out you, and we're gonna put. And I'm gonna say, do you really want to do this? Like, is that a threat? No, it's not a threat. I'm just asking, do you really want this company? It comes with a lot of sacrifices. Like, all the sacrifices I have done is all boiled up into one instance. It all happens in an instance. Trust me, you won't even feel it. So just let me know if you want it. And they say, no, we're going to have to release you, Mr. Johnson. No problem. I pack up my stuff. I leave the office building. You know when they always show you the cool guy in the executive suit walking out the office building, you see the office behind you, just press the button, just goes up and kills everyone inside the fucking boardroom. And like, now you can have the company.
Wow.
Now you can have the company. You have suffered. It took me my entire life to run the organization. So it's only fair it takes their life to run the organization. People have and I really get mad at those CEOs who sell their companies. Like, they don't understand there's a thing between current value, life value. When you create a company, it depends on what you're creating a company for, because some companies need to be sold. But if you're creating a company solely for the purpose of making profit, then fine, sell it to shareholders. You're a philanthropist. You don't give a shit anyway. But if you make a company, and your company is based on certain integrity, morals, principles, service, things of that nature, there is no amount of money that can buy your organization. There is none. You man it until it dies.
You know what the sad thing is with in terms of business. You know what the sad thing is that you've got all these game companies and publishers with all these corporate CEOs that probably have their masters and all of that stuff in business or finance or whatever the crap they have. Yeah, you know, all of them struggling to maintain profits in their company, struggling to stay alive, and these are big CEOs that, you know, have all the qualifications and all the quote-unquote experience and stuff like that. Iwata has been making profit for Nintendo, smacking up the entire industry, and he's not even originally a businessman.
No.
He's a he's a developer, he's a game developer.
And a programmer, yeah, that's all he is. And like I said, I had to put a video up there with that because I've seen so many gamers talk about the whole, like I said, with E3 again. I don't understand. You see, they don't know business, and I've said it many times. If you don't know, just say no. But that, you know, that I don't know word phrase is such hard the words come out of a gamer's mouth. I don't. It stuns me when I see these videos of these people saying about Reggie should be fired, Iwata should be fired, all this stuff. Like I was saying, I'm like, why would a company fire people when they're making profits? What common sense is? What logic is your brain thinking?
Here's the thing. Why would you want someone to get fired? It's hard
if you're making money.
As hard as it is to find jobs in this in this world nowadays, why would you want people to get fired when they've got families to feed?
Exactly.
Well, like I said, it's not only that you will fire some people. Like I said, remember the first Microsoft guy with Xbox, what wasn't his name is Dan
Matrick.
Dan Matrick, baby. They had to fire him. Yeah, he was not good. He was not good on the PR side. But if the company,
yeah, don't get me wrong, some people deserve to be fired.
That's what I'm gonna say. But my point is, again, if like I said, he's Triforce Johnson is the CEO of his EMP. Why would and he's making money? Why would I fire him if he's making money as a shareholder? That would be
but see, here's the thing. Let's say I'm not making money, which I'm not. I'm currently the company's on the I would call it I wouldn't say we're under the red margin, but we're just cruising right now.
Cool. Yeah, I got you.
A company cannot determine the death of a company because of whether or not it is making money. Money is not the money is not the main reason to business, because money does not exist. This is one of the biggest issues, the greatest lie ever told to human beings, that money exists. Money does not exist. Resources exist. That's what exists. Money is something.
Money is a debt.
Money is a debt.
It's a note of debt.
We created this currency, this monetary system, to purchase resources. When you purchase that resource, you now owe that resource a debt. That's what that is. This is why.
Look, I've got a British note in my hand, a British £10 note. I'm gonna read. I've got a British £10 note in my hand. I'm gonna read you exactly what it says in it. Bank of England, I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of £10. That sounds like a debt to me.
Yeah, it's a
promise to do something is a debt.
Give me a second. I'm gonna go. Where's my? Let me find my wallet. Give me 1 second.
What you guys are saying is right. It's a tenure that that you are pay, that is they put a imaginary value on the paper that holds something that basically that's bartering, of course. That's what currency is.
Like going back to what Triforce was saying. Let me use an example for now. Everyone gets at everyone keeps on saying that, oh, BlackBerry's hardly got any market share, they're gonna die and blah blah blah, this that. These people don't know any. BlackBerry doesn't have commercial market share.
Hey guys, you want to hear something? I'm looking at the Jamaican.
It has industry market share.
Yeah, it has. Wait, go on, Triforce.
I'm looking at a Jamaica $100 bill, and issued under the Bank of the Jamaica Act. And I'm looking at the back. No, it doesn't say anything on it. Let me look at the $1,000. Hopefully it says something like $1,000. Let's see here. Michael Manley, issued under the Jamaican Act. Now he's a governor. $1,000. No, it says nothing here. Out of many, one people. And that's an African cover, but it's in Jamaica. But people in Jamaica say they're not African. It's so stupid. Anyway, dumb shit.
But no, Triforce, what I was saying basically is that I use an example of what you were saying about profits not being the definition of what's going to keep a company alive. BlackBerry, everyone laughs at BlackBerry because they think they don't like, because they see Android and Apple, they got all the commercial market share and things like that. BlackBerry, and everyone says BlackBerry is gonna die. BlackBerry is not gonna die because they have industry market share, like the corporate market share. They have like so many businesses use BlackBerry phone simply because for its things like its email functionality, its web surfing, its hub, and things like that. There are things it does that are better than Android and Apple phones.
First of all, you can't track BlackBerries. That's number one. BlackBerries you can't track BlackBerries. You can't track. It's not like you could put spy equipment in BlackBerries like how you do in certain phones. Don't come with that shit. Only the main phones, the stupid Obama phones. That's damn sure I'm trackable. That's why I can get it. But the BlackBerries are actually, those are for people. It's like, what it's like? It's like comparing Facebook to LinkedIn. The standard people have Facebook. A bunch of bums have Facebook. No one important has Facebook. And let's say you have an important person who has Facebook, like Bill Gates or The Rock or something like that. They're not running it. Someone else is running it for them. They don't have time for that stupid shit. They're busy doing some business and whatnot. So all those people want to laugh at BlackBerry owners for having whatever is it that they have. The joke's on them. If anything,
I get, because I still have a BlackBerry phone, and I said my next phone I'm going to upgrade. I've tried so much to try and think of whether I should go for an Android or an Apple, and I've still said, you know what, I'm sticking with the BlackBerry for my next contract. And you know why? A lot of people complain. A lot of people say, oh, we need to have an iPhone, this, that, whatever. And they tell me their contracts, and they say, oh, I'm paying £45 a month for my contract. I'm like, well, I pay 24. Like,
and exactly,
you're a fool.
Yep.
It's sort of like the eye.
Because I look at a lot of these contracts for mobile phone, for these overly expensive mobile phones, and they're ridiculous. They wouldn't spend like £40 a month plus still pay money to get the phone. Like, fuck that shit. I ain't got that kind of money to be burning. I get unlimited calls, unlimited text, 2 gig 4G internet, and I only pay £24 a month. So, they can go F themselves with their big old contracts.
You are making what's going on, Jigan? You guys are making what's good for your money. In America, spending money is like a status symbol. America does not understand. This is what I'm saying. This shit is stupid, man. I'm here in Jamaica, and whenever I go to America, I get depressed. I don't understand. And I was raised in that country, but I get depressed going over there because of the stupidness. It doesn't make any sense.
It's silly because it's silly because people they buy into all this hype. They buy these games and things like that, and then when they're not working, they want to be the first ones to go on YouTube and complain. I'm like, sirs, you damn right.
Well, like I said before, like I said, I speak with my wallet. That's my hashtag, and I'm passing around for anybody out there. That's my hashtag. I don't buy bad experiences, so I don't understand why would I go and buy a bad game if I never did it in my. I never did it.
For me, here's the difference between buying a Nintendo game and buying a third-party game of some sort. If I go to buy a Nintendo game, I don't worry about watching a review or reading a review from it because I know from my experiences with Nintendo games that Nintendo games have always been good. I didn't watch no review to buy Splatoon. I don't watch a review to buy Zelda. I don't watch a review to buy Metroid or anything like that. I buy those games, play them, and then I watch what their opinion is. Now, when it comes to any other game, when it's coming out by a third party, because of a poorly proven track record, I feel that I have to watch these reviews before I play these games, just so I know what I'm getting into, because they show a lot of flash, no substance. So I may see a trailer and I think, oh, this game may look awesome. I go to check the review, I find out this game is a piece of trash.
This game's a shit.
Well, I mean, this
is the thing. I don't feel like I have to do it with Nintendo games. I feel like I can confidently go into the store and buy a Nintendo game blind.
No, yeah, because if you look, Nintendo can make a game, put the review out, say this is the game. By watching the review, you can determine whether or not you're going to enjoy the game. You go in there, you walk into a GameStop. Hey, hello, how may I help you? Excuse me, get out my face. Walk into the Nintendo section, walk into the counter, would you like a GameStop membership? Oh, I'm not in here for the rest of this shit. I just came in here to buy my game. I know what game I want. I need. That's it. I'm sorry, no disrespect to Sony fans and Microsoft fans. You guys cannot do that. That's just keeping the shit real. If this shit is not Nintendo or PC, you don't really do that. You go in there and you're wandering around looking for something to buy. You have all these choices to pick from. Most of these choices are very average at best. I won't try to put any game underneath and say, oh, the game, unless it's a real triple A game that you know is going to be getting. But like with Nintendo, you just go in. Oh, Nintendo dropped this new game. You copy it, you get it, you're out. That's it. And that's it. And you go home and you enjoy the game. Then this is the best part of the Nintendo game. This is how you know Nintendo is godlike. And a lot of people go, oh, it's just because you're old, Triforce, you're nostalgic. Not true. You ever notice? If you decide to ever say, I'll put this to a test to anyone. Have a group of people and say, let's have an old school gaming night. Let's play some old school games. And you start to play old school games. And in this era, I guess old school will go back as far as 64, right? They want to go back down to Nintendo.
Okay.
Dudes will be playing games on the 64 and the GameCube.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know what I found out so fake about people? Remember this? You guys definitely know this part. The Nintendo DS first came out. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was about the Nintendo Advance and the Game Boy Advance. Well, let's just go to the DS. Why would you even get a DS, man? I'm gonna get me a PSP. That's way better. And blah blah. You can mod the system. You can play all your old school games you like. Really? So what old school games you're playing? You look at it. It's Mario. It's Zelda. It's Pokemon. Holy dog shit. What are you playing? Did you get a Sony machine to go play a Nintendo game? You fucking idiot! It pisses me off. I just be looking at them. I'm like, are you fucking stupid? Are you stupid? Just like when they came out with the 3DS. The 3DS is a piece of shit. Remember when the 3DS first came out? The first couple of years, it didn't really do so well. It was kind of slow in its first 2 years moving. Oh man, get the Vita. The Vita is the best.
No, it was just the first. It was just the first year it's moving slow, and then as soon as Nintendo dropped Super Mario 3D Land, that was it.
That was it. Then now, when you look at the Vita's dead. Everyone who bought a Vita bought it so they could mod it, so they could get main games on it, so they could play Nintendo games. What the fuck?
This is the thing with the Vita. The Vita is a good console in Japan because the games that appeal to people in Japan are there. Now, if
that can be said. That can be said for everything.
But now, if the Vita would bring, but this is the thing. If Sony would provide some support to the system, then it would be a good system because it does have good games in it. But they're very niche games. They appeal to a certain audience of people. They don't have that mass appeal.
Well, I think I said it when I was talking when we had King Ripachi last time. Look, like you just said, Micah, it sells in Japan, yes. What happened was Sony did, and like I said, Microsoft kind of did the same thing in a way too, but not Microsoft, Nintendo did the same thing in a way too, is that the Vita came over to America. The budget is not to advertise the same niche games like you just said, Micah. It's to advertise, oh, you want a big exclusive game on your PS4, you can play it on your Vita. And that's what I was telling Giri Kapachi that, and he knows what I was saying. We were talking past each other, but he understands what I was talking about. Like, that's the advertising money goes towards, and that's what people see it as. I say, why would I play this game on my Vita if the Vita has its good library, but nobody goes to the exclusive. They just all they see is Black Ops here, Black Ops there. Nah, I don't want to buy it.
Mm-hmm. But this is the sad thing with Sony is that they have themselves a good blueprint. I've said this multiple times. I know I'm running this into a ground, but they have a good blueprint with Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet and Clank doesn't have no huge budget. It doesn't get no major advertising, and yet it still sells good numbers and it makes profit.
And I don't know why they don't follow up with it.
And if they move some of their marketing resources, if they just said, "Yo, we're going to give ourselves a mascot. We're going to make it we're going to make the mascot Ratchet and Clank. We're going to put more advertising into it. We're going to put more advertising into it. We're going to put more money into the franchise to make spin-off games and things like that. We're going to make this our icon for Sony right now to help push our profits forward." Why they ain't done it? Why they still giving Drake all the limelight when all he does is
trying to satisfy the consumers?
When all Drake does is copy Tomb Raider and copy it quite badly, to be honest. Like, well, like I said, Drake is not really doing it for Sony. I'm sorry. Like, I mean, he's become very iconic, but there's only so far he can go. Like, how far he can go is just not good enough. And I'm not saying Uncharted games are bad games, but I'm just talking about the kind of appeal it can have towards gamers.
Yeah. Well, like I said, for me as a gamer,
it's kind of stuck between that gap of niche and mass appeal.
True. I see what you're talking about now. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Because like I was talking about it in the question and answer earlier on today. It's like shooters are everybody goes to Call of Duty and the shooters and standouts, but the games that challenge the shooter genre, that is still a shooter, but challenges like again Red Steel 2, like Vanquish on the 360, like Sunset Overdrive, they don't sell, and they're different. They're colorful. They're different.
Triforce, would you agree with me on this? Gamers are the instrument of their own destruction.
Oh yeah.
Gamers are well, to be politically correct, today's gamers are just idiots. Leave that as a general statement. Because it's not all gamers.
No, I don't mean all gamers, but yeah, the gamers today, they're the instrument of their own destruction.
Yeah, they are. This is a fact.
That is a fact.
Yeah, because look, I mean, like I said, look at what the gaming market has come. And since all of us are older gamers now, look what the gaming market has come to now. That a lot of we used to have and we used to have back in Super Nintendo days, N64 days, GameCube days. Everybody's going to this, as Triforce was saying, with the whole realistic bull crap and everything else. We used to have fun sports games, Blitz, SSS Tricky,
NBA Street V3, and the GameCube
now
version is the
all
best
this
one
stuff.
because it had
You know,
like the whole Mario, Luigi, and Peach team with their own
yeah,
signatures and
but we
everything.
don't have those games no more because everybody wants to buy up the franchise and just lock it down to NFL, Madden, NBA 2K football, NBA LA, and that's it. They don't want to
And you know,
branch out different.
and then taking away the essence of what made these sports games good in the beginning is that arcade feel. Now they're trying to simulate realism so much, and it's just failing.
Yeah, and let's look at the next one right there. The next genre of games that is falling apart. Licensed games now has gone way down compared to where we back in the old days. Remember again, Super Nintendo, X64, NES. We had Aladdin, Lion King, Chip and Dale. I mean, we had licensed games that was good games. They were good games, and you played them. Now it's a risk to take a licensed games, and then of course the license also goes like WB be like, well,
And if you're Warner Brothers, you have good licensed games, but they're broken.
but my point was, even if you have like WB, you have to this game has to look this certain way, and it's nothing to do with the gameplay. It's just like the character. You have to represent this character this way. Instead of
To be
DC.
honest, I think the Batman Arkham games. I mean, I haven't played Arkham Knight Armored Edition because I heard that was really good, but I think the Batman Arkham games are somewhat overrated.
Well, that's your opinion. I go different from you. I
No,
like them.
they're great games, but I'm not saying overrated in the sense that they're not great games. I mean overrated in the sense that people hype them up that they're more than what they actually are. They're great for what they are, but they're not some crazy game where you could do like these 10,000 different things.
True, I understand where you're coming from now. Okay, but like I said, it's one of those things that
Put it like this: it's not really doing anything. Like every Batman game that comes out, it's not really doing anything new.
well, seeing all the reviews and seeing how people talk about the Batmobile and like, as I said in one of my videos before, what does the Batmobile do again? That's about detective, whatever. Now it's been coming about tank and fighting, shooting, tank, shooting. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I really wanted for.
When has Batman ever been about that? Like going in a thing and shooting tanks and things like that. He's always been about stealth and using his detective skills and everything, and then breaking the shit out of people.
I know, but again, that's what, like I said, but that's what gamers is now, because a lot of imaginative games have fallen to the wayside. Except now, indies are picking up that threshold. Third parties are not doing it that much as before. Like I said, they are as.
Whatever happened to space shooters like R-Type? Like, jeez, R-Type was
What do you know?
amazing.
You see, now you're asking too much. Listen, they do not create games for people who actually want to learn how to play them. They create video games for stupid people. So they're not going to make video games which actually require skill. They can't sell. People, they're going to pick up the game. This is too hard, and it's like game is stupid, and they're going to throw it away or something.
No, it's sad when people struggle to play a Mario platformer and it only consists of 2 buttons.
Man, I don't want to even tell you this. The Nintendo Remix came out.
Huh?
The Nintendo Remix came out, and there was a stage where it just said, "Get to the flagpole, fastest time possible."
Mm-hmm.
And from what I remember, there were no enemies. It was just the first stage 1-1, if I can remember correctly. The person ran, jumped, and they got to the first pit. You have to run and jump.
Uh-huh.
And the person walked and jumped and died. And we looked at the person. This is a pro player. This person plays competitive fighting games. I will not say any names or genders. And we said, "What the hell?" And the person said, "Why did he not make the full jump?" And we was like, "You did not get a running start." "What do you mean get a running start? You have to hold B to get speed." How am I supposed to hold B
Dude,
and
don't
jump at
don't
the same
even
time?
don't even talk to me about that whole. Don't
They
even talk to me
said
about the running. How people fail at running in Mario is ridiculous.
the person asked me, how do you hold B and jump at the same time? I looked at the person and I was like, this is why they should gas this country, for real. This is the main reason why. This right here is the primary reason. We should just be gassed, for real. Because the level of complex shit you do in PC games, today's fighting games,
God.
the shit that you do in League of Legends, and they can't hold B and press A in Mario.
Time out, corner a gas mask then. Give time out a gas mask then. Let me live.
We just looked at the person and we had that look like, go out in traffic and go play. And don't come back. We just looked at the person. We didn't say anything. We just looked at them. We just shook our heads slow. We slowly nodded. It was like,
What I find funny is when you introduce hardcore fighting gamers to Smash Brothers.
oh
And
yeah,
the first
because
thing they do is run off the cliff.
that doesn't even make sense. You say to yourself, okay, in your entire lore of playing video games, if you see an edge, you don't go to it. You know, it's like going to the edge of a building. You don't go to it. Even if I was born and I'm 3 years old, I have my brain, my cognitive brain, I go to an edge, I'm not, no, it's going to look too far. I'm going to be scared, naturally. These guys don't go to the edge and stay at the edge to kind of see what happens. They just full walk. Some of them jump off the edge, like straight nosedive in, like.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me? They don't walk and fall off. They walk and jump off. They're like, you're suicidal. You're crazy. Something's wrong with you.
Yeah, and the thing is, these fighting games have such complex combo systems. Smash Brothers has one of the easiest combo systems, and yet they can't figure out how to not do the same move.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
And the worst are the people who try to button mash on Smash Brothers.
Oh, that's the best part. That's the best part. When they do try to button mash, it makes you sit there and you look at them, and it starts to show you what type of person they really are. They're like, you know something? I had a thought about you once, but you have shown me the light. And this is why I stay away. Like, believe it or not, I stay away from. I really stay away from. I really just stay away from these people. Honestly.
It's like if it's like a lot of these people who play first-person shooters, you make them get to the first boss in Metroid Prime 3, they would cry. They would actually cry. They wouldn't be able to get past it.
You're not shooting.
They wouldn't even get that far.
Well, you're right, because it's a puzzle about the bosses.
Yeah. They wouldn't
You're
even
not
get
just
that
gonna
far.
straight go in there and just shoot the red dot and just say, "Oh, the red spot. Let me just shoot it all the time." No, it's
You see all their shots getting bounced away, and they're thinking, "What the hell is going on?"
Yep. Well, but let me add on to what you guys just said, because like I said, this is in my Metroid Prime rant. When Metroid Prime came out, people see, this is why I said that these fans are not the fans. They're not the real fans, because I hate that when people. Wait, Mike.
Go on.
I'm gonna say because all you people, every time the Metroid game come out, they always say, "Oh, too much backtracking." That's what made the game what it was in the first place.
Backtracked in every Metroid game there ever was. The fuck are you talking about?
But then again, look at what you just talked about. Trying for about the hardness. Metroid Prime Echoes 2 was
None of
tough.
the primes are hard.
Well, no, wait. I'm saying they had a difficulty of like the boost boss, the boost ball boss. I did a lot of times with that thing.
There are aspects of Metroid games that are more difficult, but the overall games have never been that hard.
No, and what I want to say though is what I'm trying to say is that was one of the reasons they didn't like Metroid Prime Echoes. One of the reasons because it was more tougher. Which of course, if you go back and look at Trilogy, when they made Trilogy, they dumbed down the bosses.
Yeah,
it was too tough.
Metroid Prime 2 is so dumbed down under Trilogy compared to the original game.
Here's a problem. None of the Metroids, and I mean none of them, are hard. Do you know why? We are coming from an age where you have a rail
run and gun shooter, because Metroid in a sense is a run and gun. Metroid's more like a Contra game, which has turned into a first-person shooter. Any game
Well,
that allows you,
Metroid is basically a Contra game with puzzles.
pretty much, any game that allows you to get hit more than once and you're still alive and you can regain your energy and continue the mission is not difficult. That's why when people go, oh my goodness, Zelda 2 was difficult, I'm like, what are you talking about? You have energy. You can heal your life. You can escape from situations. You can jump out of problems. You can turn into a fairy. There is no way. And The Rock means no way. These games are hard. Because in a game like Contra, one bullet and you die.
Yep.
That's it. Why are people complaining about?
Well, it's like the space shooters as well. Like, you look at R-Type. Like, you take one hit on your ship and you're dead.
Exactly. That's it.
And there was no saves either.
Nothing. Life force.
Like if you go as far as you can get, and if you get game over, that's it. You start from the beginning.
Yep. You're right. It just kills me to see how gamers are now. You're right, because like I said, it's just like those games are tougher, harder as they conceive it as, but they're not.
It's not even that. It's in today's modern age with the mechanics the physics and the mechanics that they're able to put into games right now. Put it like that's another thing that helps to make them easier. It's not that they're necessarily easy; they become more fluid. If you were to take 8-bit Mario, if you were to take Mario today and put him in an old Mario game, you would fly through those Mario games because the mechanics for the new Mario games are just that much better. If you were to take 8-bit Mario and put him into New Super Mario Brothers U, you would struggle to get past the first level.
Yeah, this is true. Unless you mastered the 8-bit Mario. This is 100% true. Unless you're a master of the old school version, you couldn't take the old school mechanics and do anything with the new school. Nah, you're gonna die. If you master the old school Mario, you fly through these new school Mario games like it's nothing. Like for instance, everyone's like, oh, they've added wall jumping in Mario. Wall jumping has been in Mario since Super Mario Brothers. Now people are like, that's a lie. No, I'll show people. I show people many times. Like, no, you can run, jump, kick off the wall. In Super Mario Brothers 1, they're like impossible. There's no run and jump. And I run in there and do it and they go, what the hell? Like, how long has it's been in the game since the difference is that they added an animation. That's it. They've added an animation to the new Super Mario where now you can see him jumping off the wall. But Mario's been kicking off walls since Super Mario Brothers. Has he been? Actually, Mario's been kicking off a wall since Donkey Kong. Because there's a part where you can jump not the treadmill stage, the very first stage of Donkey Kong. In the last hammer at the top, you can run, jump, get the hammer, kick off the wall, and get back onto the girdle. So Mario's been wall jumping since his first game, Donkey Kong. But those are like little nuances, like you wouldn't, unless you're really into the games, you would notice those things.
But it's like when people got upset about the whole story with Other M being too emotional, and it's just like, have you read the dialogue in Metroid Fusion and Super Metroid?
Exactly. I have that also in my video too about the rant because
the dialogue in Super Metroid and in Other M is quite emotional.
Well, it's not only emotional, but again, people forget about like PSD, like postmortem stress. Like she saw Ridley kill her mother and father.
And it's not even just that. It's not even just. This is what I don't understand either. Lara Croft becomes a whiny bitch in the new Tomb Raider, and she gets a pass. Samus shows a bit of emotion, and all of a sudden, everyone wants to hate the game.
No, Samus reacts to her mother being dead, and it's a problem. Like, this is crazy. So one girl just turns into a whiny bitch for absolutely no reason. The person who watches her mother dies and goes through an emotional trauma is being a bitch. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Because I'm telling you right now, Lara Croft in the Tomb Raider reboot is much worse than Samus in Other M.
Listen, no. First of all, you cannot compare Samus Samus will body every one of these bitches in video game history. Pretty much. Like, there is no woman you can find in video game history fucking with Samus. Samus will fucking own all of them.
my god!
And if someone says some stupid shit like, "Oh yeah, because she needs to be in a power suit," she will take off a fucking power suit, fuck up Chun-Li, fuck up everyone in any fighting game.
The people.
No, it was because of the Triforce. Yeah.
Triforce. I'll define it like this: Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z struggles to train under 450 times gravity, Earth's gravity. Samus, without her suit, has trained at 800 times Earth's gravity.
Exactly. Samus will body these fucking fools. People don't know. Samus, if she punches Chun-Li, she will explode. I don't think she... First of all, Samus does not breathe air. I wonder if people understand this. Like, she's not human.
Yeah, because she got infused with the Chrono's DNA.
Yeah, but like
Chosen, I mean, yeah.
They don't understand. Like, she's flexible. She's stronger than these people. She will take Chun-Li and create a pancake out of her and eat her, literally, with some Aunt Mama syrup. And it's like, get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god, you go crazy, boy. You go crazy.
No one's fucking with Samus. I don't even think Zelda is fucking with Samus, and she got the Triforce, and she gonna need all that motherfucking power from the Triforce. So really, Link better come in there and help her ass, because if that shit's a one-on-one fight, nah, I'm sorry, I don't see her winning. Like, turning into Sheik ain't gonna help.
Put it like this. Samus is like the human version of RoboCop. When she's going about her day-to-day life, you know, she thinks about all the emotional stuff, the kind of things that women do and things like that. But as soon as she goes into combat, that shit's a different switch.
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
But I mean,
that's a different switch right there. When she goes into combat mode, all of that goes out the window. And
but
she just bodies everything that's in the way.
But you know what? Like I said, like the Triforce said it better
That's why
than
when these people make these arguments about Samus versus Master Chief, I'm thinking, please, Master Chief probably isn't even as good as a Federation soldier.
Well, yeah, and
it's true. Like he may be physically stronger than one, but he doesn't have the weaponry of one.
Well, it could have with a PDZ enhancement.
Look, if Samus has a visor that can. Sometimes Samus has a visor that can see gamma rays, which means it can see past your bones and everything. And from time she has a beam that can pass through solids, that can pass through anything solid.
Solid, yeah.
What competition is there? There is none. That's why when Screw Attack does these Boba Fett versus Samus, you know Samus is going to win. There's no Boba Fett doesn't have a chance. Yeah, he's not in the same league.
That was fucking stupid. Like, you better get, even Darth Vader doesn't have, none of those motherfuckers have a, listen, people need to understand, like, she is people need to understand this. She is an intergalactic bounty hunter. Boba Fett is just a galactic bounty hunter. He stays in his lane. He stays in the galaxy he is in. Samus travels multi-galaxies. And the bitch... Alright, listen, let me explain something to you.
Oh, Lord.
I want you to understand something. I want you to understand something. Because I want to try to put it into some type of logical lore. What is the most powerful thing you've ever seen a Sith Lord do?
The most powerful thing you've ever seen a Sith Lord defeat?
No, just do.
Blow
up a planet with a big space station, whereas Samus has done that just by herself.
No. They use a space. I'm talking about from their own power. What a Sith Lord has done.
Wasn't they destroy one of the ships? One of those galactic cruiser ships?
Okay, now, all right. I'm glad you mentioned that now. All right. A Sith Lord in a suit, a spaceship, whatever the case. What was the hardest way to kill a Sith Lord? Like a Sith Lord or a Jedi that has died the hardest. Like, it took so much to kill him. Explain the situation. What it took to kill a Jedi.
It usually takes another Jedi or another Sith Lord.
Yeah, but like, how did they die? Like, who was the hardest person to kill?
I don't even know.
I guess. Or
you got me on that try.
Darth Vader, right? No, it would be Darth Vader. The lava nearly consumed him and amputated. Well, actually, didn't amputate. That was
Obi-Wan amputated him.
And it nearly burnt him to death. But he survived, right? But
Yeah.
the reason why I mentioned it because I wanted to show you how vulnerable they are flesh-wise. So now that you have this concept in mind, and you're thinking about all these different supervillains, superheroes, and so forth, I'm gonna show you just how powerful Samus is. This is how people do, and it's sad because these games weren't done in 3D, so people truly don't understand the mass amount of power, how OP some of these Nintendo characters are.
Mm-hmm.
Mother Brain absorbed 90% of her entire planet to put into a concussive blast to lift Samus up off the floor and pin her to the wall to drain some of her energy.
Mm-hmm. But she still had enough left to stay alive.
No, she got up 3 more times and started fighting again. Mother Brain had to do this to this bitch 3 times. So she got hit with the power of 3 planets and still got up to fight. Motherfuckers get hit with a lightsaber and they're crying. No, we are not doing this.
Well, you look at in Metroid Prime 3. You look at the Metroid Prime series. The Phazon substance, anything that touched it corrupted, even if it was an entire planet. In Metroid Prime 3, 4 hunters including Samus, got corrupted with Phazon. 3 of them got corrupted straight away. Samus was, even though the corruption was getting to her,
she was able to fight it.
She was able to fight it right through to the end, even when she was on the actual source of the Phazon planet, Phase itself.
And this is why I'm like, people need to stop like, oh, Master Chief can fight. No, fucking no, stop. No. Fucking stop it. Don't put Master Chief and Samus in the fucking same. First of all, that nigga is out, man. That transgender, whatever the fuck Master Chief is, we don't fucking know if that's a John or a Jane, whoever the fuck it is.
Oh my God.
He or she or it is not fucking with Samus. Motherfucker is outgunned. Motherfucker is out. You don't have the strength.
He's out everything. He's out everything. Outclassed, outgunned, out everything.
Samus can jump off.
Samus could probably beat him outside of the suit.
Yeah, Samus can deploy from out of her ship through the atmosphere and land without being hurt.
Wow.
People keep forgetting this.
Well, look how high heights Samus can jump down from.
And nothing happens.
The impact doesn't affect her.
If you do that,
look at when she goes into like Impact Crater and places like to fight Metroid Prime, and then places like Phazon. She jumps from flipping ridiculous heights and she's doing aerobatics in the air while she's doing it.
She swims in magma. She swims in it. She's bathing in it.
She can walk in lava for a period. It would damage her suit over time, but she can actually walk through it.
Actually, if you get the virus suit, she can swim through it, no problem.
She can swim through it to a certain degree, but she can't swim through it for like long period of time.
No. Whoa. If you get the virus suit, you can go through magma with no pain at all. Samus, outside of the suit, can swim through magma and for a short period of time and not die. You don't believe me? Go play Super Metroid over again.
No, I'm not saying she'll necessarily feel pain, but her suit will still take damage.
No, it doesn't. No, what do you guys?
It does. No, it does. It takes damage.
No, your regular power suit takes damage. When you get the virus suit, it doesn't take damage.
The virus suit, it doesn't take damage to extremely high temperatures.
Yeah,
but the actual lava itself can still damage.
You fall in lava because I've many times when I've done when I've done shine sparks and missed the shine spark and drop in the lava, the number still comes down.
It's the high temperature. The high temperature she can endure. Like without the virus suit, she can't endure the intense temperature.
Yeah, because like I said, I fell in lava pits from when I'm doing the shine spark, and then I've seen my capsules just keep on going down. Like, oh crap, I gotta get out of the lava quick.
Like her
So-
suit can sustain herself in lava for a long period of time, providing she has the energy tanks, but she won't.
Yeah.
She can't swim through it like for a constant period of time.
Because even in Prime, they did the exact same thing. Because if you fall into period of Prime, even after you get your various suit and your gravity suit, you still take damage.
Hold on for a second. No, actually, the virus suit. Okay, here is it. Okay, preventing it. All right, so this is a power suit, right? Pertaining to the usefulness, the virus suit reduces damage taken, nullifies damage from acid, slightly increases speed, and protects Samus from extreme heat at sub-zero temperatures. Samus is most commonly depicted wearing this suit, but like many of our other upgrades, it is lost at or prior to the beginning of most on the games, requiring her to track the upgrades down from the point. The maximum temperature the virus suit can protect against is unknown, but the gravity suit is generally required for some of the higher temperature liquids.
Yeah, and you can flow through. You can go to the liquids.
Well, the gravity is there to prevent pressure. It prevents the pressure from it prevents intense pressure from gravity, from changing gravity.
All right.
So in deep to the water.
Okay,
well,
so
when you go underwater, the level of gravity changes. So that essentially is doing the same thing.
when added to the standard power suit, the Vira provides extra red-orange armor. In the original Metroid, the virus suit would turn Samus armor pink, blah, 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 whatever. During the Metroid 2-0 mission, it just turns flat showered power suit orange. The virus suit with the iconic bulky shoulder pads is obtained through Samus' power suit, is destroyed in her gunship crash landing. It is referred to the fully powered suit. It also it allows Samus to walk in acid unharmed and stop damage from purple parasites, but not lava. She retains the suit for the future use, which explains the jump from the sleek orange to the okay. I remember there's a part where you could swim through the fucking lava in Metroid Super Metroid without taking any damage.
Well, I remember. Well, hey, maybe if you could tell me the part where it is.
I'm YouTube some bitch right now.
Okay, no problem.
Here's another thing with how powerful Samus is. She was on the frigate Orpheum in Metroid Prime 1. She took an explosion from the frigate was blowing up. She took a direct explosion to the back of her suit from the place blowing up. Now, if you know anything about the amount of pressure that goes into an explosion, especially when something big is blown up, it's crazy. Like all that happened was she lost her Varia suit and some of her equipment. She was still alive.
Yep. But like I said, I mean, if you find Triforce, I'll see it. I know what I understand what you're trying to say, because like I said, she's one of
pretty much what y'all like to at is nobody's fucking with Samus.
No,
basically that's basically it.
Let me just sum it up for y'all.
You have to be a god. You have to be a god to fuck with Samus.
Or make a Superman.
Shall I tell you who's the most OP Nintendo character out there who's not a villain? Kirby.
Yes, because he's indestructible. Yeah, he's indestructible.
I don't know.
That's my man.
Can be hurt.
Kirby's a man.
Kirby can be
hurt.
From the inside.
He can take. Yeah, but he's still gonna take explosions that's as powerful as a planet blowing up inside of him and outside of him. They've done this on some of his games, and they've done this.
His entire body is a universe, and his entire universe in itself.
Yeah. So
I know it can be Kirby. Real rap. I know exactly it can be Kirby.
Okay.
You need magic to beat Kirby, because Kirby's a magical creature.
Ganon's what you're gonna say.
But, well, he has the power. So if Ganon has the power. If Ganon has his Triforce of power, he'll beat Kirby. But he's not beating it on his own. Another magical character that can beat Kirby in the Nintendo universe. I don't know. It's kind of hard. Kirby's a motherfucking bitch right there.
That's why we didn't do that. Majin Buu ain't got nothing on him, man.
Well, we done saw the battle for that, how that worked out. We saw that for the when Screw Attack did the whole Majin Buu versus Kirby. That was funny. I watched that.
You know what makes me laugh? All them.
I just saw it, guys. I just saw it. The only thing that doesn't hurt Samus, you have to be in Screw Attack mode.
Okay, I can see that. I don't.
You have to be in Screw Attack
Screw
mode.
Screw Attack is destructive.
Yeah.
If you're in Screw Attack while you're in the lava, you don't get hurt. I'm just watching
Screw Attack is destructive. That is.
Yeah. I could see that now. Yeah, I could see that.
When you just think of what.
No. I'm watching this shit right now. This bitch just ran through lava. Like, wait, hold on. I'm gonna get you this video right here. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna get it to you right here.
All right.
But you know what makes me laugh? All them Cloud fanboys on the Link versus Cloud Death Battle It's like I'm reading it. I'm thinking half of you don't even understand what Link is capable of.
No, they don't. They're Cloud fanboys. First of all, Cloud's not even beating Cloud. People need to understand in their own universe. Cloud ain't shit. Like, they need to understand this. Now look, guys, I put the timer in it. Look, and that's Metroid. That's Metroid. What's this? Zero Mission. Play from there. I set the time to it. If you play from there, it's going to show you. Okay, that's when he does the screw attack. I should have probably made it a little bit further. But yeah, he's going to go down. And she goes down. Hold on. She's going to go into a part. All right, she's going to get that bomb real quick. Sure, people are fucking with Samus. This bitch goes and conquers whole planets, Dolo, and gets home in time for fucking cornflakes. Watch it. Is this it? Yeah. Look, she's in the lava. See, she's just running in the lava normally, like it's nothing. She's just running. In
oh
the
wow,
lava.
She's actually running through the lava.
Like it's nothing. Now, you see how she went underground, completely submerged into the lava, no damage. They're not fucking with Samus. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Samus will body all of these fools. I don't want to hear this shit no more. We ain't gonna talk about this.
Put it like this. You remember in Metroid Fusion when you see the SAX and you know how scary that always was?
Yeah.
That is how everybody who sees Samus feels when she's coming.
See, exactly.
What Nintendo done with Fusion, they conveyed the exact same fear that all the space pirates and all that have of Samus when she's coming through. Because when that SAX was coming through, I was shitting myself. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah.
Like, you're just hoping you didn't drop. You're just hoping you didn't get spotted. Because as soon as you get spotted, that was it. You're finished.
Do have skills.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what but that fear that they conveyed with the SAX in Fusion, that's the same fear that all of Samus's enemies have.
Yo, this is stupid.
Okay.
I'm looking at this shit and I'm saying to myself, how would Master Chief even get this done?
Exactly.
I will. Nah, you're right.
How was he gonna get this done?
But this is the thing. Like, I remember doing some reading on Metroid one time. I can't remember where I saw the information, but basically the amount of force that just a shot from her power beam does is like something ridiculous. Just from one shot from the power beam, like you see when you see it on the Death Battle where she's facing Boba Fett and Boba Fett's firing those little lasers, and then this is the remastered version. And Samus fires 3 power beam shots. Look how huge they were. They were just standard shots.
Hey, this guy that's playing. Oh, so stupid. So funny. I'm gonna show you something real stupid. The guy, I just looked at whose YouTube channel this is. This is an actual member of DMP. It's fucking Rogue Yoshi. I'm like, what the fuck?
But
Pretty cool skills. I gotta give him that.
But going back to the Link versus Cloud thing, it's just like people don't understand. But the problem with the Link versus Cloud battle is that people look at Cloud in an RPG environment and they see that Cloud has all these badass moves that he does in a turn-based environment. So Link is in a completely different genre of games where you can't unfortunately see him show off all of his abilities like Cloud can. So why on the surface. Yeah, but that's why on the surface it would look like Cloud is superior.
That's because he can call on the Knights of the Round. None of that shit. You know what's so funny? That, he can call out all of this material and Knights of the Round. All right, eat that Omni Slash. All right, so Link will just cast Naruto Love. He'll sit there and finish eating his food, and when Cloud's done, he's gonna look at him like, "Are you finished?" And he's like, "Yes, I'm done. Thank you." Turn off Naruto Blue up and just slice him like, "Now get the fuck out of here." None.
What up?
In Ocarina of Time, I call it Neru's Love. It makes Link completely invincible.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, you can't do anything to him.
And if that doesn't work, he just makes sure he has a stack full of rupees in his wallet and puts on the magic armor.
No, he doesn't have to. Just keep a fairy in his glass and that's it.
Oh Lord!
When
Cloud thinks he's dead, you see the fairy just pop out the jar and he just wakes back up.
Cloud will probably put him in a full Nelson, and then Link will take his own sword and stab himself through it, and so he can kill Cloud and back of him. And then Cloud,
What the hell?
You would kill yourself just to kill me? And then Link like, what are you talking about? And then Sprite will come out and like, here, Link, all your hearts. And Link will get up like, I got life insurance, dumbass.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, but when you think about some of the shit that Link can actually do, I mean, it's one of the reasons I like Hyrule Warriors. You actually see Link being the badass that
In action mode, yeah.
And you know what the sad part is?
When he uses the magic rod, when you see him use them, when he uses them things like the magic rod, when he uses the ball and chain, the dude can carry this hefty ball and chain with just his bare hands in Twilight Princess. You give him gauntlets in Hyrule Warriors, this dude can flip the entire landmass.
Yeah, with his power move, yeah.
He flips the entire landmass.
The funny thing about Link in Hyrule Warriors, he's sandbagging.
Oh,
That's the worst part. He's not even Ganon isn't doing what Ganon can really do. A lot of these guys, first of all, people keep forgetting that these guys are demigods. They're fused by the Triforce. The Triforce allows, like Zelda doesn't.
Well, even here's the thing that proves, how powerful Link is. When he defeated Demise in Skyward Sword, and this was the first Link. This was before he had even the many generations of experience. Demise specifically said to him, "You fight like no man or demon I have ever met. The only other thing he could be fighting like is a god."
Yeah, well, he is, honestly.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
It's like Demise was shocked to see that this mortal being has smacked the shit out of me. This mortal being, I'm letting to be like the king of demons, the terror of the terror throughout history that gives your kids nightmares, and this kid wearing some green dress and tights smacked the shit out of me.
Look at this, guys. This kind of upsets me. The stupidity in the world. So NASA just admits, finally, to the stupid people of the world that aliens exist. You know why this statement pisses me off? Because we don't need NASA to tell us that there's shit out there in the world that exists. We don't even know what the fuck is at the bottom of our ocean. So how the
Thank you. That's why I always say that. I always say that.
There's nothing out in the world. What? Who? What? How can people be this fucking stupid? They gotta be this dumb. Now, this is the biggest question, because the whole thing about faith, people who believe in religion. I won't say they believe in God, because they actually don't believe in God. They believe in religion.
Because if they believed in God, they'd be conducting their life in a much different manner.
Exactly, because you don't need religion to get to God. You can just get to God.
I agree with that statement too.
So, but for those who believe in religion, right, and they follow these doctrines of all these religions, when NASA finally introduces the first alien, and this alien starts speaking and goes, this galaxy is going to end in 10 years, and we need to, in 1,000 years, and we need to move your entire race to our new quadrant nebula, which has a giant dwarf sun that's 6 times stronger than this. And when someone goes, but does Jesus want us to move there? I wonder if the alien is going to be like, who's Jesus? That would be actually cool if they go, who's Jesus? God, the Son of God. Do you even know how to get to Mars yet? No? The fuck are you talking about? Well, he was able to give Moses the ability to open the sea. Oh, you mean like this? Oh, we just used the gravity and we separated the ocean. So No, we're not going into religion. We're not going into religion. I'm just saying is that when they find, because I don't know if you guys notice, a lot of shit is being revealed to the world right now about a lot of the bullshit we've been fed over the last 600 years.
We are in an age of information.
And that information is coming. The information is coming out so fast that the world government can no longer tell lies to stop it. So they have to find ways to disseminate it to the public without causing a crisis. So now, if you look at the Pope or the Vatican, this was funny. This is like 3 months ago. The Vatican said, "We don't think Jesus is coming." They made that shit public. And then the new Pope is like, a lot of the things we've done to people around the world, like the genocide of the indigenous people in North America, the slavery to black people, they're asking for forgiveness and they're apologizing for the wicked things that they've done and all this other stuff.
What? I will give them the same quote that Rihanna has in her song. Bitch better have my money.
Well, see, that's the thing. They're understanding that they starting to understand that money doesn't even mean anything anymore. That's the what? Oh shit! Are you kidding me? That's not her, is it? Oh shit! Serena Williams is wearing a Black Panther shirt. Oh damn! They start some shit.
Raise your fist in the air, people.
They start some shit now.
No,
I want to show you guys something. Can I put it? Let me see if I can find it.
Put it in the group chat.
So you guys know about that controversial shit that someone from Time Magazine, not Time Magazine, the New York Times said about Serena Williams, because it was like, oh, she won. I found it.
You want Wimbledon?
Yeah, I found it. Hold on, let me get this. Copy image URL. All right. So I want to show you. So then someone put out a picture of her in a nice little dress, saying, "No man's body looks like this." But someone went overboard and put out her wearing a bikini and says, "No man looks like that." And even I'm like, damn, Serena will get it.
I have met Serena once, and it was on the beach, and yeah.
What is this? What's the meaning?
It's so stupid.
I'm right back. I got somebody knocking on my door.
I mean, I've always had it for Serena Williams, but damn.
Yes, I didn't know, B. I didn't know.
I know.
I knew she was working with something, but damn.
Someone put
because what was it?
Yo, Liger, hook me up with Serena Williams, please.
I don't know like that, dude. What happened?
Help a brother out, man.
What happened, man? I don't know like that, dude. It's like you know, on the island I'm from, they had something called Four Seasons. We have one of those big luxurious hotels. Oprah, Michael Jackson, all these guys went to that place, and she was one of them. And we were setting up the band for one of the shows, and she came down the beach with just like like a short like swimsuit pants, whatever, and everything, with her dog and stuff. And yeah, she is that stack. I saw that back then, and I was like, when she talked to me, I was like, yeah, I want to come to the show. Like, you are welcome to come to the show. Just walk away. That's all I care about. I want to see. There is that. There is that.
She's
lucky
built like,
bastard. I want to smack you up, man.
she's built like that. And they gotta fix it. Something's wrong. It's the food they're feeding people, because something's clearly wrong. Monsanto's to blame.
Wow.
Okay. Well, anyway, guys, for real, let's bring this in for the like I said. Let's bring this in for the like I said, I have Perky to go this weekend to do stuff. Like I said, we celebrate. It's a tragic passing, but I still remember what he has done for gaming. He
has done so much.
He has done so much. I have mad respects for him. Like Triforce said, Shigeru Miyamoto, Iwata, Yamuchi,
This is why people who say he needs to be fired, they don't have a clue what he has done for Nintendo and how he has helped,
made the gaming world itself.
Yeah, he has helped to he has helped. He's been the one that has helped to modernize Nintendo more for like the modern times of today.
Yep. Well, like I said,
The problem is not so when people say, "Oh, Nintendo doesn't change." No, the problem is not Nintendo. The problem is you. You haven't changed. You are stuck in the past.
well, but it's stuck in the past because I was thinking about, oh, Nintendo back in the past, Nintendo was my best console, whatever. Well, you grew out of love of Nintendo. That is a possibility as well too. But come on,
No,
man.
but it's a thing like it's a thing like this. There's a reason why technology hasn't improved. There's a reason why technology only gets a little bit better, and it's because people don't want to move forward. It's not the technology. We've got the technology.
Oh well,
To be better and things like that. And I'm just using technology as an example, by the way.
but no, but you were right. You're right in that saying that, though, Michael. Because again, look from the NES to now. And as Triforce said on the last time he was on the NCAST, we have the dual stick. It has not changed that much, a little bit from since PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 4. NES controller to the Wii U controller has changed dramatically. It's not the same. And it has given a different experience of gaming.
People are the truth of the matter is people don't want to accept that they're too scared of change. They want the same shit over and over again.
But and you're right. And here's the thing that killed me. And they're the same people who always say, "But Nintendo does the same thing all the time."
But this is the thing. This is the thing. If a lot of people want these original bare bones experiences that used to come out back in the day, now back in the day, we found them amazing because we didn't know any better. Now, when they evolve these games and they add new elements to them and things like that, where they're complaining, saying, "Oh, it's not as good as the original." It's like when I heard all that shit about Ocarina of Time being better than Twilight Princess. No, it is not. I'm sorry, Twilight Princess is Ocarina of Time perfected. Like there is so much. Like if I do horse riding and combat in Twilight Princess, I go as much as I love Ocarina of Time, I go back and do that shit on Ocarina of Time. It's whack compared to Twilight Princess. Like in terms of the mechanics, like Twilight Princess is the better game in the sense that it took every mechanic from Ocarina of Time and improved them each in every way, made them more fluid, made them much better.
Yep.
And
Well, like
saying that Ocarina of Time is the better game.
Well, like I said, and wait until we see the new one that's coming out. Because remember the whole horse, the way that they make fluidity with everything is. We'll see how that works out. The new Zelda that's coming out.
This way it comes down to people just don't like change. Like just to be honest, you're afraid of change. That's your problem. Because you can, like I said, you get this bare bones experience in the beginning that you didn't know any better, so it's revolutionary at the time. It evolves, the new stuff comes out. You say, "Oh, we want the original bare bones stuff." You get the bare bones stuff, but you're complaining that there's nothing new, and then you revert back to the game that added new ideas to it, and you complain about this game isn't doing what that game done. Do you see this stupid cycle?
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Makes no sense.
Go ahead, Triforce.
No, it doesn't make it. This is why I try just to stay away from the arguments. It gets to a point where it becomes so tedious that you just like. In fact, you'll probably just listen to it just so you can laugh, but you really don't pay it any mind. You really don't get into it because that's just me.
It's like, for example, I love Zelda games, can't stand Zelda fanboys.
Oh Lord!
Zelda fanboys are some of the most narcissistic fanboys out there.
Yeah, they are for no reason.
You are a fortunate fan base in the sense that every game you have received has more or less been a masterpiece, and yet all you do is bitch about everything.
I don't ever understand that. I don't. In fact, I'm one of those people. I'm mad that they was like, oh, at first, Zelda is the new Zelda for the Wii U is coming out in 2015. I was upset when I heard that shit. I was like, what the fuck? I don't want that Zelda coming out anytime soon. That shit better be late 2016, 2017. Hate when Nintendo rushes their games. Like, fuck those fanboys. Like, come on, Nintendo, get that game. No, motherfucker, you wait. Be fucking patient. God damn it. These people are rush Nintendo. You cannot rush art. You can't rush it. If you really want to enjoy it for what it is, and it remains a timeless relic of all time, you need to let it manifest on its own time, based on its own nature, so that when it finally does come out, you'll be like, you know something, this was well worth the wait.
Yep.
So if it means the next Zelda to be ultra godlike, that it comes out in December 2016, 2017, shit, I'll wait. That's 2 years from now. It ain't no motherfucking problem. Make a fucking side Zelda game for the fucking 3DS. That shit will hold us over. Or go back and play a Link to. Oh, actually, don't they have some new Triforce game coming out? Like,
Yeah, Triforce Heroes, free-player online multiplayer Zelda.
Yeah, go play that shit and run it back on Hyrule Warriors. Get that DLC popping and shut the fuck up. Wait till the fucking game come out. I've lost tolerance for
it's like all the people that got mad about Federation Force. You know, I've always said that if a Zelda game is to come out on the Wii U, I want it to come out late in the Wii U's life cycle, because then Nintendo would have the best knowledge of how to fully utilize that system by then. Which means you will get a game that will make jaws drop so far to the floor you would have to reel them in back to your mouth.
And then all Nintendo has to do now is when they come out with their new system, make it backwards compatible so you can pull that last gen over to the new gen. And there we go. What's the problem?
And you know, it was kind of funny because it was funny, like some of these guys.
But then Nintendo bought out Federation Force, and all of a sudden these fake ass Metroid fans popped out of the woodwork.
Oh yeah, it always happens like that.
Yeah, they're stupid because Federation Force is. Here's the thing. I took a look at that, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is this?" That's what Metroid is. I'm like, it's not her alone. She works for the fucking Galactic Federation. You stupid fucks. In fact, when you play Metroid 1, it explains it to you. When you play Metroid 2, it explains it. When you play Metroid 3, it says, hold on, let me see if I can remember the line. It says, crap. Remember when we first heard the voice in Metroid 3? When it said, damn, I can't remember it. That line, all I can remember is the galaxy's at peace.
Yeah.
I remember. I want to see that line. The intro for Super Metroid over and over again. Wait, 1 second. Super Metroid intro. But yeah, when I first heard that shit, I was like, yo, she was godlike. Hold on. Is this it? Hold on. Oh, here it is. I don't think you guys can hear it because it's running through my computer. Hold on.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
Alright, so then I'll repeat it because the last Metroid is in captivity. The galaxy is at peace. And then it said the rest is text. Okay, so it is all text. The only part that actually said something was the actual the only thing, yeah, it was the actual the last Metroid's in captivity. The galaxy is at peace. I went to the actual game to read what it says. Super Metroid full game, 100 run with best ending. Yo, these games were ridiculous. You can still play this fucking game now.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the next video I want to talk about, Carla. My sister, she's a graphics designer, and we're going to talk about the difference between like these realistic graphics that people always ask for and art style. And she, like I said, she got some stuff to say about that in the Purge week.
Oh, bring me in that Purge episode. I've got something to say about graphics and art style as well. Because people don't know the attention to detail that goes into certain aspects of games. Everyone gets hyped with all of this surface value shit. Oh, how much sweat can drop from a man's face? I don't want to see sweat drop from a man's face in real life. Why the fuck do I want to see it in a video game? Like, seriously, I don't want to see sweat dropping from a man's face in real life, let alone in a video game.
Wait, hold on. Listen to the shit. This is Samus's prologue of her first 2 missions. Now, I'm thinking about every gun-toting heroine or hero or villain in any shoot 'em up, run and gun style first-person shooter game, and I can't think of any single character that can even stand on the same platform. She says, I first battled the Metroids on planet Zebes. It was there that I foiled their plans
before the plans of the space pirate leader Mother Brain to use the creatures to attack galactic civilization. She's not trying to save a fucking planet. She's trying to save a fucking galaxy on some Goku shit.
Oh my goodness! Like I said, I think we entail that she's a badass heroine. Nobody,
There's no one can touch her. No
but you know,
one in
what?
video game.
But you know what killed me? You know, again, that's why when I had my video WTF #9 when I went crazy on when I did my rant on journalism, because when that girl from Huffington Post was saying how Nintendo is misogynist to women, I'm like, what the frig are you talking about? Samus was the first female heroine. They used
and she's the most badass as well.
And even though they have creatures out there, like I said, Wendy Cooper, they have creatures out there. They gave them female tendencies too. So it's like, what are these people talking about?
The thing is, Samus isn't the first female heroine. She's the first recognizable. Like all the other female heroines are trash. Like they were not noticeable.
Point taken. You're right. You are right.
She's the one that made the bitch was fighting planets. She says, I next fought the Metroids on their homeworld, SR-388. I completely eradicated. She genocided a species.
By herself.
By herself.
Yeah.
What? The whole fucking Federation couldn't do it. They sent a woman in to do what was supposed to be a man's job. And apparently, you don't send the man to do that type of job. You send the woman. You send Samus. And she went out there and murked them all.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They don't build women like her anymore. They really don't.
It's like a similar thing with Link. You look at Link in Skyward Sword, yeah. In Skyward Sword, when Girahim had to do his spell to transfer Zelda's energy into Demise, you know, he to stall for time. He raised an army of monsters, a non-stop coming army of monsters, and he stated he knew that those monsters probably won't defeat Link. He's like, I don't care if you all get destroyed, you just need to buy me time. He knew that entire army could not destroy Link, but he just needed to buy time.
Yo, Link is a fucking, and that's why, and right there, that, and you know what it is? So I'm glad you brought that point up. The problem is people need graphical illustration to showcase how powerful a person is. It's as if we've lost our imagination. We can't read something and imagine the true depth of someone's power. Like, no offense, but Cloud's not stopping no fucking army of ghouls. Get the fuck out of here. Probably Cloud and his entire team, yes. If he casts some materia shit, yes. But Cloud running through an army, no. Link can do that shit. Like, he does that. Link has always done that. Going back to this other statement here regarding the whole Metroid thing, for the people who are talking about the Federation, Samus mentions the Federation in Metroid 3, where she says, I personally delivered the larva to the Galactic Research Federation Station at Ceres, so scientists could study its energy-producing qualities. So Samus has always been working for this Federation. So the fact that no one wants to see anything coming out with the Federation is kind of stupid, because that kind of gives you a background story.
The Federation plays an integral part to the Metroid lore.
Exactly. So without them,
there's a lot of times where pirates have attacked Federation troopers, or Federation have gone out to seek out pirate raids and things like that without calling Samus.
Yep.
And in the Prime games, there was a lot going on in between what Samus was doing.
Look how badass this bitch is. Hold on, let me let this. She says, satisfied that all was well after delivering the larva back to the scientists, and they found resounding results with their findings. I left the station to seek a new bounty to hunt, but I had hardly gone beyond the asteroid belt when I picked up a distress signal. This bitch is flying from galaxy to galaxy, murking shit.
I like how you said that, murking shit.
You're not fucking with Samus. Like, that's why when people, that's why I said,
When people say that, I can't stand when people say that Master Chief could beat Samus. Like, just no, just no.
Get the fuck out of here.
Just no.
boy.
Don't get me wrong, Master Chief is the shit, but nah, he's not. This is different.
Master Chief is the shit compared to a human soldier. Put it like
Exactly. We're not gonna. Nah, we're not doing that. I will give more props.
Master Chief is like what Hercule is to the public, but then compared to the Z fighters, he's a piece of shit.
Wow.
That's Master Chief.
Yeah,
Master Chief in Samus's universe, Master Chief is Hercule.
Yeah, pretty much. But then that may sound like an insult to a lot of people, but you're gonna have to suck that some bitch up, because I give the guys in Gears of War far more props than I do of Master Chief, because they are human and they're fighting shit bigger than Master Chief.
Way beyond their league.
Way beyond their league. I give the guys in fucking Contra. Now, the Contra boys are those are the biggest full of shit motherfuckers ever. Those guys, they have planetary wars, and they are normal human beings. Like, the Contra boys are full of shit. Like, those guys be fighting some extra shit. Like, if I can see anyone fighting Samus, it's them. They're not gonna beat her, but I can see them, because Samus needs to shoot them once. But if you're basing Contra off of these guys' ability, that means these guys would have to have meta-human speed and strength, because they can only take one hit. So for them, they would have to move, if not as fast as Samus, or faster. And they probably would move faster because they don't have the armor on, because every Contra guy you see wearing shit, like, they're not wearing much on them anyway. And they have a lot of agility. But and they have the weapons that can fight.
Here's the badass thing about Samus. Samus does all of that, like blowing up planets and shit like that, whilst keeping her mental mind so stable that she can power her suit, because her mental mind has to be in such a stable state just to keep the suit on.
Well, you have to keep in mind that she was not raised in society, so she doesn't have anything to attach herself to. So that's kind of unfair, whereas the Contra boys, they watch Red Falcon come down and just start eating their planet alive, and the motherfuckers is on some Commando and Sylvester Stallone Rambo shit. It's like, yo.
Yeah, but she still has like her emotional traumas, like when her parents were killed in front of her.
This is true.
Like
That's
that.
true. That's true.
And then she had Adam, who's like a father figure to. Like, Samus is, as much as I love Samus, she's got some effed up psychological issues.
And you know what I like about Nintendo? You know what I do like about Nintendo? That they actually made Adam a black guy.
Adam.
Wait a minute. Is Adam the black?
No.
No. You mean you're talking about JC? Is it J something? Adam Malkovich was the commander. He was the white guy.
No,
yeah,
Anthony Higgs was
Anthony.
black.
Anthony Higgs.
Yeah, my fault.
And it's the first game where the black man is the last one to survive.
Is it?
That's the first time anything.
Okay, because he survived. He survived at the end of
He's the only one out of obviously other than Samus, he's the only one out of the Galactic Federation Platoon 7 that survived.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
That's
because he saved Samus at the end when he walked in like, I'm gonna take her with me, and the guy was like, who are you? I am Anthony Hopkins, and blah blah blah. And she's like, Anthony is like, yeah, it's me. Don't worry, girl, I got you. Yeah, so like I said, I mean, and you know, like I said, for people who hate other M, like I said in my video, I said it again. The way she unlocks her powers was stupid. I'm not gonna deny that. But the story filled in some holes of confusion. I love the story too. Strong. Yeah, that was it. I love the story because it filled in holes of confusion, and also the story was written by the guy who wrote the story in the first place, so it shouldn't be that far off. But the gameplay was solid. To see Samus do what she did, like ripping people's wings off and throwing them around by the tail, all kind of crazy stuff, that was a cool concept.
This is my thing with certain people. This is what I can't stand. How do you question proven developers? Like you're a game developer yourself.
Because these guys have been making games all their life. You know, so they're going to be able to tell the game developers that they're crazy.
I play games from since I was in my mother's womb, so I know what a game should be like. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing I don't like about the game developers, and it's not their fault, they can't do anything about it, is that they don't put these motherfuckers in their place. That's the only thing, and they can't, because if they say anything, if they keep it real,
lose their job.
Well, some can, because Hideki don't give a damn.
Yeah, Hideki to me, I like him. He don't give a
He
shit.
don't give a crap. He said what he
He
said.
will go
out
on
his
Twitter
mouth.
and tell he will go on Twitter and tell people to fuck off, and he's done it many
Yeah.
times.
Yep.
just
he
like
don't-
what's this guy's name? Not Iwata. Sakurai was telling everyone, man, shut the fuck up. Smash Brothers is gonna be what it is, and you won't motherfucking like it. Oh, it'll never be as popular as Melee. Have you guys seen the Evo numbers for the entrance between Melee and Smash?
Smash for Wii.
Yeah, Smash. Yeah. Did you see the numbers?
No.
You know, Smash 4 is the second highest game in Evo.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It's Street Fighter, then Smash 4. Smash 4 has 2,000 fucking people.
Wow.
Shit,
That's good.
Melee is like fifth.
Wow.
That's what I like about Sakurai. Sakurai don't give a crap. He just puts out.
That's
Yes.
how an artist should be. That's how an artist should be. This is my work. This my ideas. Take it or leave it.
I hope.
Well, that's how the thing is too. I gotta give props to the next person too, because that's how he is too. Because he was pissed off when Ubisoft took his game and put it Paradise onto PlayStation 4 with Suda 51. He don't care what people say either. Suda's also a next person who I like, because he's like, fuck you. I'm not doing no game for you guys no more.
See, I like Onuma because he does that same stuff, but he does it passive aggressively. He won't say shit, but he'll just put out the game and say, "This is the game." People hate it and all kind of shit like that, and then as soon as they buy it, it's a whole different. He's laughing.
Yeah, but I still have to give Hideki. Hideki will go after you though. You come after him, he will go after you and say what he gotta say. Hideki don't give a damn about nobody.
Speaking of which, isn't I saw something earlier today before I saw Iwata's passing about this is it. Konami Studios is closed. Kojima Studios is closed.
Yeah, disbanded. Yeah, they disbanded his studio.
So Metal Gear 5 is the last.
It will be the last game.
Alright, then I'll buy that because that's the last since I have his first one.
Okay, no, that's respect. That's
Sometimes I don't understand these companies. They're destroying themselves.
But
And all that happens is these developers, they go off, become ADs, say they're making a new project based on one of their old franchises. They get a whole lot of funding, and the next thing you know, they'll instance this again.
Well, yeah, we talked about that just before Triforce came out with again.
And these companies are scratching their head, wondering how the hell did they do that?
Because they didn't have a set of program like Nintendo to pass on to find out. Hey, you're good at this game, then you take over as producer and go.
Sorry, guys. I've just been over here staring at Serena's body. This is ridiculous, man.
She's already taken, man. She's already taken.
Yeah, time out on Brandon that ass.
You
gonna Brandon that ass.
You're an idiot. Time out.
Whoever has her is that motherfucker. Fuck that guy. For real. Like, I'm straight.
He's a French. He's her tennis coach, which is a French guy.
Fuck that
You know what
guy.
he was doing?
Fuck that
Putting
guy.
her up, boy.
I'll silence that motherfucker.
Fuck that
I wonder
guy.
what other stroke she done taught her.
A woman like that will start wars between fucking countries, man. Real talk. That shit gets other men for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's ridiculous. Come on, man. That don't even make any sense. That shit is not logical. It really isn't.
Have you ever seen her when she did before he passed? Not that he ain't passed away. I'm talking about. Have you seen her when she was on David Letterman where they were breaking the glass in the stores?
No.
See if you go Google that. I mean, it should be. There's a video when David Letterman was out on the street and she was trying to show how strong she is by slamming a tennis ball against storefront glass, and she broke it. But look, the way she dressed though she dressed like conservative, but her ass was just way out there. It was just way out there.
So I'm YouTubing it. David Letterman and Serena Williams tennis match, window smash. Oh, she's wearing the white skirt?
Yes. Yep.
You know David Letterman's over there like, man. Oh, come on. Why is she wearing that? Oh, stop. Behave yourself. This is wrong.
Send me the
looking at
link.
it
Send
too.
me send me the
This
link.
is
Send me
this
the
is
link.
wrong. You can't.
I'm looking at it right now.
This
That
is
is
wrong.
ridiculous. Hey, dude.
Hurry up, man.
Hold
You're
on.
taking too long.
Hold on. I'm saying. All right, there it is. This is wrong. Put it in my chat.
That's,
You can't do this. You cannot do this, man.
these dudes taking a picture. You know they're taking a picture of.
Oh,
All the cameras
wow.
are pointed down. Even the girls' cameras pointed down.
Wow. That's all I'm saying.
You know what's so fucked up? A lot of those white girls are
She's
like,
gonna play tennis in that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Where
but
do you
that dude
see
was
that
shaking.
body though?
How does she play tennis with
Look
that?
at David
I
Taylor,
don't
boy.
understand. This defies science.
she's gonna smash a glass in that. Hold on. She needs
What?
to stop me. Oh my goodness. God builds them this way?
She smashed it, dude.
Hold on. Oh
Jesus
shit, she
Jesus, man.
smashed a fucking glass. What the fuck is wrong with her?
When you're serving a ball at the same at 130, 140 miles per hour, yes, it would smash glass.
What the
Oh
fuck?
my god, that ass is unnecessary.
That's
That
like
is
something genetic. That is like genetically modified. That's like impossible.
that shit is
How does she play tennis with that on her? How that defies science right there. How do you play tennis
All
with
right,
that?
all right. We can come back to
How do you play tennis with that? I don't understand it. Like, how do you have the fluidity to move up and down the court
Hey.
when you've got that on you? I don't. It defies the laws of physics. It defies science. It defies God Himself. For frick's sake, man.
You know what you could do with this video with one of those lip sync videos. You know when they change the voice acting up.
Yeah.
What's it called? Lip sync, whatever you call it. Man, I have so much fun with this video. You know, oh man.
You know something
Oh,
so funny though? Isn't she like the greatest athlete in the world?
Yes.
Right now, yeah, because she's winning so much tournaments. Yeah, she just won her seven.
No, it's like 20 something.
Yeah, no. But she won 4 Wimbledons in a row now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she won 20 Grand Slams. Over 20 Grand Slams. You're right.
That's OD. She's too powerful, B.
She's overpowered, man. I don't think
Yep.
she's human.
Yeah, but you guys are now we're taking it to
She's ascended
What I
humanity.
what I don't like is
She's ascended humanity. That's why her hair's that color. That ain't no weave. She's a Super Saiyan.
I think America needs to stop claiming
I'm telling you that's no weave on her head. That's no weave or braids on her head. She's a Super Saiyan. She's straight Super Saiyan. That's her natural hair right there. She went Super Saiyan. She's been done being Super Saiyan. She went Super Saiyan and she's showing her power to the world. Like that's no fake hair right there. That's her real hair. She's gone Super Saiyan. She mastered it. I've been trying to figure out how to do that shit. She done figured it out a long time. That's why she smashed that window just by hitting the tennis racket. Look how she demolished that window. That's Super Saiyan power right there.
Oh
That's
boy,
crazy.
you guys are too much.
You know who hit that glass? You know who? I think it was Pete Sampras. One of the male guys hit this shit so hard, it stuck the ball into the clay floor in a tennis match.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Now that serve is OD.
Yes.
Let me see something. I think it's Pete Sampras.
I've seen the one with the person who did that. I don't know if it's the name because I'm not a tennis fan to a degree, but I've seen what you talk about, which is crazy.
She's a Super Saiyan. I'm telling you, she's the first Super Saiyan.
Okay.
She's the people who Frieza and his ancestors talk about and fear. That's why they had to blow up the planet Vegeta.
Anyway,
he saw the Super Saiyan powers harboring within that arse, and then he thought to himself, "There's no way he could go Golden Frieza, Platinum Frieza, anything. He weren't winning. He had to give up."
Okay, Micah.
Hold on, Pete Sampras tennis serve.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
What?
He served it so hard when the guy hit it, it went through his fucking racket.
Wow. No, I didn't see that now. You got a link to that or something?
Yeah, hold on, one second.
So you can really tell I really do love Serena Williams. You lot didn't help by sending me those pictures.
Oh man, we're talking so much crap now. It's too
Like a
funny.
red nose. Like a red
Okay,
nose.
no, we ain't doing that now. We ain't doing that now. I'm muting your mic if you're gonna be doing that. We don't need that. Anyway, Alex, I'll let Triforce see if we can find it, and let you send the link Triforce. But to basically, because like I said, it's already crazy time for you, Mike, and like I said, everybody got work to do and everything.
I ain't got work tomorrow, man.
This is foolishness right here. Pete Sampras hit this guy so hard that his friggin' yo. All right, watch this. I'm linking it. That guy is unless they didn't make tennis rackets good back then, but this shit got shredded. Or was it Andre Agassi? I think it was Andre.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh wow. Wow, it actually ripped the racket.
Yep. Well, it did. You're right. Well, anyway, for like I said, this was supposed to be a Q&A questions, then it turned into something somber, and then it basically turned back into shit talk.
Yeah.
It is what it is, but like I said, to be what it is, I'm like I say, sad that his passing has come. And I said, as Triforce talked about it, everybody's talked about, you know what, tomorrow we'll see what's going on.
As much as I'm saddened to hear that he's passed away, I know that in the end, this is only gonna make Nintendo stronger. Like this is the passing of. I'm not saying it to be cool, but the passing of someone great is always a new beginning for something greater. If
Yes,
right.
yes, I can respect that. Yes, yes.
It
So
makes
let's.
everyone understand that they got to step their shit up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so I do hope that we'll see greater things. Not only because I'm seeing on my Google Plus account and everything, I'm seeing Sony has sent something, Microsoft had tweeted the same thing too, the passing. Again, we all are gamers. We should be enjoying this game. The people who, as Triforce said, and again, I don't have no respect for those guys who are pieces of crap who can't take things apart and just be respectful to people. They're subhumans. They're not even humans at all. So, but I have like Michael just said, we are going to see something happening. I hope it's greatness. I would and like I said, I wanted to keep my channel on news in a way. But if anybody for anybody else, because like I said, I just talked to last week. Not last week. What the hell am I saying last week? Last night because I'm going to an event for Nintendo. I just talked to Bill Trennan just yesterday, and I was like, oh, and this stuff came up. So it's kind of crazy to go from this is exciting. I'm gonna get to go to Nintendo, Washington to do something, and then this happens. So I don't know how it's gonna work out. We'll see how it goes from now on. But I'm gonna celebrate Iwata for what he has done. He has made one of my favorite companies, a beloved company in my mind. And like I talked to you about it, Michael. Like even though I never met him, he was somebody who I kind of feel like I know him because of the game and his decisions.
He just seemed like such a cool dude. He just seemed like a cool dude.
Yes. Yes, so I do feel his
Have
pain,
you,
even
have
though
you
I
ever
never
met,
met him.
have you ever met him, Triforce? Triforce. Triforce?
Sorry, guys.
Mike,
Have you ever met him, Triforce?
Have I met who? Iwata?
Yeah.
I saw him twice at E3. Oh, that's good. But like, I met him? Like, have I met Reggie and Miyamoto? No.
Oh, okay.
I've shaken his hand before. Reggie introduced me to him, but like, we never had like a sit down talk or anything like that.
oh, okay, that's cool. Well, like I said,
When I passed, when my mother passed, Reggie, and Miyamoto and the whole Nintendo NOA staff sent me a postcard for the passing of my mother. So.
oh wow, that's
Yeah.
that's
And
cool.
that shit was random because I did not expect that. That was so left field. That was unexpected.
Damn. See, and again, that's the humanity of people who have a connection that I'm looking for in my channel. That's what I'm doing Purge Week. I'm getting rid of all of my negativity. You guys who want to bitch more about other stuff, go ahead. I'm gonna keep my channel positive.
I'm just listening and
Hey,
listening.
I might have.
I'm just reading this quote of his. It says right here, on my business card, I am a corporate president. In my mind, I am a game developer. But in my heart, I am a gamer.
Exactly. Exactly. Can't put it no better than that from a man like him, Shigeru Miyamoto, and all these other guys who have gaming in their heart. And that's why Yamauchi put those guys to balance out the shareholders of Nintendo Japan. So they know that the product that's coming out has that seal of approval that Yamauchi wanted back in the NES days of this product is guaranteed to play. This card is guaranteed to work day one without no problems. And they've done it for the last 36 years. That is cool for all the innovations that Nintendo has done in gaming. Like I said, I'm celebrating his Iwata's what he has done. My respects goes to him and his family. Like I said, like Triforce said, I never met him. I am one of the people I wish I could have met him. I wanted to shake his hand and talk to him, but I didn't have the chance. You know what? Like I said, tomorrow's a new day. Nobody knows what's gonna happen, but tomorrow's a new day. Let's just keep gaming. Let's keep on playing. Let's keep on playing fun games. Don't buy bad experiences. Buy games that is worth buying, no matter what console you on. Just have fun and buy good games. Don't buy bad games. Speak with your wallet. So with that said, like I said, I mean, and also when you was on here last time, Triforce, I did spread the word to on my Google Plus page and everything, and outside of Google Plus page with my company, with your that you were trying to do the whole. What you was doing again? I forgot right now.
The Patreon thing, trying to raise the money for
Yes. I've done that outside, so I hope that people talk to me and say they're gonna help you out with that in that regards. But other than because again, I have a small fracture channel on YouTube when it comes to gaming, but my company is bigger than that, so I've shared that as well too. But you know, it's like I said, I don't know if Micah, you have anything coming up? You might do some. Like I said, some of us might do something about Iwata, like a video about it. I don't know. I mean,
I need to think about what to do first.
Okay,
but
that's
yeah,
cool.
I'll probably be doing something. It just depends on when I find time.
Yeah, everybody of us is working right hard to do certain things. So I know timeout. He's gonna do. I mean, are you gonna do some timeout or any videos that you coming up?
Probably not about water. I don't have. I just haven't thought of anything. If something
Okay.
comes up, I think, but I don't want to force nothing. So if I don't think of nothing, then
No, that is cool. Yeah, let it
same
be
here.
natural. Yeah, let it be natural. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm gonna do a video myself too because I turned my question and answers into this right here, which it wasn't supposed to be. That's why I let you guys in. I mean, Mike and Ty, I was like, you know what? This is changed.
I've got a question. One more question I want to ask.
Yeah.
It's just like just to everyone. Do you think during his time as Nintendo president, like from gamers, do you think he got the respect he deserved?
No.
Yeah. I don't. Well, it depends.
from real true Nintendo gamers, yes.
I think,
From other gamers who I'm thinking of, no.
Yeah.
Mhm.
From my point of to answer, I'll go behind Taiwan, like you said. From real people who just love, from two people, from Nintendo fans, yes. From people who are multi-pat, like I was like a person like Miss K or someone, people who have regards for games, like my boy Black Bear, who's an Xbox fan, but he loves Nintendo as well. He loves gaming itself. He gained the respect. Now the other people who are like you guys been arguing about and saying that not like Triforce was saying the whole dick riding game fanboys, no. Because they're wrapped up in their purchases of their favorite piece of plastic. So, no.
Mhm.
But the true fans and the true people who truly respect gamers and the true Nintendo fans, yes, they do.
And Triforce quickly, like, do you think Iwata got the respect he deserved from gamers?
No, honestly, I don't. I don't think they truly appreciate I don't think people truly appreciate what he put out. This is what I was stating before I got on you guys' show. I was like, you're going to see a lot of false people come out and start talking about all the games he executively produced and how great they were. But this is false because they never truly enjoyed the game before his death. They want to now enjoy his game because he's dead. They want to be on a bandwagon of these sympathists of people who want to. You ever see, for instance, I'll give it. This is going to sound very
crude and vile. But I'm keeping it real. Paul Walker died. I'm not a Fast and Furious guy, and I've seen Fast and Furious. The only guy I can relate to in the entire film is Vin Diesel, because I've seen Vin Diesel in Pitch Black and other movies.
Yeah.
I don't know who Paul Walker is. I was like, oh, that's I guess that's the white boy in the movie. Just like you have two black guys, you have Vin Diesel, and you have the Hispanic girl. So all of these are just these guys play token spots in the movie. When Walker died, everyone started talking about how he did all this good stuff for charity, things I didn't even know about the guy. And when I found out he did all this stuff for charity, I was like, oh, he did? So I said, yo, condolences to his death. That's pretty much it. Do I feel sad he's dead? Do I feel sad that millions of people are dying in Africa right now? People are drowning in the Mediterranean, trying to leave Africa to go to the UK? I feel pretty much the same fucking way for all of their deaths. It's really, life goes on. And that's a person keeping it 100% fucking real. All right, I don't create this false, oh my goodness, this person died. Oh, I feel, shut the fuck up. Like, it's better you just not say anything. For real. We don't try to, like, I hate people who do that. Please don't do that. It's so pretentious. Stop it. Just don't say anything at all. So a lot of these people who, they're not Nintendo fans, they don't care about Nintendo, they don't have a Nintendo system, right? Listen, if you don't really have much to say, that's the best thing to do. Don't say nothing. On RIP, Iwata, thank you for your contribution to the gaming scene. Keep it moving. Don't get into a fucking discussion. Don't create any of that.
Yeah, because the truth of the matter is, a lot of people don't understand what Iwata has done even before he became president of Nintendo.
Exactly.
Like he pulled Nintendo out of a lot of gripes before he was even president.
Yeah.
So,
Like,
and if you don't know
the man made, like, it took Yamauchi 6 generations for him to make 2 billion sales in software. Nintendo done half of that in 1 generation.
So
One.
and now it's probably going to be another 2 in his untimely death. But the whole situation here is that's my entire point of the situation. Just keep it moving. Don't try to make this more than what it needs to be. Honestly, that's my whole thing. Just let's not try to even go there.
Right, because a lot of these people are going to be saying, a lot of these people are now saying R.I.P. Iwata, who are the same people who have been saying he needs to be fired.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That is true. That is true.
When he took a pay cut, I post on Twitter. I said, don't take a pay cut for this fucking industry. Fuck them. They don't like what you produce. Eat a dick. I was kind of First of all, it wasn't his fault. Third party wasn't making fucking games for Nintendo. That's not his job. His fucking job is to maintain Nintendo with the games.
This is the thing that people don't understand. People think that just because Sony and Microsoft pay for these games to be developed, pay for the marketing and things like that, and they see that third-party games don't do as well as the Nintendo system, they think it's because of Nintendo's marketing. Nintendo does not have to market third-party games. That's third party's job to market. It's third party's job to let people give people the awareness to know that these games are on all of these different systems. They don't go out their way to make you aware that their games are on a Nintendo system, and that's why they don't sell. Because most of these people that go to buy these third-party games don't even know they're on Nintendo's consoles.
Exactly. And to be honest with you, the third-party people don't market it on Nintendo systems. They really don't. They have no.
Even when you see the adverts, you always see Xbox or PS4, but you always see the Nintendo symbol or the Wii U or Wii logo in some tiny little corner.
And behind PC, they'll put the PC before it. So you'll never know.
Like what I got a lot of slack for things that weren't his job.
And they just want it's something just to blame Nintendo on. That's what that shit is about. And that's why I was mad when he took his pay cut. Cause like, fuck you taking a pay cut for? Don't take a pay cut for these ungrateful bastards. And that's what these people are. They're actually ungrateful.
They really are ungrateful motherfuckers, and I do not respect any of these
People complaining about that, oh, these companies aren't releasing enough games. You should be thankful that you have the opportunity to buy and play video games.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
That's one of my things I've said too.
There's some people who would cry just to play an NES right now.
Yep. Yep. I've seen it. You're right, and that's why I said. That's why I said in my post, which is crazy. Like I said, there are people out there who would kill their mother and father just to be. Like I said, that's not even video games. But because most of the elitist people, as Triforce said, many times, is when people who are being just like narcissistic pricks in America. It's just like there's people out there who would kill their mother and father just to be American poor, and you guys take things for so granted. I don't. I'm happy where I'm at. I did what I did. I'm happy. I make it business and I'm making money. But I don't. Again, as much as money as I got, I don't go wasting my money on bad experience, and that's why I don't understand that. When people do all this stupid crap and crying on YouTube, but oh, this is a bad. Why you buy a bad game? That's stupid. But
And then why are you crying on YouTube? Like anyone cares what you have to say on YouTube? Like, I don't give a fuck what you have to say on YouTube. Like that's your YouTube channel. Say what the fuck you want to hate. Paying my bills. Like seriously, you got a problem with something, you go directly to the source, or you speak with your wallet. Like you say, why are you crying and bitching on YouTube? Like just getting a bunch of people who just want to jump on some negative bandwagon because they ain't got shit going on with their lives, so they want to try and find some next hype to make their lives seem somewhat meaningful, and they start hyping up and spreading bad propaganda and everything like that, and all of a sudden these shareholders and everything, they start seeing all of this fan reaction and all this kind of stuff. They make their decisions according from there. They realize, okay, maybe these customers aren't always right, and maybe they're not as smart as they put themselves out to be, because many of them don't know what is going on. And then and then it creates the industry we have today. It all starts from misinformation and attracting the wrong attention. Like seriously, stop going on YouTube and bitching. If you've got a problem, take it directly to the source and get level-headed people who genuinely support what you're doing to get behind you.
Why would they not? Why would they do that? Oh shit! Hold on. Not to change from the news. The FBI, has it been 75 years? When was the end of World War II?
Don't know. Can't remember.
42, I think. 42. No. That's too
45.
far.
45.
45. Okay, 45.
45. 50. 5. 15. Oh shit. 75 years have passed, and the fucking FBI finally released it, because there's a thing with the FBI. Little fucking laws over here. A lot of dirt that the U.S. does, they keep it confidential. It's not. It's classified until 75 years, and they can release it. The FBI says Hitler didn't die. Well, I already knew that, but
yeah, I knew that too. I mean, there was too much evidence that he did, but they said. I mean, there was appearing that he was in South America. Yeah, it was
Argentina. Yep.
Yeah, Argentina. Yeah, I knew it was South America somewhere. I forgot where though.
I'm reading this. The unbelievable truth is hidden in plain sight. Hitler fled to Argentina after World War II. The unbelievable truth. Details are available to view on the FBI's own website. Oh man, I love when the U.S. dupes people like this, because when they pop, how could this be? You just look at them and like, how could it really be? Like, you just believe no one can lie to you, right? You fucking idiot.
Mm-hmm. That's what I don't understand about people. It's always like, oh, this person's telling the truth. They got so and so next to their name. I'm like, get the fuck out of it. I don't care what status they got next to their name.
Okay.
Like a surgeon has a doctor status next to their name, yet they're not saving anybody. Police, people who protect and serve have police next to their name, yet they're killing more people than protecting and serving.
And a new picture popped up. It says, and if that was the news wasn't bizarre, there's nothing bizarre about it. A photo has emerged recently which purports to show an elderly 95-year-old Hitler posing with his girlfriend in Brazil, 1984. Oh shit! Damn! It's a newly declassified FBI document proved the government knew Hitler was alive and well and living in the Andes Mountains long after World War II. Yeah. You gotta love this shit, man. This shit is This shit is good. This is
I
good.
wonder, I wonder if they'll finally, put out the information that Hitler was, working with higher beings.
Well, I don't. I like to try to keep it towards just what's going on Earth. Like I don't know. I don't give a fuck about what the aliens are really doing.
Wow.
That's true.
Because we don't know what the fuck the aliens are really doing, and whatever information comes out about the aliens, unless I'm getting it directly from the aliens, I'm damn sure not believing anything a human being. That's for sure. So,
I hear that. I hear that.
Well, I have to say this. Well, good for letting us know that kind of stuff. And it looked like Nintendo shares went up as well too, which is weird.
I told you. No, it's not weird. That always happens. That's why I
That is
said
normal.
Why would I buy shares for sympathy? But okay.
it's just because it's sympathetic. You have to understand, like what martyrism. That's why I said human beings have psychological issues. Something's wrong with human beings. When it comes to shit like that, like that's the new Mario Maker game is the last game that Iwata-san produced. That shit is going to sell. Oh my fucking god! The marketing team, Reggie just looked at it and says,
that shit was already gonna sell before Iwata passed away. Now,
Yeah.
and now it's gonna sit there like make this shit worth it. This is Iwata's last game. You make this shit count. That shit is selling like ham fucking hocks. Believe it.
Yeah.
Fresh out the motherfucking oven.
Well. Oh wow. Well, I'm just looking at Financial Times and seeing the stocks go up. So yeah, it's wow. It is what it is.
Mario Maker's gonna be a beast.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well, and like I said, I'm looking at like Triforce said. I mean, I'm looking at YouTube, and I'm looking at all like you said, Mike. Not YouTube, Google Plus and everything else, and seeing a lot of people who said like you just said, and now they're like, oh, it's quite nice and whatever.
A bunch of shit.
Whatever.
Now you want to give your condolences after you're the one saying that he needs to be fired, that he's doing things wrong and stuff like that. Like, oh, get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. I hate that shit. That makes me angry. That's why I don't like even getting into those type of conversations with those people, because these are fraudulent people. You can't have conversations with these type of people. They're fake. They say and do whatever is within the times that they're in. That's it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It
guys,
is.
we've been on this call for so long.
I know.
Let's wrap it up.
That's what I was trying to keep on cutting it, but you keep on jumping in with some of your things, man.
My fault.
No, but anyway, like I said to anybody out there, that, like I said, for me, I know Triforce was talking to certain people, but for me, like I said, I never met him. I wish I'd met him in my real life. Like I said, there's gonna be some changes going on in Nintendo, which I'm gonna find out because again, I have contracts to see what's going on. Like I said, it was surprising to find it out. And I'm celebrating his life because, like I said, unlike like Triforce said, I remember Kirby. I remember all these games that he made with HAL Studios and enjoyed them then. I'm not no fake, but I remember what Iwata did, and I know what he did for. I know what he did for Nintendo, and I know why Yamamuchi was he passed out. He passed on his company to a person who's not in his family lineage. So he had mad respect for Iwata. He's the first person who owns Nintendo who's not a part of the family lineage.
But Yamuchi even came out and said himself, he's not the most he said that he's not the most aggressive person, in the sense that he doesn't have the same kind of approach I have, like that same gangster approach. But as a business mind, he's unparalleled.
And of course, just like a chef, like I said, if you want a chef and you have a bakery or you have a diner, whatever, Iwata, Shigeru Miyamoto, and Takeda, these guys are the best chefs. I want them to run my restaurant, and that's why Miyamochi.
Well, I've always said that the major difference between Iwata and Yamuchi will kick down your door with a gun to your head and say, "Run your shit." Iwata will send you a distraction at your door. You will go to the door. By the time you turn around, all your shit is gone.
You're right.
You won't even know he entered the building.
You're right.
You'll see nothing but your timberwood floors.
You're right. Well, so Iwata, like I said, I mean, we remember what you did, and like Triforce said, I know a couple. You know what? His games he did produce. He's an executive producer of some of these games, so it's gonna go up. It's gonna sell. But I remember him from, like I said, from the old past time to enjoying his games. So this is like I said, and this week is gonna be crazy for me and whatever. Check out the videos, check out the rants, check out everything for the Purge week. I mean, I don't know if you want to join back in, because since you were on the first one, Triforce, I extend the invitation if you want to. Next weekend,
I feel like doing a satire trailer for your Purge week.
yeah. Oh, you feel it?
I feel like doing a satire trailer for it because I just know
Oh,
I've got
I
a
don't
few
have to.
ideas.
I don't have to. You don't have to do a satire trailer. My trailer is pretty good because at the ending mark, if you watched it, I said what I had somebody else said what I have to say. If you watch it, and
Okay.
that's what I'm getting the most people liking it. But next weekend on the Endcast, basically we talked about this. It might roll into this, but the next weekend on the Endcast, we're gonna talk about gamers and why they are one of the part of the. But they're one of the reasons that the gaming market is falling, as we've seen here and seen people who disrespect people and just can't have a human heart. So we're going to talk about that next week, 7:05 on the Ncast once again. Time thank you for joining me. Triforce Johnson, thank you for joining us again. And the invitation there, if you want to join in, ask Michael for the link and anything. If you want to join in next week again, if you have the time. I'm going to keep on pushing your Patreon. Mike, of course, thank you again to joining in. 'Cause like I said, this changed from a question to QA, some serious to somber. But you know what? I'll celebrate the man's life. He did many great
Same here,
things.
man. I mean, this is what you do in people's passing. I'm not gonna say death because death doesn't truly exist.
Yeah,
This is what happens in people's passing. It's just like we get we mourn, we mourn, we feel sad about it, but then we start to rejoice over the great that they have done. And it's a thing where you're no longer mourning over the fact that they've passed, but you're being thankful for what they've done whilst they were here.
yep, yep, yep.
And
And
that's
that's
all
how
And
we
you
things.
and,
need.
and you and that's what you celebrate. You don't celebrate the person dying. You celebrate
Yeah.
what they have done whilst they were alive.
Yes.
Everything else is uncivilized. All right,
Hmm?
guys. On that note, I am gone. But thanks for
All right,
having me,
man. I'm
guys.
there. I'm done in this now too. So catch. Like I always said, people, there's no perfect games out there. Never been. Never has been. What's perfect to you is not perfect to me. What's perfect to me is not perfect to you. Simply play your games.